June 20th, 2022. The date I started writing this script in earnest. Cartoon Network's schedule for the day, after it switches from its toddler-themed block known as Cartoonino, consists of 4 shows, running from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., when a special airing of Spy Kids 2 starts before rolling into the Adult Swim block. The 4 shows in question for the 8 hours of Cartoon Network proper are Craig of the Creek, Teen Titans Go, The Amazing World of Gumball, and a single episode of We Baby Bears for variety's sake. Flashback to 1999, before Cartoonino and Adult Swim, and the closest full schedule to the same date, that being June 21st. Starting at the same time, at 10 a.m., the schedule consists of Dexter's Lab, Cow and Chicken, What a Cartoon Show, Two Stupid Dogs, Beetlejuice, The Addams Family, The Flintstones, The Jetsons, the new Scooby-Doo movies, Cartoon of the Day, which would be a random cartoon, and Acme Hour, a small block consisting of random Looney Tunes shorts. We then take flight on the Absolution for Toonami, and Sailor Moon, Reboot, Dragon Ball Z, and The Real Adventures of Johnny Quest. After Toonami, we get Batman, Animaniacs, and Scooby-Doo Where Are You? And while the schedule technically continues still, to be as fair as possible to the comparison between eras, we'll stop there. If we take out the few spots that could be considered repeats, like Scooby-Doo Where Are You and the Cartoon of the Night, and if we do not count Toonami, since it may be considered different from Cartoon Network proper, that gives us close to 13 shows in the span of around 6 hours of programming. But the question is, how did we get here? To understand that, we need to go back to the very start.
Introducing the real deal. The $1.59 breakfast buddy combo at Burger King.
What?
Sorry, Evander, but Burger King has the winning combination. A hot breakfast buddy sandwich with crispy hash browns and fresh coffee is now just $1.59. And a breakfast buddy with sausage is only 59 cents.
It's a good deal, but I'm the real deal.
Let's not fight about it.
Smart move.
Your way, right away, Burger King now.
The year is 1992. Disney is continuing its golden age with the release of Aladdin.
He unleashed a genie who's polite.
What do you need? What do you need? What do you need?
Who's helpful.
The exits are here, anywhere.
The comic book movies peak with Batman Returns.
Drop into McDonald's, where Batman Returns is on a dramatic series of 32-ounce collector cups with flying, crispy bat disc lids straight from the movie.
Sonic the Hedgehog 2 and Street Fighter 2 are kings of home consoles. The Simpsons aired its classic Streetcar Named Marge.
I am not an easy man to work for. While directing Hats Off to Hanukkah, I reduced more than one cast member to tears. Did I expect too much from fourth graders? The review, play enjoyed by all, speaks for itself.
the Cartoon Network was launched with a massive bang.
Turner Entertainment Networks proudly present the world's first 24-hour cartoon network.
Hello, folks. Welcome to the world's first and only Cartoon Network.
While not the first network targeted towards kids, it was the first 24/7 network dedicated to them. While a risk, the Turner Company already had huge success with 24/7 news network CNN. And with their massive catalog of cartoons from WB, including Merry Melodies and Looney Tunes shorts, Hanna-Barbera, and a bit of the MGM catalog, Cartoon Network had all the tools to succeed. The first program to air on the network was Droopy's Guide to the Cartoon Network, which was a program that would air several times in the early days, as an intro to the network and what to expect from it.
The biggest show in town is Huckleberry House for all you guys and gals.
How much is that gorilla in the window?
We've got a gorilla for sale. A gorilla for sale. The most effectual cat. Alligator is a swinging, navigator is a swan. And secret squirrels keep the nation in a...
It also led to the first cartoon ever to be aired on Cartoon Network, which was the Merry Melodies short Rhapsody Rabbit, starring Bugs Bunny.
You're not talking tune. We now present Rhapsody Rabbit with that musical maestro, Bugs Bunny, star of Bugs and Daffy Tonight, weeknights on the Cartoon Network.
A classic and classy short to start the life of the network, and the one to show what the network would be about from the start. The classics. The Cartoon Network had classics, thanks to the aforementioned massive library that Turner had acquired. It had some of the greatest cartoon stars at its disposal, leading to Cartoon Network calling itself home of the top toon stars. And that boast was well warranted. Cartoon Network really did have the top stars. From household names like Looney Tunes and the Flintstones, Scooby-Doo and Tom and Jerry, it also had access to many more obscure stars, like the Chattanooga Cats, Peter Potamus, Devlin, the Hair Bear Bunch, and the scores of Scooby-Doo ripoffs like Jabberjaw and the Amazing Chan and the Chan Clan.
Don't just stand there, do something! Yeah, get us down!
Get us up!
Get us out!
But what was great about Turner's deal, and the fact that they had recently bought Hanna-Barbera before the launch of the network, was it not only meant they owned the Hanna-Barbera library, but they also owned the Hanna-Barbera Animation Studio, which meant that they had an in on new programming and cartoons that they were coming up with, which meant that they would not have to only rely on older cartoons. In a pitch video for the Cartoon Network, they showed that they were already in productions of shows such as Pirates of Darkwater and Fish Police.
They're already busy making new tunes that will end up on the Cartoon Network in the years ahead.
I'm a cop who's a carp.
And would later produce the cult classic cartoon SWAT Cats.
Time to clip his wings, Razor. Roger. Launching turbo blades.
They would also go on to help create what would be Cartoon Network's first truly original programming, but that would not come until a year later.
Howdy, stranger.
In its first year, Cartoon Network would air many of their shows in a seemingly random schedule, but they also had specific blocks to highlight certain shows by theme or characters. Of course, Droopy got his own show with Down with Droopy D.
Let's take a closer look at one of the most active, most exciting, most energetic superstars of the cartoon universe, Droopy Dog.
Well, who did you expect to see? The president?
After moving to Hollywood, Droopy got his first big break, and it wasn't long before fame and fortune were his.
Thank you, sir.
Droopy's film career is legendary, but what about the private Droopy, the man behind the dog?
You know what? I'm happy.
Apparently, Droopy prefers to let his sex symbol status speak for itself. However, Droopy's secret love is music. After years of practice, Droopy Dog is now Droopy D. Vanilla Ice, move over. Back off, Zamfir.
So whether it's his classic acting or his fresh new beats, the world agrees Droopy D is the slamminest pooch in the hood. Get down with Droopy D weekdays at 2 on the home of the Cartoon Star, the Cartoon Network.
But the Looney Tunes shorts had the Bugs and Daffy show.
Bugs and Daffy, they exploded onto the scene. They experienced the usual knocks of showbiz. Now they're back where they belong, in prime time. So break a leg, guys. Bugs and Daffy tonight, weeknights at 9 on the Cartoon Network.
And we even saw the birth of Boomerang, as a block of shows pitched as a way for adults to rediscover their old favorites from the 60s and 70s, and to introduce them to their kids.
The Cartoon Network knows times have changed, styles have changed, you've changed, but your favorite cartoons haven't. Boomerang brings back your toon favorites from the 60s and 70s. Huckhound and Makilla Gorilla, just as you remember them, but now without commercial interruption. Quick Draw and Secret Squirrel, uncut originals. You know you miss them, and your kids don't know what they've missed. So get together for Boomerang, Sunday morning at 10 on the Cartoon Network.
And in a somewhat precursor to Toonami, Super Adventure was a block dedicated to more action-adventure cartoons, like Fantastic Four, Birdman and the Galaxy Trio, and Space Ghost.
By evening, you're pumped, feeling adventurous. You could zap any one-eyed, six-armed rock monster to cross your path in Super Adventures and Johnny Quest.
But the most unique block was called Toonheads, which was originally a late-night block meant to highlight older, weirder, and obscure cartoons centered around some sort of theme. It also included facts and trivia about the cartoons, its creators, and history.
This week on Toonheads, it's Barney Bear Unplugged. Unglued is more like it. This guy is definitely not smarter than the average bear, but he has that special talent for turning the simplest endeavors into full-blown disasters, which is why we've devoted the whole week to him.
For a while, the checkerboard era, as it would later be called, was very light and took little chances, trying to appeal to everyone. The advertisement for the channel emphasized the fact that you could get all your favorite cartoons whenever you wanted, and marketed it to both kids and adults. Promos and advertisement for the network would show everyday people of all ages talking tunes, which would be them replicating Toon sound effects.
We're talking Toon here.
Bam.
All tunes all the time. We're the Cartoon Network.
And the other bumpers would be segments clipped from the Guide to the Cartoon Network special. Most all other bumpers would be very simple and mostly using clips from the shows, punched up by a narrator, letting you know what to expect from the show.
Know your tunes. A 60-second lesson in tune evolution. First, there was the Stone Age. Move rocks all day. Come home to a little brontosaurus on the butt. Then, along comes the Space Age. Push-button living, the perfect marriage of man and machine. Of course, some things aren't so different. Take transportation, exercise, housework, or the challenges of raising a family. Dads are still dads. Teenagers are still teenagers. And the boss is still the boss.
You're fired!
And what about man's best friend? He's still around. Which just goes to prove, the more things change, the more they remain the same. Catch the Flintstones and the Jetsons. Weeknights beginning at 8 on the home of the top Toon stars, the Cartoon Network.
To celebrate the launch of the network, a crossover event was held on Black Friday of 1992 across the Cartoon Network, TNT, and TBS, who ran simultaneous events and marathons called the Great American Tune-In.
It's unbelievable. Check out the Johnny Quest Fest on TNT, or switch to the Bugs-a-thon on TBS, and be sure to catch Toons A to Z on the Cartoon Network. So touch that dial, because no matter where you turn, there's another tune. The Great American Tune-In, all day the day after Thanksgiving. Remember, there's always room for more tunes.
TBS hosted a Bugs-a-thon, a 24-hour marathon of 52 classic Bugs Bunny cartoons, followed by the Jetsons Meet the Flintstones, and the Dr. Seuss classic, How the Grinch Stole Christmas, kicking off the Christmas season.
When what to your wondering eyes did appear but a Grinch-looking Santa and Max his reindeer. He slithered with a smile most unpleasant. He took the roast beast, he took every present. Then he exclaimed as he slunk out of sight, I'll stop Christmas from coming if it takes me all night.
TNT presented a Johnny Quest Fest, a 14-hour marathon of Johnny Quest episodes.
It's TNT's Johnny Quest Fest, all day today on TNT.
And finally, the Cartoon Network hosted Cartoons A to Z, featuring animated stars from A to Z.
And at the crack of dawn, clock said 9, but something sure seemed wrong. My house was changing, and so was I. Things were rearranging, now I realize why. The weirdest thing I ever seen was bugs hanging from the moon. Get me out of here!
At the start, Cartoon Network was not available on all cable packages, but since they had the power of Turner behind them, they were able to push for more reach, including a promo VHS tape in 1993 called A Taste of Cartoon Network, which gave, as the name suggests, a taste of what you would get by requesting Cartoon Network from your local cable provider.
The tape you're watching is just a taste of the Cartoon Network. An appetizer, a mere morsel of what you can expect from the first and only 24-hour Cartoon Network. Why, if you had the Cartoon Network, you could have breakfast each morning with Bernie Burnout and the Morning Crew. 4 hours of your favorite Toon stars, like Huckhound, Quick Draw, Adamant, and Wally Gator. And then do lunch with the Smurfs, Tom and Jerry, and Droopy. There's also a superhero afternoon snack to tide you over until you sit down to dinner with the first families of the Cartoon Network, the Flintstones and Jetsons. And if you haven't had the banana splits for dessert yet, fill up on Bugs and Daffy tonight and settle your late-night appetites with Toonheads, a unique blend of the bizarre and unusual. Imagine 24 hours of your favorite Toon stars for you and your whole family. As you watch this video, remember, it's only a taste of what you'd see if you had the Cartoon Network. So contact your local cable operator and ask them to add the Cartoon Network to your basic cable lineup.
As well, in 1993, we got an even bigger version of last year's Great American Tune-In, now called the Great International Tune-In, as it was now being broadcast internationally on Turner's channels in Latin America and Europe.
The Great International Tune-In, el viernes 26 de noviembre.
The Great International Tune-In was a crossover event between 6 Turner channels around the world: TBS, TNT, and Cartoon Network in the US, TNT and Cartoon Network in Latin America, and TNT/Cartoon Network in Europe, since the two were technically on the same channel, sort of like a modern-day Adult Swim situation.
Good evening and welcome to TNT.
Since this was an international event, and therefore larger in scope, the network felt it needed a host of some kind to bring it all together, which led to the birth and introduction of Cartoon Network's first original cartoon star.
Hello, I'm Moxie. Welcome to the Great International Tune-In on TNT, TBS, the Cartoon Network. Best tune-in ever. I come from planet Dogtavia, and on my planet, I am the ruler. Someday, dogs will take over the world. Ah, ha, 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 ha.
Moxie was a computer-generated character first used to host the Great International Tune-In. In a leap forward in animation technology, a real-time animation rig was used to control his actions and movements, making him a very early example of what we would consider a modern-day VTuber.
Wow! Do an impression of Guns N' Roses.
Do an impression of Guns N' Roses?
Yes.
Okay.
He was voiced by comedian Bobcat Goldthwait. During the tune-in, he would appear in hosting segments where he would interact with real-life kids, ask them questions, crack jokes, and so on.
It's the Great International Tune-In! But more importantly, it's me, Moxie, and I'm showing you a cartoon so funny, they make your spleen hurt. And you're watching them along with people all over the world on TBS, TNT, and the Cartoon Network. Do you guys speak any other languages?
Yes.
What language do you speak?
They speak German.
I wonder how they say spleen in German. Ah, spleen? Say, hello from America.
Hallo von Deutschland.
Are you-
Deutschland? Von Amerika.
Deutschland?
Amerika.
Yeah. Toya, what?
After the tune-in, Moxie's show premiered proper on December 5th and would run for 2 years.
And now, it's time for the Moxie Show!
Hi, I'm Moxie, and, that's Fleet, and,
Think you better dance now!
Moxie Show, also known as the Moxie Pirate Show, was not so much a show per se, but really a sort of variety show, which would see Moxie running a sort of pirate TV station, along with his new Flea sidekick, voiced by Penn Jillette of Penn and Teller fame.
Hey, I was watching Bruce Flea.
My show's gonna be on. I'm gonna be a big star.
But in later shows would be replaced by Chris Rock.
Moxie, something's been bothering me. What, Flea? What's up with that nappy-wappy orange do you got working?
Convertible hair. Hey, at least I got hair. All you got is, what is that on your head?
This, my friend, is a brim, and it's down by law.
The show would be another excuse to show classic cartoons with these new interstitial shorts of the two characters. While many consider this to be the first Cartoon Network original show, I tend to personally disagree. I can say that Moxie was Cartoon Network's first original character, but the Moxie Show is less a show and more just a less educational version of Toonheads.
You just need something that you say all the time that people relate to you.
I got it like I'd say, howdy, stranger, where are my slacks?
There is evidence of a pilot episode of the Moxie and Flea Show, when Chris Rock was voicing, which seems to be a full actual original show, but it didn't lead to anything.
I don't understand this. Our brain probe shows no reading. The intelligence content of the orange one here is nil.
But it wouldn't be until 1994 that Cartoon Network would not only get its first truly original program, but a major boost in its connection to older audiences.
Space Ghost!
Space Ghost first debuted in 1966, paired with Dino Boy shorts, on a show called Space Ghost and Dino Boy. Space Ghost was a space-traveling superhero voiced by the former Laugh-In star Gary Owens, who, with his sidekick, Jan, Jace, and a monkey named Blip, would travel the galaxy fighting crime and supervillains like Zorak, Moltar, and the space pirate Brak.
Aha! Space Ghost's Ward. If he had answered that call, it would have meant your finish.
While his original series only lasted 2 years, he got a revival in 1982 as part of the Space Stars, where he appeared with other space heroes like the Herculoids, Astro and the Space Mutts, and the Teen Force.
Together in an interstellar battle against evil. Blast off on adventures as big as the cosmos itself. Race, poised on the edge of time with Space Ghost and his young friends.
But while Space Ghost was fairly well known and fairly popular as a superhero, he would become a household name when he retired from the superhero game and entered the wild and crazy late-night talk show circuit.
Who is that?
Who's what?
Who is that singing?
You mean the one singing?
No.
Like that? Eep, op, orc,
No, the one who sings.
Oh, her. Betty Rubble. Wednesday night at 9, only on Cartoon Network.
Ghost Planet Industries, later known as William Street, was originally a team of 3 veteran Turner employees: Keith Crawford, Andy Merrill, and former mailroom employee Mike Lazo, who were appointed to run a former studio which was now being used as a storage facility for Turner tapes. The trio would be responsible for helping to produce footage for the Moxie Show, but it was still being handled mainly by the Hanna-Barbera side. But when TBS started producing original cartoons like Captain Planet and Two Stupid Dogs, the trio decided to take this shot. The 3 attempted to pitch their show ideas to Turner himself, but were quickly kicked out of his office, being told that if Cartoon Network did not start bringing in more money for the company, they would not be giving funding for any original projects. Thankfully, the 3 didn't listen.
You better not pout. You better not cry. You better not shout. I'm telling you why.
Because we said so.
It's a Space Ghost Christmas. Wednesday night at 11, only on the Cartoon Network.
Since they had access to all the Hanna-Barbera footage, they decided to use the footage from Space Ghost and Dino Boy, and interview footage that CNN already had access to create a shoestring pilot, which would later be released on the Volume 2 DVD set.
Hello, everybody.
I'm Space Ghost, and welcome to my show.
With pilot in hand, the trio went back to turn it a pitch. And this time, they are granted 10 whole episodes. And the rest, as they say, is history.
Greetings, I am Space Ghost. Welcome to the show. Appearing with us on this episode will be the comedian Judy Tenuta and the dissident Dr. Timothy Leary. Say hello to my band, Zorak and the Original Way Outs.
First premiering in April 15th, 1994, Space Ghost Coast to Coast followed the premise of Space Ghost coming back to the public space as a talk show host, bringing with him his old enemies to help. Zorak, the lone locust of the apocalypse, is now the band leader, leading his band, the Original Way Outs.
What y'all doing?
Y'all?
Yeah.
You learn to talk like that.
Hattiesburg.
What were you doing in Hattiesburg?
Kicking it.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Well, that's interesting.
It is interesting.
Tom, is that interesting? No.
And Moltar.
What are you anyway, Moltar?
I'm a poorly drawn lava kind of a molten man.
And a poorly drawn lava kind of a molten man.
Working as the director of the show. What made Space Ghost very unique is that it was an animated talk show that would have real-life guests, some random, some comedians and friends of the network who have worked on projects for Cartoon Network before or since.
Tell us, what's your secret identity?
My secret identity? Like if you saw me in real life?
Yeah, like if he saw you in real life.
Joey Lawrence.
Get out! I've got your album.
Yeah, girl, you know it's true.
And even some surprisingly big names.
Greetings, citizen.
Greetings, Space Ghost.
Go on, tell everyone who you are. Come on.
I am Charlton Heston.
Yes! Our first Academy Award winner.
Really?
The interviews themselves would be recorded as normal interviews, being conducted by a random crew member, and then cut up and used to build the episode and its script around. In fact, some of the full uncut interviews can be seen in different places.
We're rolling tape now.
Thank you, citizens at CNN LA.
Greetings.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and start now.
Okay.
Here we go. Greetings, Citizen Matt. Welcome to the show. Have you seen my show?
Oh, yes. I make it a habit of watching all shows that rhyme. Space Ghost Coast to Coast, of course. Dennis the Menace.
Everything about this show was one to keep it cheap. And that's not to disparage the show in any way, shape, or form, since this is a show that has lived on in the memories of its audience to this day, and have spawned a whopping 5 spin-off shows, including Cartoon Planet, The Brak Show, and the mother of them all, Aqua Teen Hunger Force. No, when I say as cheaply as possible, it was a way for a new studio to make something creative with the resources that they had. In a behind-the-scenes video, they showed the process of taking the assets of the original Space Ghost show and manipulating them in order to be used on Coast to Coast.
This is from the Space Ghost Utility Research Kitchen.
This is where Space Ghost Coast to Coast comes together, where editor Tom Roach pirates animation from the old series.
All the elements live on this one tape. They're all here. We use this one 90-minute tape over and over again.
To turn his cartoon character into a talk show host with for-real guests.
We start with just Snow, and then from Snow, we put the guest in. So what we'll do is we'll take this shot, we'll take the mat, and key that right on top. Now, there's Michael Stipe. Now, I put him in a box where I can move him around. Then we move to this shot, and then Space Ghost and Michael Stipe are ready to carry on a conversation.
The show's main cast was very minimal, only consisting of Space Ghost, played by voice actor George Lowe, who this was only his second credited voice acting role, the first being, funnily enough, a superhero parody, Super Ego, in the cult classic Beetlejuice cartoon, which also aired on the network.
Super Ego! Oh, gee, can I have your autograph?
It would be my pleasure, citizen.
Co-hosts Zorak and Moltar were both played by the late great C. Martin Croker, an animator who created promos for TNT Toons in the early 90s.
TNT Toons!
He would continue to voice Zorak and Moltar in various projects and work with Cartoon Network until his tragic death in 2016. Other Space Ghost characters would also pop up, including Brak, played by series co-creator Annie Merrill.
All hail Brak!
No!
Let Brak do the intro! Live from Ghost Planet, it's Brak!
No!
Let Brak sing the theme!
No, 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 no!
La 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 la
Coast to Coast was the first time Cartoon Network was able to break out a little, escape the mold, and try something different. And even with its slow start, it was able to surprise everyone and start a new wave of older viewers to the network. But by 1995, it was time for Cartoon Network to rely on more than just old libraries and Frankenstein monster versions of those old shows. It was time to take some chances.
This is Cartoon Network. All tunes, nothing but tunes, all day, every day, all around the world. The tunes are taking over. This is Cartoon Network. You are now in the Cartoon Universe. And the tunes are in control.
The Cartoon Network in the early days always had the ability to show some of the best cartoon movies they had access to. 1994 would see the airing of classic Hanna-Barbera movies such as Jetsons Meet the Flintstones, Scooby-Doo and the Ghoul School, and even the animation classic Charlotte's Web. But in 1995, more specifically January 28, 1995, we would see an event that would be the start of a revolution in both the network and animation itself.
You asked for it, and now the Cartoon Network's going to give it to you. 6 hours of intense Japanese animation with Robot Carnival, Vampire Hunter D, and Twilight of the Cockroaches.
Nice move!
It's the Cartoon Network's Night of the Vampire Robots, Saturday night at midnight on the best place for cartoons.
Cartoon Network would air a special 3-movie marathon to showcase 3 anime movies. They were a huge left field airing on a young network that seemed to be tailored more to children. The 3 films in question were Robot Carnival, Vampire Hunter D, and Twilight of the Cockroaches. The films had previously aired on the Sci-Fi Channel on their own Saturday anime block.
You've never seen anything like it. The energy, the imagination, the beauty. Those who know call it anime. You'll call it amazing. The Sci-Fi Channel Global Showcase presents the American television premieres of Robot Carnival, Lensman, and Vampire Hunter D.
But while the Sci-Fi Channel airing was slightly edited, the Cartoon Network versions were even more so. Even with it airing so late at night. It was a huge turning point for the channel. Whereas before, the only anime that would air on the channel was G-Force, aka Gatchaman, it would be the first step to Cartoon Network's long and fruitful relationship with anime. But we would need to wait a few more years for that broadcast to start. For now, Cartoon Network was about to start another animation revolution, in the form of their own original shows. Hanna-Barbera had plans to expand way back in 1992, when the network was still in its infancy. Fred Siebert, the president of Hanna-Barbera, wanted to start a shorts program to find the next big show. With the backing of Ted Turner himself, the call was put out for animators across the world for pitches. According to Siebert, quality didn't matter much to the cable operators distributing the struggling network. They were more interested in promising new programs. That seems like setting up a disaster, but it would turn out to be one of the best things to happen to the network, and the start to a push in creator-owned animation that would set Cartoon Network apart from the rest. Once the call went out in 1993, over 5,000 pitches arrived to fill the 48 spots available. When the smoke cleared, we had a collection of young and hungry animators, who, while unknown at the time, would be later known as some of the biggest names in animation. A new generation, a new hope. Genndy Tartakovsky, Craig McCracken, Ron Rossetti, Butch Hartman, John R. Dilworth, Seth MacFarlane, Just a few of the unknown names involved in the What a Cartoon program over the years, who would use the program as a springboard to success. Even veteran creator Ralph Bakshi produced a short for What a Cartoon, although his short was considered too risque for a full series order.
Don't stop playing. Whatever you do, don't stop playing.
To promote the airing of each short, Hanna-Barbera produced a series of posters and sent them to various critics and animation heavyweights. On February 20th, 1995, in a sort of crossover with the popular Space Ghost Coast to Coast, a world premiere tune-in special was produced.
Van Particle, Lokai, Pat Ventura, Metallus, Craig McCracken, Black Widow, Gendy Tartakovsky, Transit, and Gino Mato.
Hosted by Space Ghost himself and judged by the Council of Doom, several directors, part of the Cartoon Network program, were interviewed, including Pat Ventura.
Tell us about your cartoon.
Yucky Duck is a very hapless character. He tried to please, but no one appreciates it. It's like the world against him. Everything he touches just fouls up.
Yeah.
Van Partible.
Citizen Van, you chose the Danish. Why?
I have no idea. It was the only thing there. It was either a bagel or this cream cheese frosting thing.
Food selection category. Council gives. Council would have chosen the bagel. Bad decision, Van.
See, what I'm trying to do is chew and talk at the same time.
Talking with your mouth full category. Council gives. Ooh, Van. Things aren't looking good.
Gene Matos.
Just beamed in from the old Enterprise. Thought I'd say hi.
Shatner method acting. Council gives. Goose eggs.
Gendy Tartakovsky.
Tell us about your cartoon.
Yeah, Dexter is a boy genius, and
survey says
Dexter's stupid.
Ooh. What do you say to that, comrade?
Well, he can just go and have his own opinion and won't bother me at all.
Hey, look at me!
Self-restraint category. Council gives. Council gives.
And Craig McCracken.
What do you do?
I make cartoons. I make the Powerpuff Girls about these three little kindergarten-age superheroes who fly around and beat up bad guys.
Oh.
Bunch of pansy frou-frous with overgrown, mutated eyes, if you ask me!
We're not asking you.
The episode was used as a lead-in to premiere the first ever world premiere tune, which was the Powerpuff Girls. A cartoon that, despite some issues in development, would go on to be a worldwide phenomenon for the network.
Powerpuff Girls!
A new tune would premiere every week or so for the rest of the year, taking a little gap between August and November. Shorts included Dexter's Laboratory, another future powerhouse of the network, Yucky Ducky, Johnny Bravo, another cartoon staple, Dino, a short produced by Hanna-Barbera themselves as a spin-off to their own established series, Fat Cats, Fish and Chip, Mina and the Count, and Cow and Chicken. While some shorts would receive additional episodes, only 4 of the original first year's shorts would be picked up for full series orders. After each short was aired, it would be paired together with 3 other shorts and re-aired in the What a Cartoon show, which would re-air periodically in the schedule. Alongside the premiere of these new tunes, we also saw the premiere of a brand new program on Cartoon Network, Mr. Spim's Cartoon Theater.
Get ready for the grand opening of the most amazing theater in the world, Mr. Spim's Cartoon Theater. Sunday, right after the debut of the brand new world premiere tune, Mr. Spim will be opening his doors for the very first time to show you the Cartoon Network premiere of Race for Your Life, Charlie Brown. It's one of the all-time great toon movies starring everyone's favorite bald kid, Charlie Brown, and Snoopy, of course. So be there opening night at Mr. Spim's Cartoon Theater, Sunday at 7 p.m. on the greatest place for cartoons, the Cartoon Network.
One of the many spin-offs to come from Space Ghost Coast to Coast would begin to air around this time.
Hi, my name is Brock. Watch Cartoon Planet every night at 6. Every night with me, Brock. Watch it. Cartoon Planet on Cartoon Network.
Originally airing on TBS, Cartoon Planet was a sort of sketch comedy show that was originally used to introduce various cartoons and shorts to the Turner Library. These segments would include Space Ghost, Zorak, and Brak, using the same footage as shown in Coast to Coast, but with a newer setting. Different segments on the show would include songs,
Say that I'm a silly so-and-so.
So-and-so.
Tell me I'm not clever, cute, or cool. Trump on my big toe, darling, I still love you so. I'm just a crazy lovesick fool.
skits where the hosts would interact with each other,
Hey, buongiorno, everybody. This is Nebraska, and it's time for learning to talk Italian. A lesson one.
If you were in an Italian restaurant and you wanted to order the soup of the day, you would ask for the zuppa di giorno.
Zuppa di giorno.
And were you interested in the squash of the day, you would ask for the zucca di giorno.
Zucca di giorno.
and solo segments like Zorak's horoscope, Brak's school days, and mailbag day.
Here's a letter from one of my adoring fans. Dear Space Ghost, have you ever seen a lamb on top of a water tower? Do you like coffee and turkey giblets? You are a giant porkhock. How nice. Do you know knick-knack paddywhack? Do you wear boxers or tidy-whities? That's none of your beeswax.
Down the line, the show would move to Cartoon Network as a collection of the segments with no cartoons to set up. The show and segments would become so popular that the segments and songs would be compiled onto 2 CDs released by Rhino Records, who Cartoon Network had a partnership with.
Hey, everybody. We're partying to our brand new record, Space Ghost Surf and Turf.
22 tiki torch tunes like these.
Mashed potatoes.
Bad bug, bad bug.
I like bananas because they have no bones.
Zorak's got the blues.
Mooka Looka, Holla Walla.
Space Ghost Surf and Turf is available on CD and cassette at Sam Goodies and Musicland.
Hey, let go of my pants.
So tell me again about the 79 countries.
It's like this. Cartoon Network's the same in those countries as it is here, except for little differences.
Example.
Okay. Know what they call pound puppies in Paris?
They don't call them pound puppies.
Nah, they don't have pounds in France. They have the metric system.
Then what do they call them?
They call them Les Puppies Royale.
No way.
Yeah.
Well, what do they call Smurfs in Spain?
Like a Smurf is a Smurf. They just call them Los Smurfs.
Los Smurfs?
Yeah, and in Morocco, Morocco mole is just called mole. Wow, 200 million served.
I can't see over the wheel.
As Cartoon Network would continue the world premiere tunes into 1996, including the debut of Courage the Cowardly Dog with the short The Chicken from Outer Space, and Pizza Boy, one of my personal favorite shorts,
I gotta deliver this to the Arctic Circle. Let's make class.
they were also starting to dip their toe into preschool shows, as well as live action.
How many things can your child do with a pair of socks, a cardboard tube, a hat, and 2 spoons? When you watch Big Bag, the possibilities are limitless. So open the Big Bag and open your child's imagination. Big Bag will only be on Cartoon Network.
Big Bag was a program co-produced by Cartoon Network and the Children's Television Network, now known as Sesame Workshop, which was a live-action preschool show featuring human characters and Muppets created by the Jim Henson Company.
And vacuum every place. Vacuum here. Vacuum over.
The show centered around a Muppet character named Shelley and his best friend Bag, who ran a general store and learn and interact with different characters. The show ran from 1996 to 2000, with reruns airing until 2009. Despite this, it is a show that is mostly forgotten, not being available to watch in any form apart from 5 VHS releases of the series. Big Bad would be the first and only live-action show produced by Cartoon Network until 2007.
From Children's Television Workshop, the creators of Sesame Street. Brand new to video. A full hour of non-stop surprises. Big Bag.
Something cool is coming your way. Full of ideas and ready to play. Let's do something fun today. Big Bag, you can do it. Big Bag, get into it. Big Bag.
Cartoon Network. All right, boys. Cartoon Network.
Here I go, I'm about to freak the flow. About the
Cartoon Network.
And things they show. We got the Super Adventures, Toon Heads, and Late Night. It's black and white, but everything's alright. But I'll break it down a little bit more. Tell you what they have in store, what it's tunes you're looking for. We got Fred Flintstone and Barney Rubble. My man Top Cat, he causes trouble. Tom and Jerry, Bugs Bunny, Popeye, Adam, and Droopy D. But let's not forget about my homeboy Quest, Space Ghost, Centurions, and the rest of the Galaxy Trio and the Fantastic Four. You know we got more in store. Secret Squirrel and the Banana Splits. Thunder the Barbarian gives fits to the villains. Magilla Gorilla is still chillin'. How much is the monkey in the window over there? But here come the Jetsons flying through the air. And we got the Smurfs running around over here. Right around the corner is the Hillbilly Bears. Penelope Pit, stop calling flat but no spare. So Ali Action Free, my man Dastardly and Muttley, they be rolling with the MC. The morning crew with Snagglepuss, and you know he's real true. Yeah, but moving right along, cause we're coming to the end. And pulling up the rear is Yogi and his friends. So tune in and gather round if you wanna be down. We got the best tune stars around.
Cartoon Network. All right, boys. Cartoon Network. 1, 2. Cartoon Network. All right, boys. Cartoon Network. 1, 2.
1996 would also bring the airing of the first full show to come out of the One-Up cartoon program.
You do not have to be a genius like me to figure out that my new show, Dexter's Laboratory, is brilliant. Yes, I know, with my sister Didi around. Things sometimes do not go as planned. But every great scientist must overcome obstacles. Mine just happens to be an oversized sister. Watch my new series, Dexter's Laboratory, every Sunday at 3:30 on Cartoon Network. What does this button do? Oh, nothing.
Dexter's Laboratory was a cartoon created by legendary animator Genndy Tartakovsky about a boy genius who spends his days working in a super advanced laboratory, which he keeps secret from the world and his parents. However, his sister Didi always seems to infiltrate his defenses and manage to disrupt and destroy whatever it is that Dexter's working on.
Okay, thank you, dear. But I want to press the button.
The idea and conception for Dexter and Didi were created all the way back when Tartakovsky studied at Cal Arts back in 1990, when he created an early pencil test of what would become the What a Cartoon short, Changes. After graduation, he would work with some of his classmates and future Dexter's Laboratory collaborators, Craig McCracken, Rob Renzetti, Paul Rudish, and Lou Romano, on the production team for Two Stupid Dogs, before being offered a job on The Critic. Not satisfied with his position there, he would be offered a chance by former Two Stupid Dogs producer, Larry Huber, who had seen the pencil test for Changes and thought it would be perfect for the upcoming What a Cartoon program. Tartakovsky took that chance, fully developed Changes into a full short, and would be the second world premiere tune to air after the Powerpuff Girls.
Hey, check out the buzz on Dexter's Laboratory.
I like the cartoon because it's about a scientist that likes science.
It was really cool. The music was awesome. The characters were cool. I liked the little girl. Her voice was great. The colors are great. The animation was great. It was funny and crazy.
I liked the cartoon because I thought it was funny and cute. Thank you for letting me call in. I didn't like the cartoon because it was dumb. It was so stupid.
We loved the cartoon. It was really, really funny. My 8-year-old son sit here and laughed the whole time it was on. It was really cute. It was child-oriented, and we want more.
It was very entertaining. And to me, it was as good as some of the old Warner Brothers cartoons. It was funny. I liked it.
Thank you. Reminds me of home. It's great.
Tune in for Dexter's Lab this week, and only this week. Then tune in Sunday night at 7 for our brand new world premiere tune on the best place for new tunes, the Cartoon Network.
After its airing through various phone campaigns, focus groups, and web votes, it was voted the most popular of the What a Cartoon shorts. And even with the success and the creation of a second short, Big Sister, Tartakovsky did not expect much in the way of a full series order. But luckily for all, Dexter's Laboratory was in fact approved for 6 half-hour episodes, and its first spin-off segment.
Now a little rhyme about my brother. By Diddy! My brother Dexter is so lame, always bragging about his brain. That doesn't rhyme. Does too. Where was I? Oh yeah! He makes these machines that are very impressive. If you ask me, he's just a wee bit obsessive. Diddy! And when I pick the lock on a stupid old dory, he screams, Diddy, get out of my laboratory! Get out of my laboratory! See?
While actually first airing on TNT, it would soon make its way to Cartoon Network proper, and air with 2 segments, and a sort of spin-off segment, Dial M for Monkey, in which an ordinary-looking monkey in Dexter's lab lives a secret life as the superhero Monkey.
After countless experiments, all testing proves negative. No enhanced abilities, no physical mutations, no nothing. It seems you shall never become anything more than a mere monkey.
Monkey, this is Agent Honeydew. Help us.
Another spin-off segment came later named The Justice Friends.
The Justice Friends, 3 of Earth's mightiest heroes, joining forces under one roof
To face the challenge of everyday life. Starring Major Glory, Val Hallen,
and the infraggable Krunk in The Justice Friends.
This is where we take the time to answer letters and email from you, our beloved viewers. Welcome to Cartoon Network Response. Here's a letter from Laverne. Dear Cartoon Network, what about the last episodes of The Pirates of Darkwater? I really, really want to know what happens to them. Laverne, what a great question. You are in luck, because right here in my hand are the only existing copies of the lost, never-before-seen episodes of The Pirates of Darkwater.
Watch as the cat laps the milk. Lapping and lapping and lapping.
Hey, who's been messing with the tapes?
Lapping and lapping.
What the? Oh, wouldn't you know it? Somebody must have taped over the last episodes of The Pirates of Darkwater. Well, until next time, pen pals, stay tuned for more of your letters right here on Cartoon Network Responds.
1997 would be the final year of what is known as the checkerboard era. With the end of an era would begin the beginning of a new revolution in the history of Cartoon Network, a block that would become a mainstay for the channel, and one that would help bring a genre of animation more mainstream attention than ever before.
This broadcast is intended solely for the enjoyment of our audiences. Any rebroadcast, broadcast, or retransmission without express written consent of Toonami and Cartoon Network is strictly prohibited.
Toonami was a block of programming hosted by Space Ghost director Moltar, showcasing more action-oriented cartoons, including anime. It wasn't the first block to air anime like this in the West, but it was the first to market to kids and teens to actually acknowledge its Japanese origins. Anime was just beginning to trend in the US, and Cartoon Network was taking advantage of it, and a new market of slightly older kids who wanted more action.
I'm Santa Boots. We're gonna chew you up and spit you out.
Now battling second, playing the 430 slot, are the classic heroes of the Super Friends.
He's gonna fire that laser beam at us.
Goodbye forever.
For major offensive support, Dragon Ball Z stays in the 5 o'clock position. And the anchor, our cleanup man, is still Johnny Quest at 5:30. Purists may have some trouble adjusting, but trust me, you'll be pleased with the results.
All we've got to do now is follow it. Crazy.
Although in its first year, it wouldn't be close to the Toonami most remembered. Apart from being broadcast from Ghost Planet and hosted by Moltar, its initial years broadcast would consist of Voltron, Thundercats, and the Real Adventures of Johnny Quest, as well as Cartoon Roulette, which would be a random superhero action cartoon already airing on Cartoon Network at the time. While a very simple block show-wise, its style and attitude would catch on in a big way. It just needed some time to stretch its legs. Back on Cartoon Network proper, the What a Cartoon program was still going strong. The first cartoon to air this year was the second, technically third, pilot of Johnny Bravo, which would get its own series aired only a few months later.
Say, baby, how's about you and I?
Out of my way, mister.
Get off of me, you son of a handbag. That ought to teach you a lesson in manners.
And one of the most prolific shorts, Larry and Steve, created by then unknown Seth MacFarlane, whose concept of a talking dog and a dim-witted Irishman would later go on to be developed into what we know as Family Guy.
Listen to me. If you don't get me out of here, I will be put to sleep. Are you listening? Do you understand me? You will be indirectly responsible for the resulting euthanasia.
Oh boy, they got enough kids over there as it is.
Watching the short, you can see many early aspects of Family Guy, including pop culture references.
Pardon me, would you have any yellow redneck mustard?
Star Wars jokes.
Look, this is your landlord. You still haven't retained my weed whacker.
And random non sequitur jokes, which may be considered early cutaways.
Hi there! Welcome to Quality Furnishings with quality, affordable items and only the finest in customer service. Just ask our spokesman, Mickey the Xenophobic Scotsman.
While many shorts wouldn't be picked up for full series orders, 1997 brought 2 new series that were born from the program. The first, airing in July 14, 1997, was the story of a man just trying to find love, or at least a foxy mama, Johnny Bravo.
Hey, come here. What are you doing Monday night? Around 8 o'clock. Because I got this show on Cartoon Network. Oh yeah, the Cartoon Network. Sure, they love me. A little closer. Anyway, I was thinking we could do a little video dating.
Johnny Bravo, Monday at 8 on Cartoon Network.
Aw, can't we hire someone to do this kind of thing?
Created by Van Partible, Johnny Bravo started as a short called Mesa Blues, about an Elvis impersonator that Van created for a senior project. But after graduating, he didn't have the type of portfolio that any studio was really looking for. But after his animation professor showed his work to a friend who worked at Hanna-Barbera, they loved it, and invited him to create a short for the What a Cartoon program.
As you can see from that script, your new show's gonna have it all.
Right, yeah. Get to do some karate. Good, some close-ups on my hair. That's good. Some flexing. Show off those muscles, mama.
Something wrong?
Well, yeah, something's wrong. You forgot the hot little mama's side chick. I'm not gonna do a show without someone with curves standing next to me.
We'll see what we can do.
Look, baby, try not to get any of your weird jelly stuff on my hair.
Johnny Bravo, premiering Monday at 8 on Cartoon Network.
The character was changed from a straight Elvis impersonator to more of a James Dean-like figure who only talked like Elvis. Johnny Bravo would get 2 What a Cartoon shorts and a spin-off short of Jungle Boy, which would make its way as a segment in the show proper later on.
Well, it looks like the day has been saved again thanks to Jungle Boy. It seems as though Jungle Boy has single-handedly captured the hearts of millions here in the jungle.
He is just too darn cute. Yeah, he's what all my kids talk about. Jungle Boy this, Jungle Boy that.
He dammed up the river using my buds.
Strangely, though the show was picked up and aired a full 13-episode season, it would be put on hiatus for 2 years for retooling, in which time Van Partible would be fired and a new director would be assigned to the job. After 2 more seasons, the show would again be put on hiatus for 2 more years, where Van Partible would be hired back to direct the 4th season, 2 specials, and even further down the line, a special called Johnny Bravo Goes Bollywood, which only aired in India.
I told Jeeves a direct flight to Indiana. 72 hours, 5 stopovers, 4 different countries. Oh well, I guess coach class beats air class.
Despite its troubled development, it's a series that's still remembered fondly, despite not being available to stream at the time of this writing, and only having 1 season ever released on DVD.
Hi, I'm Johnny Bravo, and hey! What the? Now, hold on Mama! Sorry about that, folks. Hey, look, I'm counting.
Another show that's both remembered yet somehow forgotten, airing just 1 day after Johnny Bravo premiered, was the utterly bizarre creation that was Cow and Chicken.
Come on, Cow, our commercial's on. We gotta tell people about the new show.
Cow and Chicken, a new series coming July 15th on Cartoon Network.
Created by David Feast, Cow and Chicken followed a cow named Cow and a chicken named Chicken, raised by 2 human parents named Mom and Dad. How did this combo come to be? They don't really care how.
Chicken, that's a good way to lose a beak. Ah, shut up, Cow. Mind your own beeswax. What?
The show was carried by legendary voice actor Charlie Adler, who voices Cow, Chicken, and the Red Guy, a devilish character who is always trying to cause chaos. Oh, and doesn't wear pants.
Oh, shoo! Dear sweet grandma, safe and sound.
The pilot / what a cartoon short of Cow and Chicken was titled No Smoking and showed the Red Guy, here actually referred to as the Devil, trying to kidnap Chicken and force him to hell by getting him to smoke cigarettes.
Don't take him. It's not the right thing to do. And Mom says to stay away from big naked guys. Back off! I'm a big chicken. Think I'm a little chicken? No, I'm big. Gotcha! Cow! Cow! Cow!
Cow is to save her brother by turning into her Super Cow persona.
Super Cow! Arrestate! Oye, Diablo!
While the pilot also worked as a sort of anti-smoking PSA, it was rarely aired on TV afterwards because of its portrayal of smoking, and the fact that the Red Guy was referred to by name as the Devil. In the show proper, he would not have a solid name, usually just being some pun on the fact that he was pantsless.
Sorry, Mr. Slacksoff. Come on, Dr. No Pants.
Geraldo Rear Viewer!
I am Baron von 9-Lederhosen.
Dr. Bottom.
You been pantsed?
Oh, yes, I have.
The show was a rather unique one, pushing the limit on gross-out humor, slapstick, and adult jokes. So much so that it ran into controversy with one-time airing of an episode called The Buffalo Gals, an episode that aired once and has never been included in streaming or any releases of any kind. The episode was essentially one big lesbian joke about a group of lady bikers who go around munching carpet.
Excuse me, sir, but who are you guys?
We're the Buffalo Gals! Oh, the Buffalo Gals! A motorcycle riding gang that randomly bursts into people's homes and chews on their carpet.
Buffalo Gals?
Not a huge surprise it was banned, but the question should be how it got aired in the first place.
Who are you?
I'm Captain Cluck. I want to be an action hero like the ones in this comic book.
Oh, really? That's a DC comic with superheroes who possess special powers and secret weapons. So what's your secret weapon, Captain Cluck?
A 500-pound partner.
Medic.
Available at Big Planet Comics.
And tell them Captain Cluck.
The show also had its own spin-off that started as a segment on the show and became its own half-hour show later on. I Am Weasel.
Hello, folks. Network star Weasel here, letting you know that the Baboon and I are going to have our own show. As I was saying, we will no longer be part of the Cow and Chicken Show. In TV talk, I guess we'd be called a spin-off.
Catch I Am Weasel in its new half hour, Thursday at 8, only on Cartoon Network.
Baboon, I demand you cease that at once.
Making me. I Am Weasel follows Weasel, played by Star Trek The Next Generation star Michael Dorn. Weasel is the perfect guy who's great at everything. That perfection makes him the most loved creature in the world. The only one who seems to have an issue with Weasel is a baboon named Baboon. Baboon is the polar opposite of Weasel, in that he is bad at everything. And many times, his actions to try and one-up Weasel causes issues that Weasel has to correct.
This are shrinking ray I are discovering. This ray will shrinking Weasel and I are until we very, very piggy into hypodermic needle, and then we squirting into bloodstream.
While some episodes of the show would be included on various compilation DVDs and on and off streaming services for a bit, it would never get a real DVD release, except for Australia and the UK for some reason.
Cartoon, mister, what's that? No.
Cartoon, since you ask. It's something I don't bother to repeat. Say it more than once and move your feet. I said, move your feet!
Cartoon. That like a man's man.
Yes!
Like doing the can-can in Bora Bora whilst eating bonbons?
Yes!
Cartoon! The union of two similar elements.
You're killing my show, kid. Baboon! Yes! Cartoon, I think you'll see, is the most unequivocally doubly named thing on TV. Don't you agree? Don't you agree?
Like wearing a muumuu.
Yes.
With a tutu!
Yeah.
That's a no-no.
Mm-hmm.
Or a lulu.
Baboon!
Hey, cartoon!
In 1997, cartoons like this started to be presented under the title of Cartoon Cartoons, which would separate them from either the legacy content on the channel or shows that they had gotten from syndication deals. While not the title for every original Cartoon Network show, it would be assigned to most comedy cartoons produced for and by Cartoon Network.
Yes, Cartoon Network is the home of the greatest cartoon stars, but just because they're stars doesn't mean they don't make mistakes. It's bloopers of the cartoon stars.
Take one.
Got it.
I'm so happy!
Cut!
What?
You're not really happy, you're sad, get it? It's funny!
If you say so.
Jetson! You're hired! Fired!
Cut! It's not funny till somebody gets hurt. Take eight.
Cut!
Oops! Zoinks! Sorry, Scoob.
Jetson! You're fired!
But Sister Maceley.
Take 42.
So next time you're watching Cartoon Magic, just remember some of the hard work our dedicated professionals put in behind the scenes on the home of the greatest cartoon stars, Cartoon Network.
Fix the sign.
As Cartoon Network was winding down the checkerboard era, they would add more and more original segments in between shows and commercials. Some would be things like clips, just showing random clips from random episodes, from random cartoons, usually Looney Tunes. But there would also be original animated segments that would be either unique advertisements about different shows or the channel itself. These types of segments would signal the start of 1998, known as the Powerhouse era, what many would consider the channel's peak.
Dexter? Woo! Prizes!
Not just prizes, Dee Dee. It's the big prize in Dexter's Duplication Contest, where one lucky winner's room will be transformed into their very own laboratory, just like Dexter. To win the big prize, just send in your name, age, address, and phone number to Dexter's Duplication Contest, P.O. Box 7555, Atlanta, Georgia 30357, or enter online.
And a big phone, and a big computer, and a big... Hey, you're not Dexter!
Enter to win the big prize. And remember, there are still hundreds of other great prizes to be won.
And a big weird zappy thing, and a big telescope, and a big fake Dexter!
So keep watching Dexter's Lab every weeknight at 8 on Cartoon Network and enter to win the big prize. Big Sister not included. Brought to you by the all-new DZ with new stuff all the time. It's never the same zone twice. Are you ready for the new DZ?
1998 was another big year in establishing the Cartoon Network legacy. It began what is known as the Powerhouse era. Named so because of the main theme of Cartoon Network at the time was the song Powerhouse.
Cartoon!
While checkerboard promos were mostly reused footage put on a checkerboard background, with Powerhouse, we got brand new animated bumpers for almost every show airing on the regular Cartoon Network schedule, as well as new Up Next spots to show the upcoming schedule. In the start, these programs would be voiced by legendary actor and Simpsons alum Phil Hartman, although 1998 was also the same year of his tragic murder, so that didn't last long.
If you can build a better mousetrap, the world will beat a path to your door. Tom will anyway. Tom and Jerry will return.
The Powerhouse era would also bring a new avenue for airing movies, with the introduction of cartoon theater.
From a prehistoric journey through the land before time to a tiny immigrant's inspiring American tale. From the dangerous quest of a dog called Balto to the television premiere of Batman's first animated movie, Cartoon Network brings you the finest feature-length animated films on television. It's Cartoon Network's Cartoon Theater, Saturday at 8 on Cartoon Network.
With a new, more classy look from the previous iteration, Mr. Spim's Cartoon Theater, with still a bit of goofiness in the bumpers. Cartoon Theater would continue to show cartoon movies from the vast library of titles. The first movie aired being The Land Before Time.
It's a typical day at Cartoon Network, where the cartoons are...
I have to go potty! Must be the cute alarm.
Now let's see who you really are.
Hello, Daphne.
You know what you call a test tube with a college degree?
What?
A graduated cylinder.
The Animaniacs are coming to Cartoon Network, premiering next week at 8:30.
I still have to go potty.
As the network grew, it would also gain more syndicated shows from its WB partners, such as Animaniacs, Tiny Toons, Freakazoid, and the wildly popular Batman the Animated Series.
I am vengeance, vengeance, vengeance. I am the night, 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 the night. Vengeance, 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 vengeance. I am Batman. New tonight at 7.
These were shows that were previously aired on Kids WB, but would make their way to Cartoon Network along with other WB shows to help strengthen the roster.
Our job is out there.
That means the end of transmission from over and out.
Changes would also come to Toonami in the form of a new schedule and more anime. Thundercats was dropped from the schedule, as well as the random superhero cartoons. However, Super Friends was added to the schedule, along with Beast Wars. In the way of anime, Robotech would also be added, as well as Sailor Moon, which was a big show to diversify the channel, as not just something for action, but something that would be considered more of a show for girls. That can still be enjoyed by boys.
This one's going out to all the ladies.
I am Sailor Moon, champion of justice. After her. Feel a strange force here. You want to see action? I'll give it to you. Sailor Scouts are here.
But the biggest premiere would be the show that would end up being a boon for not only Toonami, but for the channel in general.
Get ready for a power trip.
We're not here to bow down to your demands. We're here to fight. Bring it on!
Dragon Ball Z was a manga/anime series created by Akira Toriyama. It was actually a sequel series to Dragon Ball, although that would not be licensed and aired on the network until 2001. Funnily enough, Dragon Ball was the first series to be licensed by Funimation Productions, now known as Crunchyroll. However, that series dub was cancelled after only 12 episodes due to low ratings and syndication. Years later, Funimation would try it again to syndicate Dragon Ball Z and contacted Ocean Studios to produce a dub, as they did with the initial run of Dragon Ball. The series was also censored to make it more kid-friendly, removing violence, blood, and even mentions of death, referring to it as moving to the next dimension, which in the canon of Dragon Ball Z is kind of the case. These edits also reduced the episode count from 67 to 53, and brought edited lines such as,
"Too bad it's Sunday. Those buildings would have been filled up tomorrow.
I've got a crick in my neck."
This series was also cancelled in syndication, although unlike Dragon Ball, its ratings were strong. The reason for the cancellation seemed to be due to Saban, who helped with the production, wanting to focus more on their own work, and their newly formed Fox Family Channel and Fox Kids Network. Looking for new and action-packed content, Toonami would begin airing the Ocean Group dub, as well as the first 3 movies.
The new Dark Age has finally begun! Vengeance will be mine!
They came and kidnapped Gohan.
They would steal a child with a key to immortality, but now they must face his father, the Earth's greatest champion.
Where's Gohan? You can't win! Let's go!
His name is Goku.
Can't beat me, I'll take you all on!
This time I'm gonna finish you off for good.
Bring it on!
He will see the return of his son, pray for those who took him.
I will rule this and every other world!
This Friday, the battle for our planet begins again.
I will never die!
Cartoon Network presents a special Dragon Ball Z movie, Dead Zone. Friday at 4. Only Toonami.
That is no ordinary kid.
Flash.
The series did so well in Toonami that more episodes were ordered, but since the episode were done with a production company Funimation was no longer in business with, they decided to redub the episodes they already did, along with dubbing the new ones. Thus was born the first Funimation dub, a dub many Dragon Ball Z fans still know today.
Today at 5, Toonami gives you more power.
That kid's gonna be stronger than all of us. I can do it. We're here to fight.
Dragon Ball Z. Today at 5. Come by and watch the fireworks. Your wish has been granted. Full on. Only Toonami.
This would be the start of something big for Toonami. While they were originally pitched as being a place for action cartoons, they couldn't say that they were the place for the best action cartoons on the planet. But it wasn't just Toonami getting a new hit for action, and though Toonami was airing Sailor Moon, they wouldn't be the only place that we would see girls kicking ass.
on Cartoon Network.
Safety first!
Saving the world before bedtime.
The Powerpuff Girls originally aired in the very first What a Cartoon short, and now finally airing its first episode over 3 years after that. Created by Craig McCracken, who during his time at CalArts created a short called Whoop-Ass Stew, which while very early, still had many of the recognizable elements in the Powerpuff Girls show proper, including some villains like the Gang Green Gang and the Amoeba Boys. There was just one major difference.
Sugar, spice, and everything nice. These were the ingredients chosen to create the perfect little girl. But Professor Utonium accidentally added a can of Whoop-Ass to the concoction. Thus, the Whoop-Ass Girls were born. Using their ultra superpowers, Blossom, Bubbles, and Buttercup have dedicated their lives to fighting crime and the forces of evil.
Now, as you can probably imagine, even with how good a show may be, a name like that was never going to fly on a kids' network. So after a lot of work, the name Powerpuff came up with, and the first short moved forward.
Phone! Coming. Yes? Yes? Blossom's here. Blossom! Telephone!
Okay!
Here she comes.
More issues came up as the original pilot did not go over well with the test audience of 11-year-old boys. McCracken, later recalling how they said, "This is stupid. Little girls can't be heroes." The fact they didn't have fingers and bug eyes didn't help. So there was a plan to redesign the girls altogether.
Craig panicked that afternoon, and he came back that evening and redesigned the whole show in a night.
I went, they're too weird. They don't have fingers, they don't have ears, and some people thought they were bugs.
I was in that focus group. I had a problem with the fingers.
But I got this call from Mike Lazo, and he basically told me, he said, "Craig, look, we like this short, and I know you got a negative reaction, but I'm much more interested in a negative reaction than a lukewarm reaction."
However, Mike Lazo believed in the show, and this belief paid off. Not only was the original What a Cartoon short the highest rated of the bunch, but when the first episode of the proper series aired on November 18th, 1998, it was the highest rated premiere in the network's history at the time.
Hello there! What can we do for you?
Powerpuff Girls! The paste monster is terrorizing Townsville! The city is infested by thieves are robbing the Townsville bank! Over this Joe! Paste monster! Fuzzy Lumpkin Powerpuff Girls! Someone has stolen my clothes!
No job is too big or small for the Powerpuff Girls. Fridays at 9.
The premiere would snowball into one of the Cartoon Network's most popular and most profitable shows. It would consistently be the network's highest rated show, and while there would be merch here and there for Dexter's Laboratory, and of course the well-established Hanna-Barbera names, Powerpuff Girls had merch of all kinds. Toys, video games, cereals, candy, apparel, and something called a Sea Watch.
The Powerpuff time is 3 p.m. Yes, ma'am. What?
And would eventually get a real honest-to-goodness theatrical movie. It was so successful, Cartoon Network would try to reboot it years later, with diminishing results.
Don't let your kids watch it!
Powerpuff Girls left such a mark on the mainstream that a member of the Gang Green Gang even became a member of the popular band, the Gorillaz.
I want you in the picture, that's why I'm calling you.
Needless to say, the impact the Powerpuff Girls had is one that cannot, and more than likely, will never be forgotten for many years to come. And it came from one man's creativity and one executive's willingness to give it a chance.
My ability to talk with fish is of no help, Wonder Woman.
Nothing can save you now, super fools. What? The Powderpuff Girls?
Ugh, why do people always get that wrong? It's Powerpuff! No D!
How informative. Well, there is a D in destroy, as in destroy them. Destroy them!
Thanks, Powerpuff Girls.
No prob. We're big fans of old school.
You girls are developing into quite the superheroes.
Someday we'll be as developed as you!
As the What a Cartoon program was just airing its biggest hit to date, some changes were being made to it. It was ended in 1997 when Fred Siebert, the original frontrunner for the program, left Hanna-Barbera to form Frederator Studios. It was taken over by then Cartoon Network Vice President Sam Register, who turned it into the Cartoon Show, going off the new Cartoon branding already in place. This new program would hope to do the same as the original, create new shorts that would hopefully catch on into the next big hit. The first of these shorts to air, around the same time as the Powerpuff Girls, was called Kenny and the Chimp.
Well, if it isn't Chimpy and his dim-witted twin brother Kenny, welcome to the secret laboratory of Professor Tripper and Trillides! What? Yes, the crab claw is a minor setback in a super secret experiment I'm conducting to wipe out that reprehensible PTA board once and for all!
Created by Mr. Warburton, who had previously worked on previous hit shows like Doug and Pepper Ann, the short would focus on a boy named Kenny and his chimp, getting into wacky hijinks at the lab of Professor Triple Extra Large.
Now, Chimpy, you're not supposed to be messing around with these jars. There's bad stuff in them. Like this one here called Salmonella Fitzgerald. Sounds like the name of that famous jazz lady. But it's probably actually a super deadly disease. That is why chimps should not be allowed to touch these jars. Chimps are just not careful.
While the short itself didn't lead to anything, it wouldn't be the last time that we would see Mr. Warburton's work on the channel.
Stupid Tita Tata doesn't not even work.
On the cusp of a new millennium, 1999 would bring more changes and more possibilities. The year would kick off with one of the first original Cartoon Network / Cartoon cartoons that didn't have any kind of connection to the What a Cartoon program.
What is that?
That is Ed.
How about that?
That's Ed.
I thought he was Ed.
No, he's Ed.
Is that not what I said?
No, you said he was Ed.
Is he an Ed too?
Well, he's an Ed, but he's not Ed.
Which Ed is he not?
Neither one. He's Eddie.
So he gets a Y.
A-Y.
Why?
That's right.
But he's an Ed because he starts with Ed.
No, he starts with Ed and Ed catches up.
So it's Eddie, Ed, and Ed.
No, it's Ed, Ed, and Eddie.
What's the difference?
It's much less confusing that way.
Ed, Ed, and Eddie, coming this January to Cartoon Network.
Ed, Ed and Eddie focuses on the misadventures of 3 similarly named friends who spend their days trying to scam the other kids in the cul-de-sac for Jawbreaker money.
The Lawn Chairs Orbit Earth Ride is ready.
Ticket booth ready. Petting zoo A-OK. They'll push, they'll shove, they'll pay big bucks to come to our Edland.
The series was created by Danny Adonici, a previous animator on shows like Smurfs and The Velveteen Rabbit, and the creator of something called The Brothers Grunt.
Let me tell you about 6 wild cats. A monastery, yeah, that's where they're at. Their lives were simple, relaxed, and fun till Perry became the chosen one. Chosen one, he's the brother named Perry. Oh, he freaks, he blows the monastery. Story of the brothers Grunt. Ooh, they're always out on the hunt. Yeah, out of their minds, oh, indeed they are. Trying to find Perry, Frank, Tony, Bing, Dean, Sammy. It's hard to find out for which you hunt, and when your speech is a bunch of grunts, and when you have incredible needs for cold martinis and melted cheese. The story of the brothers Grunt. Ooh, they're always out on the hunt. There they go, out of their minds. See ya, trying to find Perry. The story of the brothers Grunt. Boom!
He originally created Ed, Edd n Eddy on a bet and pitched the show wholesale to Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon. But since only one network would give him the creative freedom he demanded, he went with Cartoon Network.
1 year ago, we embarked upon our most ambitious project to date. This January, we hope to finish it. Ed, Edd n Eddy, coming this January to Cartoon Network.
Ed, Edd n Eddy would go on to be one of the longest-running cartoons, even more so than the Powerpuff Girls, with Danny being there every step of the way, finally culminating in a finale movie that would, in a way, wrap up the story of the Eds.
Beloved parents, it is with great shame that I regretfully confess we are not long for this world! It wasn't my fault, I swear! Save yourselves! The horror! Do what we done! In case of movie break glass...
Bingo! A peanut? Cheap movie.
Cartoon Network offers this forum for opinions and editorials from our cartoon stars.
Hi, I'm Zan.
And I'm Jaina.
And we're the Wonder Twins. Today we'd like to talk about what's real
and what's make-believe.
That's right, Jaina. You see, some people might watch our show and think that they too can change into a big sheet of ice.
Or a giant gorilla.
Right again, sis. The thing of it is, we're superheroes from another planet with lots of special powers that most of you Earthlings just don't have. Wonder Twin powers, activate!
So before you go and try to mutate into an algorithm rhythm tiger...
or a giant bucket of ice water...
remember this simple phrase.
Wait a minute. How come I always change into something lame like ice? I'm always a wave or a puddle.
I don't know, Zan. This isn't the time or the place to get into this.
Well, when are we going to talk about it? What kind of superpower do I really have? I mean, when you get right down to it.
Zan, relax.
I could get beaten by a sponge. Wouldn't even have to be an evil sponge.
Just drop it, Zan.
I'm serious.
The opinions expressed in this editorial are not necessarily those of Cartoon Network or its affiliates.
With the new Cartoon came more changes, the biggest being with Toonami. Apart from the new shows like Reboot, the still popular Powerpuff Girls, and Ronin Warriors, Toonami would receive a revolutionary new upgrade.
So it's a brand new Toonami, but the mission objectives remain the same. My name is Tom. I'm the new Moltar. Welcome aboard the Ghost Planet Spaceship Absolution, Cartoon Network's first and only interstellar broadcast and exploration vehicle. I'll give you the tour later. From this day forward, she is completely responsible for all Toonami transmissions. I'm taking you guys into the new millennium. No big changes now, same shows, same attitude. New place to do it, new guy to do it with. I'm not gonna waste any more time, let's get back into it. Later.
Toonami moved from a planet-bound station on Ghost Planet to a mobile broadcasting space cruiser known as the Absolution. Since every ship needs a captain, and Toonami needed a host, the new Toonami got both, in the form of Tom, a squat little robot who would lead us all on a new journey across space and some of the best action cartoons around.
Smart heroes think their way around problems.
I figured it out. I know what we have to do.
Look at a situation, see what needs to be done.
Man, I gotta tell you, those two are tougher than I thought.
They also get a little technical assistance. Strong guys are different, not quite as pleasant. Sometimes downright ruthless.
Don't ever try to stop me.
Tom was originally voiced by known voice actor Sonny Strait, known for his roles of Krillin in the Funimation dub of Dragon Ball Z.
I got you good, sucker! I should win an award for that.
And Usopp in the new Funimation dub of One Piece.
You amateur! You call that pathetic blob a snowman? What? Behold, a soulful-inspired work of art! The Snow Queen!
He was joined by the Absolution's onboard AI, Sarah, voiced by singer Sally Timms.
Well, intruder alert.
What are you talking about?
I'm serious. Intruder alert.
Stop it.
Together they would lead Toonami into a more recognizable era, in a format that more people think of when they think of Toonami. It would continue to offer the best in anime and action cartoons, with a new hint of attitude as well as the same game reviews and motivational speeches that were started with Moltar.
There's no substitute for guts.
Well, you've got to stand up to him. What?
I'm talking about gumption, bravery, courage. Courage means having the strength to resist opposition, danger, or hardship.
My dad taught me not to be scared of bullies like you.
It can be a lot of things. Sticking by your friends can take courage.
We stick together through thick and through thin, am I right? All right.
Being yourself takes courage. Think of any of your favorite heroes. They have courage in spades.
I know the odds are against me, but if there's a way to win, I'm gonna find it.
Even some of the bad guys have it. But most don't. Size isn't a factor. Neither is strength.
I couldn't have won this one without you. Thanks, Enzo.
It can't be measured except in action, so you gotta let your actions speak for you. Take it easy for now. Store up that courage and never know when you're gonna need it.
I'll never give up.
It would also frequently feature fan art from all sorts of Toonami faithful.
Like to think you're an artist, don't you?
An artist of great talent, unappreciated by those around her.
Lucky for you, Toonami supports creativity.
I like being unique.
Sometimes going through your letters, we get little presents, like these.
Check it out.
Wow!
Wow.
Magnificent.
Cool.
Amazing.
Mr. Popo and I are both very pleased with
Truly.
We like presents, and got to thinking, how about more?
your turn.
The last Friday of every month, we're putting the best drawings of your favorite Toonami characters on the air. Just send a picture to the address on your screen. If you're lucky, you'll see it on TV. Like these.
Look at that.
Man, he's good. Yeah.
Isn't it awesome?
I loved it.
It's ripping.
Cool. Oh, wait, cool.
Go for it.
Time to go to work.
Good luck.
Carpe diem, baby.
And was never shy about telling you what it thought about certain opinions surrounding them or their programs, such as their open hatred for Johnny Quest and the almost celebratory attitude they had when it was finally pulled from their lineup.
Listen, we need to talk.
That's it, Johnny. The tank is as dry as a bone.
I don't know how to tell you this, but we've been together for a few years now, I know, and lately, things haven't been the same. I think it's time we split up.
What do you mean?
Just for a while. Let's see how it goes, okay? I just want what's best for both of us. You understand? Let's just make sure we stay friends. Take care, baby.
What's going on?
Or the infamous Dragon Ball Z promo, which took out of context quotes from the Wall Street Journal and New York Times articles about how the show, which at the time was referred to as being too violent to show on a kids network like Cartoon Network, and used it as glowing praise for Toonami's then #1 show.
Here comes trouble. See the show the Wall Street Journal calls a huge cartoon hit. Who's laughing now? Cartoon Network has a new #1 show.
Mr. Popo and I are both very pleased with the progress you've made here.
From this point on, there's no looking back. All right, boot camp is about to begin. Bring it on. Critics agree. Quality speaks for itself. Dragon Ball Z. Weekdays at 5 for your win.
same day as the launch of the new Toonami, we saw a further expansion of the block, the Midnight Run.
Hey, Insomniacs! Finally, there's a reason to stay up.
All pilots, man your vortex. All pilots, man your vortex.
Every Saturday at midnight, Toonami's taking over the TV.
Okay, Sailor Scouts, get her! Yeah!
Let's go, team! Power punch!
Precisely!
Toonami, the Midnight Run. 5 hours of your favorite Toonami programming, past and present. Don't sleep on it.
Love it!
Only Toonami.
As the name suggested, the block ran at midnight, and was more of the same great Toonami programming, but in a 5-hour block on Saturday nights. Much like how Toonami is in the modern day.
Looks like we made it just in time.
That cabin door was just about to shut tight.
I guess you're not here, in this row.
Wait a minute. Something's not right.
He's right. These seat numbers here, here, and here read right to left.
Judging by this ticket, I'd say we're in for a long flight. Good thing I brought a thick paperback book.
He's right. And this in-flight magazine is no match for a thick paperback book.
We have got to get to that paperback bookstore.
And the plane is starting to taxi, and fast.
This looks like a job for...
Sir, you need to stay in that seat while this plane is taxiing, and please keep your voices down.
Thank you.
Let's fly commercial. It'll be such fun.
Perfect. Cartoon Network.
They made me check my shield.
Keeping good cartoons where they really belong.
Back on the Cartoon Network front, Mike, Lou, and Og had finally premiered for real.
And putting her on this one. Now make it this one.
Hi, there goes the neighborhood.
The story of Mike, a tomboyish girl from New York, somehow ends up on a tropical island away from modern civilization. However, she's taken in and tries to fit in with the island's residents, and attempts to introduce them to a little of her culture. Lou is the island's princess, part of the royalty of the island, and Og is a soft-spoken inventor, always making different inventions. With a cast of other wacky island natives, it was a show that many remember, but never really made a lasting impression.
Where nobody goes. Me and the girl named Mike. She can think just what she likes. So she's come to a place nobody knows. And your friends are Og and Lou, and their silly turtle too. All on the island where nobody goes. Ain't no school, no test, ain't no other guest, ain't no bus, no car, not way out this far. There's no TV, just to stand and see. Everything is new, what's the girl to do? Come on along and see. It's just more fun with three. All on the island where nobody goes.
But airing on the same day, on November 12th, 1999, is a series that is beloved to the point that it was one of the first cartoons to have had a full DVD set released.
Weirder.
Courage the Cowardly Dog, premiering November 12th at 9 in Cartoon Friday. Shake, Courage, shake.
Created by John Dilworth and coming out of the What a Cartoon program, Courage the Cowardly Dog follows the terrifying adventures of a little scared dog named Courage, who overcomes his fear to protect his owners, Eustace and Muriel, from strange things that happen on a farm in nowhere.
Return the slab.
What?
Return the slab, or suffer my curse.
What's your offer?
The show had a unique mix of comedy and some genuinely unnerving and scary scenes.
Hello, new friend. My name is Fred. The words you hear are in my head. I said my name is Fred, and I've been very naughty.
It was a show that inspired nightmares, as well as humor, and even an uplifting message or two. Clearly a highlight of the cartoons. Speaking of, the cartoons, we're about to get a new home.
cartoon.
Hello, I'm Rick Rickard. It's Friday, June 11th, and welcome to tonight's first Cartoon Fridays lottery drawing.
Cartoon Friday started as a simple way to premiere new cartoons. The original setup of the block was a sort of lottery telethon. They would pick the shows that were playing that night using lottery balls, and would take calls from random viewers to give away various prizes.
Hello, friends. It's the first Friday of the Cartoon Call-a-thon, and the volunteers behind me are eager to start the callbacks. It's an exciting night, but before we do anything else, let's meet our first winner. Everyone ready? Yeah! Cartoon! Congratulations, you've started the summer of winning. We're sending you an Ed and Eddie cap and inflatable chair. Is your name Ed or Eddie? What? Well, you still win. Allie, if you can take that for me. Now, while our volunteers are calling, let's meet someone whose name is Ed. Ed, what do you do?
Wedgies.
Wedgies? Why?
To me, wedgies are a sign of friendship.
Okay, well, we're not going to get that friendly tonight. How many wedgies do you think you've given?
Hundreds.
Great. Well, we're giving away 100 prizes to some lucky winners tonight, and one lucky volunteer is going to get a special wedgie from Ed. Stay tuned for a brand new episode of Ed and Eddie, and more winning.
It would also include other live-action segments and bumpers, including ones with different mascot-like suits of various cartoon stars. Before the year 1999 ends, and before Cartoon Network would move into the new millennium, it had one more big event to roll out.
Remain in your home.
This is incredible. Just knocked out our military.
Twisted genius.
Mobs of people running.
School has been canceled.
World leaders have agreed to his list of demands.
The nation trembles at that terrifying news. Is insane.
Presenting Ego Trip, starring Dexter.
Premiering Friday, December 10th at 7 on Cartoon Network.
The world will be watching.
On December 10th, 1999, Cartoon Network aired its first original TV movie, and what would be the peak of Dexter's Laboratory.
Dexter. Hey, now there's an idea. Blast Dexter. Yes. Blast Dexter!
Ego Trip revolved around Mandark, Dexter's arch-rival, who is able to steal a device from Dexter that is made in the ruler of the world in the future. Dexter must travel through time and team up with different versions of himself from different time periods in order to stop Mandark and save the future.
Hello? Hi. Hello? Hello? Hey. What? Hello? Hi. Hello? Stop it. Who? What? Hello? Hi. Stop it. What? Hello? Hi. Hey. Stop it. What? Hello? Hi. Huh? Hello? Hi. Hello? What? Hey. Stop it!
The film was the directorial debut of Genndy Tartakovsky, and it would certainly not be his last. It would unfortunately be the last Genndy would have to do with the series, being off the series from the remainder of the run. It would also be the last time voice actress Kristen Cavanaugh would voice the character of Dexter, being replaced with Candy Milo for the remaining run.
Yet another scientific success. I must make a personal note of it.
Christine would soon retire from acting in 2001, and would remain relatively secluded from public life until a tragic death in 2014 at the age of 51.
How can I tell if my kid is getting involved with the Dexters?
Oh, well, most importantly is an accent.
You are stupid.
If your child is speaking with an Eastern European accent and is not from Eastern Europe, has not been to Eastern Europe recently, if you don't live in an Eastern European neighborhood and your child is speaking with the accent,
Do not step on my boots!
there's your sign right there.
Dexter's Lab, part of Cartoon Fridays. Friday at 7. You with us?
The year 2000 would bring some changes to Cartoon Network, and one of the biggest would be to the Cartoon Fridays block. In 2000, the show switched from the lottery theme to one that would be much more recognizable to ones who remember.
Is that it?
No, that is not it.
Cartoon Fridays would switch to a show hosted by the stars themselves. Every night would be hosted by a different character, who would welcome the viewer, run down the schedule, introduce new shows and segments, and inform them of what is next as a reminder.
Bellum!
Hello again, everyone.
And boy, has a lot changed around here since the last time we hosted, huh?
That's right. Coming up later tonight, it's Dexter's Laboratory, right after Johnny Bravo.
What happened to Ed, Ed, and Eddie?
Not to worry, sir. Ed, Ed, and Eddie are now on at 10:30, our last show of the night.
I see. And haven't I been seeing a new fellow wandering around the halls?
That's right. That's Sheep, our newest cartoon, and we're going to be seeing another brand new Sheep in the Big City tonight at 9:30.
How exciting!
Hosts would include Dexter, Eustace, Johnny Bravo, Bubbles, and the Mayor.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Cartoon Fridays. I'm Ed. That's with 2 Ds, and I'm hosting tonight.
Hey, how many times you gonna let that disc fall on you, Double D?
Oh, yeah? Well, what kind of imbecile keeps throwing the thing when it keeps smacking you in the back of the head?
Comedy gold, little man.
Oh, for crying out loud! May I continue?
With a change in format and a new look, it would also bring a new way to introduce new cartoons. Cartoon Fridays would bring in a new version of the What a Cartoon program, The Big Pick. The Big Pick was a string of new cartoon pilots that were aired during the summer, and viewers would be able to vote on their favorite pilot, and it would be made into a proper cartoon series. Some of the biggest pilots aired on The Big Pick were The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, Whatever Happened to Robot Jones, Long Hair and Double Dome, and Faux Pas, created by Chris Savino, who would later go on to create the hit show Loud House for Nick.
It's the Gang Green Show on Cartoon Weekend! Congratulations! Gang Green is the new cartoon on Cartoon Network near you! You'll go to the scene. No? Noise? No? Come on, girls! Powerpuff Girls! Let's get out of here! Thank you, dear. Thank you. Those nice young men said they were just looking for their lost ferret, but they turned out to be the Gang Green Gang, up to no good. Fooled again. You rascals. Oh, well. Welcome, everybody, to the big announcement. The moment you've all been waiting for. It is time for the christening of a new ship. No, you're right. That's not it. It's time to give somebody the key to the city of Townsville. What's that? Stop mumbling. Oh, it's time to pick my nose. No, the Big Pick. Yes, the Big Pick. Gosh darn it, I forgot the Big Pick in all of this excitement. Thank you, Miss Bellum, for reminding me. You, the people, have spoken, and the new cartoon is... The Wicked Awesome Gangrene Show is the newest... Hey, wait a minute, that's not right. That's a mid-season replacement or something like that. What's the new show? The new cartoon stars are... Billy and Mandy. Congratulations, and welcome to Cartoon Network, Billy and Mandy. You will have your own show named after you, of course, on Cartoon Network. And you will have lots of toys and action figures named after you. Oh, and limo rides and executive suites. Oh, I do love the executive suites. Such comfortable beds. And the room service.
Eventually, Grim Adventures would be voted as the winner of the Big Pick, and would later air as Grim and Evil.
First day? Sheep in the big cafeteria.
Stick to your own kind.
Check it out, boo-boo.
Hey, gang!
Hey, Fred!
Now that he's friends with the Powerpuff Girls, Fred thinks he's too good for us.
Get lost, sheep. You're on my seat.
This table's reserved.
Villains only.
Come on, Sheep. You can sit with us.
Yes, go sit with the freaks.
Freaks? Have you looked in a mirror? Listen up. When it comes right down to it, we're all freaks. Every one of us. And that's what makes this network great.
Who you calling freak? Yeah!
Cartoon Network, the best place for cartoons.
This is why I never come here anymore.
Cartoon Cartoons would see another big show in the form of Sheep in the Big City, the story of a sheep named Sheep trying to make it in the big city, while also avoiding a secret military organization who wanted to kidnap him to use him in their sheep-powered ray gun.
Finally, I have harnessed nature's most awesome power.
Dude.
Silence! The power of sheep. Ooh. Now, every nation except for New Zealand will quake at our might like this. They go, oh, I'm quaking at the might. I'm so scared. Look at the quake.
Created by Mo Williams, who previously created the Offbeats for the Nickelodeon's Kablam, Sheep in the Big City was a unique show with unique comedy. A lot of puns, turns of phrases, meta jokes, and just things that were plain wacky.
Hey kids, how about a little ranting Swede?
I'll tell you something that steams my clams. Supermarkets. I mean, what's so super about supermarkets? They can't fly through the air. They don't have X-ray vision. They don't rescue damsels in distress. They look to me like plain old ordinary mortal markets. They should say ordinary mortal markets. Come kick me. I can't do anything about it. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And another thing, if they have chocolate milk, why can't they have chocolate hamburgers?
Oh, yeah. Now that's what I call ranting.
One of my personal favorites from this era of cartoon cartoons. And despite it being a well-liked show, and the most popular show at the time when it premiered, it has had no significant home video release. It is not currently available for streaming on any platform.
Sheep in the big city.
We could also be seeing some major changes to Toonami, starting with the first ever tie-in event. The event was called The Intruder, and it would air a new episode daily during Toonami broadcasts. The invader saw a mysterious blob thing invade the Absolution, and Tom needs to figure out what it is and how to get rid of it. Unfortunately, as many viewers would find out, he would not stand a chance in his current form.
I can't feel that door.
I don't think I can stop this thing.
Tom? Tom?
Fortunately, there was a backup plan, and Tom would live again.
Tom, can you hear me? Tom, I can't open that door. I need you on the bridge.
All right. This thing is officially making me crazy.
Whoa. What's going on?
A week after Tom's death, we would be introduced to Tom 2, our new bigger and badder robot host, who made short work of the intruder by destroying a part of the Absolution.
That was easy enough.
3, 2, 1.
Tom 2, while getting a slicker, cooler looking body, would also get a new voice actor who would continue until his current iteration. That being Steve Bloom, who even at the time was an actor with a lot of work under his belt, including one of his most iconic roles being Spike Spiegel from Cowboy Bebop.
Are all the employees here like you? You got some pretty classy moves for a corporate girl.
The more that you know, the shorter your life will be.
I love the kind of woman that can kick my ass.
With an upgraded host, also came an upgraded lineup. With even more anime than before, in strictly action shows, Toonami would start airing Batman and Superman the animated series.
Trouble is brewing in Metropolis. Where's the Joker?
You've got a front row seat for the story of the century, the death of Superman.
The anime would begin airing, started with not one, not two, but 3 Tenchi series: Tenchi Muyo, Tenchi in Tokyo, and Tenchi Universe. At this point, a lot of Tenchi is fairly obscure because of how poorly it has been preserved for physical and streaming releases. But if you want a great video about it, check out Hazel's channel, who I would consider to be the best anime YouTuber active at the moment.
In the near future, one man is despised above all others.
The world will not be destroyed. It will merely change.
A brilliant scientist who decided humanity wasn't worthy of inheriting the Earth.
Mankind has grown too large. So
when the tide rolled in, no one knew it would be forever.
I do not accept this world. To it, I shall always say no.
Now, the remaining land dwellers wage war against the hordes of Zorndike's creation for the right to survive.
We would also see Blue Submarine number 6, as well as the premiere of the series that would become a staple for the block in the same way Dragon Ball Z was.
In the distant future, mankind has reached the stars, but the galaxy is troubled.
What do you think you're doing? Don't fire!
The Earthsphere Alliance rules the outlying colonies with an iron fist.
I'm sure God would understand the steps we're taking.
Isn't it about time you people realized the ones posing the most threat are none other than yourselves? We've had enough!
Those who oppose them...
We won't be needing you any further.
What?
Die. Battles are waged with mobile suits, the key to military dominance. The only hope for the colonies, 5 elite soldiers and their legendary mobile suits called Gundams.
There will be a day when the Gundams will save us all.
What this is war.
All of you are very mistaken, and the Gundams will soon come to rectify your mistakes.
Silence!
Now, these pilots will shake the foundations of the Alliance and change the course of history.
You saw I was a kid and you underestimated me.
Shouldn't be fighting at all!
If they can stay alive.
Those Gundam pilots are desperate. They'll battle even if it means forfeiting their lives. Mission accepted.
It's a Gundam! Enemy attack!
I'll eliminate all obstacles.
Just who are you anyway?
Say goodbye.
Get all mobile suits ready for combat at once!
Gundam Universe, a new chapter in one of the greatest anime sagas of all time. Gundam Wing. Weekdays at 5:30. Suit up.
Those who have laid eyes on a Gundam shall not live to tell about it.
Only Toonami.
The sixth TV series in the Gundam franchise, Gundam Wing was actually considered only a mild success in Japan. However, when it aired in Toonami, it was an instant hit, being the top of the ratings for much of its run. While the standard airings of Wings were of course edited for content, uncut episodes would be aired on the midnight run. It was said that Gundam Wing airing on Toonami was the biggest, if not single contributing factor to the popularity of Gundam in the West. Since it was so popular, it even led to various model kits for the series being more easily accessible in the West.
Earth is in trouble. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! We need the Gundams.
It's here.
All new Gundam Wing action figure model kits.
That's a mobile suit.
Build your own Gundam mobile suit.
A Gundam.
Snap together multicolor pieces. No glue required. Extreme articulation. Pick your favorite or collect them all.
Gundams are on Earth.
Roger that.
Gundam Wing action figure model kits. Only from Bandai.
While edited still on the main Toonami broadcast, airings of Gundam Wing and Blue Submarine were the first real signs of Toonami's push towards an older audience. But this would not be the only time Toonami would push the limit on more adult anime that would premiere. As well, it would not be the last time Cartoon Network itself would attempt to appeal more to an adult audience. Cartoon Network had been experimenting since its inception to appeal more to adults and teenagers in a late-night block. They had already been airing uncensored versions of classic cartoons and late-night airings of Toonheads, Late Night Black and White, and Oh Canada, and of course the recent airings of the midnight run of Toonami, with uncut airings of Gundam. Mike Lazo and the team at William Street wanted to take more advantage of that, and in the style of their previous hit Space Ghost Coast to Coast, William Street would premiere a few of these projects in secret, unadvertised airings at around 5 a.m. We would need to wait a little longer for this era of Cartoon Network to begin.
Another can to adjust your TV set. I, Mojo am controlling transmission. I control the audio. I control the color. I control that little logo in the corner. I say when it comes on or off. On, off, on, off. I can make it bigger, covering half the cartoon. Sit back and watch as I control everything you see and hear. It is time now for me, Moto Toto, and Cartoon Fridays. This is Muto again. I am controlling this part too. Don't think I'm not, because I am. Controlling it, that is.
Cartoon Fridays would see another revamp in 2001. New segments were made with new hosts like Mojo Jojo, Ed and Eddie, Eustace and Muriel, as well as new segments from previous hosts like Dexter and Johnny Bravo.
Cartoon Fridays.
What are you doing here?
I'm the host. What are you doing here?
This is outrageous. I am the host. What's this? Another host? You don't even talk. I do sometimes.
Looks like there's a scheduling conflict. Who did the schedule anyway?
I think Bravo. Such incompetence! Such idiocy!
We would also see the stars of the newest cartoon host, Larry, Otto, and Tud Russell of Time Squad.
So, where are we again? Ancient China or something?
This is not China. It's Cartoon Network.
Wow! Cartoon Network is a history-making channel!
And who do we fight? Them ribbon monsters?
We don't fight anyone, you nitwit. We're hosting a show.
Look out! A UFO! Come on out, you little alien people! I'll teach you to fly around scaring folks!
Wait! That's the
Friday's disc. It's just part of the set.
Oh, don't bother, Otto. He's not listening.
Time Squad revolved around a group of time travelers, whose mission it is to fix any errors or changes that occur in history, such as Eli Whitney inventing a flesh-eating robot.
I wanted to do something to help mankind.
And how is that helpful exactly?
Yeah. I guess I didn't think that one through too well.
Or Abraham Lincoln being a bully.
The shaving cream's fresh. He wasn't here more than an hour ago.
Along with a new series, Cartoon Fridays would host their second and final Big Pick to determine a new cartoon.
Welcome, everyone, to the moment you've all been waiting for, the Big Pick Winner Show. I am Weasel, and you are in for a treat. The votes have been tabulated, and now we're ready to count down the 3 cartoons who scored the highest this Big Pick weekend.
Notable pilots included Kids Next Door, Imp Inc., and The Kitty Boo Boo Show. After weeks of new shows and voting, the Big Pick winner was Kids Next Door, which would be turned into a full-fledged series at the end of next year.
Congratulations to the winner of this year's Big Pick. It's been an amazing weekend, and we'd like to thank all of you for voting for our next cartoon on Cartoon Fridays. Keep your eyes peeled, won't you? So for all of my CCF compatriots and our newest members of the team, Grim and Evil, Hector con carne. Thank you for watching the Big Pick Winner Show here on the Cartoon Fridays Big Pick Weekend. Good night, everyone.
While things were looking good for cartoons and comedy series, they were looking even better in the realm of action. Toonami would be approaching its peak, with even more anime and action, including 3 new Gundam series: the original Mobile Suit Gundam,
Universal Century 0079. Mankind lives in colonies called Sides. But Side 3 has a secret.
Take your sorrow and turn it into anger.
The Principality of Zeon has declared war on the Earth. Now say goodbye. Now, the future depends on a boy with powers beyond comprehension.
Those lightning reflexes, it's like he sees the future.
His name, Amuro Ray. His weapon, Gundam.
The 8th MS Team,
Universal Century 0079. As the one-year war rages on, mass production of Gundam mobile suits has begun. This awesome technology is now given to Federation pilots.
The power of a Gundam.
In the jungles of Southeast Asia, Ensign Shiro Amada commands a squad of these giant suits.
All units ambush formation.
and 0080.
December, Universal Century 0079.
Scramble, form a defensive line.
The one-year war is drawing to a close.
Attacked by 2 dog-type mobile suits.
The Earth Federation has the upper hand in the neutral colony Side 6. Elite Zeon Special Forces are dispatched to destroy the Federation's secret weapon, the Gundam. Zeon's only ally, an 11-year-old boy named Alfred Izaruha. For him, war was a distant game.
Fighting inside a colony, you can't do this!
Caught between loyalties, Al must make the ultimate choice. The stakes, life and death.
Most of which would air during the Midnight Run, due to its more adult subject material. However, what would make it to the main Toonami lineup would be a mix of film noir and giant robo known as Big O.
This place is a town of forgetfulness.
40 years ago, everything we knew was destroyed. The face of the planet changed forever.
There isn't anyone who really knows exactly what did happen.
The survivors left without memories. In the aftermath, a new society has formed.
I perform a much-needed job here in the City of Amnesia.
In Paradigm City, the rich close themselves into giant domes, while the poor must live without protection. But one man stands for something more, and he does it in serious style.
As a professional, I just try to do my best.
His name is Roger Smith, the Negotiator.
Try this.
It goes against my principles, but I don't have a choice.
His allies, an android, a butler,
Leave this up to me.
and Big O.
It's showtime!
As well as Outlaw Star.
Legend speaks of the galactic ley line, offering the ultimate power of the universe to those who seek its glory.
That is the mystery.
Utilizing the latest technology, a living starship has been built with the power to find the galactic ley line.
How did you come by that ship? I must know.
The enemy's weapons are attempting to force open the hatch.
By twist of fate, it has fallen into the hands of an outlaw.
An outlaw not in the habit of listening to warnings.
An outlaw named Gene Starwind.
This is my last shell. You want to taste it?
His luck is about to change.
You must feel Gene Starwind's fate.
Goodbye, Gene. Together with his crew of bounty hunters, he'll take to the stars.
Smithereens, I'll blow him to smithereens! I'll blow him to smithereens!
Outlaw Star. Weeknights at 12:30. Time to roll the dice. Only Toonami.
As well, the mech anime craze would see another show come to Toonami in the form of Zoids.
Premiering Monday, November 5th at 5. Join BitCloud and Liger Zero in their quest to be the best.
Payback time, you spider coward! How can you be so fast?
Area scanned. Battlefield set up. Ready? Fight!
Let's go! Time for a little action. This match just getting started. This is it, team!
Zoids, Monday, November 5th at 5. What are you looking at?
An anime that was actually a sequel series called Zoids New Century in Japan. Like Gundam, it also came with a series of model kits that would make its way to American stores.
Zoids, Mechanoid Combat Warriors. Your skill puts them together. Mechanical precision brings them to life. Build, customize, mobilize. Zoids. Each sold separately, batteries not included, some assembly required.
Much like Cartoon Network, Toonami would benefit from getting shows previously aired on Kids WB. Toonami would get card captors.
I'm gonna make sure that we capture every one of those cards.
For Sakura Avalon, life was all boys and schoolwork.
Does everyone know what their assignments are?
Yeah!
But an ancient book hidden in the basement has changed everything.
You gotta expect things when you least expect them.
When the Cloud Book opened, the world felt its fury. Now, Sakura and her friends must defeat the Cloud cards one by one before they destroy the world.
And the Batman animated series follow-up, Batman Beyond.
Gotham City is a wasteland. Deep in its valleys of iron and steel, superguns wreak havoc.
Who's up for some laughs?
The only hope for the future is the new Batman on the block.
Let's go!
Batman Beyond. Weeknights at 6:30. Justice returns to Gotham. Only Toonami.
As well, they would start airing the original Dragon Ball series in response to the mass popularity of the Z series.
I'm making you both my students from this day forward. Yeah! Here goes!
All right, here goes!
I can't let you hurt people. Real. My turn. I just love fighting.
Speaking of WB bringovers, Cartoon Network would get its first original program from WB Studios.
Justice League, premiering November 17th at 7, only on Cartoon Network.
Working as the ultimate crossover between the WB's previous DC animated shows, Batman and Superman, Justice League would add even more heroes to the animated universe, and team them up to battle even bigger threats. The show and its future sequel series would be seen as the pinnacle of the DC animated universe, and a series that is yet to be overtaken. But even as good as Justice League was, and the new animated they exposed to the audience, another Cartoon Network original would air in 2001, one that would take the world by storm and make an impression for years to come.
It has been many years since that fateful day. Aku returned to take over the world.
I will not fail you, Father!
Samurai Jack. I must return to my own time. Tonight at 7.
After finishing his work on Dexter's Laboratory, Genndy Tartakovsky conceived the idea of Samurai Jack from his inspiration from the Kung Fu television series and his fascination with samurai culture. Samurai Jack was a very unique series for the time. While it did have an overarching story, each episode would still be its own self-contained story, of Jack interacting with a different aspect or setting in this future world. Many episodes would rely mostly on action, with very little comedy or even dialogue, although it would still have its funny moments.
Stupid bounty hunters!
It had a style and design that was like no other, with legendary voice actor Phil Lamar voicing the titular Jack, and the late great Mako as the evil warlord Aku. The show would run for 4 series, but the end of the show's production was so hectic that a proper ending could not be made in time, and while it would be tried many times after, it would need to wait for a while.
Hey, you mind showing Ed to the audio booth? He's got a recording session. Thanks, big guy.
I hope Ugg can find it been so long since Ugg done one. What's your name again? Ed?
Yes, sir. With 2
Early days I walked through place and know everybody's name. Those days over.
Did you hit your head or?
No, it just get crowded.
Put a shirt on, Ugg.
Nice tunic. They sell man clothes where you buy that? You coming?
There's a boy on our show who calls his piece of wood plank. What's your piece of wood's name?
Ugh, talk about timing. You're just the man we need. Could you loosen this mic stand? Bravo was in here earlier, and he just tightened it. And
Cartoon Cartoons would get one more addition to its lineup before the day was out.
I am the Grim Reaper, ruler of the underworld. Or at least I was until I met Billy and Mandy. Those kids don't deserve a friend like me.
Let's go torture the Grim Reaper.
That's it. I've had it!
The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, part of the Grim and Evil Show. Tonight at 8:30, only on Cartoon Network.
The previous Big Pick winner, Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, was finally released as its own show, although it would also be paired with another Maxwell Adams creation, Evil Concarne, to create the show Grim and Evil. While the Grim episodes would focus on the continuing adventures of Billy and Mandy and the enslaved Grim Reaper, Evil segments revolved around a supervillain organization run by Hector Concarne, a former bigwig who is now reduced to just a brain and stomach, piloting a bear body to attempt to continue his work of ruling the world. But as Cartoon Network and Toonami were reaching their prime years, another era of Cartoon Network was about to begin, one that was a little bit more adult.
All kids out of the pool for Adult Swim. All kids out! Swim. All kids out of the pool.
Adult Swim was a block in development for a while, as Cartoon Network and Mike Lazo could see the potential of appealing to a more adult audience. Different projects were teased in various places and cons, but on September 2nd, 2001, it was finally time to enter the pool.
No kids in the pool. You guys are good. That's all kids out every Sunday and Thursday at 10 for Adult Swim.
Come on, let's go swimming.
It is at that time you'll find a nice lineup of shows. C-Lab 2021.
I like my body. I love my body.
Space Ghost Coast to Coast.
Good one, Jace. Oh, yeah, good one, Jace.
Ah, now that's funny.
Home movies.
Name's McGurk, and soccer's the game.
The Brack Show.
Brack, I can't see. Am I on the road?
Not really.
Cowboy Bebop.
How you doing, kid?
Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
Taylor, what are you doing? Here.
Are you ready to rock?
And coming this January is Baby Blues. That's a new one for us.
How can you guys stand that noise?
But keep in mind, no kids under 17 allowed. Adult Swim, Sunday and Thursday at 10, only on Cartoon Network.
The first show to ever air in the block's history was actually a failed UPN show called Home Movies. Created by Brendan Small and Lauren Boched, the show revolves around a kid played by Brendan Small, who coincidentally is also named Brendan Small, and his two friends, Melissa and Jason, making movies and going through little slice-of-life adventures.
It's called the Dark Side of the Law. In a world. Turns out your old partner is gone dirty. Gone mad. He's gone dirty? He's a dirty cop. There stands one.
People don't understand me. I wanted to make a difference.
Cop. Jason, we went to the academy together. Fighting. You were a good cop.
Don't try to sweet talk me!
Against evil.
I set up the bomb then with
Red wire.
3,000 wires.
Blue wire.
And
Green wire.
And if you cut the wrong wire, the bomb
Yellow wire.
explodes.
Injustice.
Think, Melissa. Blue or red? All right, here we go. Clip.
Dark Side of the Law. What do you think? That's... Huh?
You know, is it too early to start writing the speech?
The show only lasted 5 episodes on UPN before it was canceled for low ratings, but the series was pitched to Mike Lazo, who snatched it up after only seeing 2 episodes, seeing its potential immediately. Adult Swim bought the original UPN episodes as well as the rest of the unaired first season, and the show would go on to air a total of 4 seasons on Adult Swim.
Brendan, Melissa, what are you doing?
Nothing.
Listen up, right?
Yeah, what do you think we're doing? We're talking.
Hey, Brendan, you watch your mouth.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey,
Did I
Brendan.
insult you? Yeah?
I'm addressing the team.
Uh-huh.
Right? That means you listen. That means you too, Melissa.
Yes.
Right? I'm looking at you too.
Hey, everybody, guess what?
Hey, Brendan.
McGurk's gonna come after your moms.
Brendan.
That's gonna happen.
Brendan, sit down.
Save your moms.
No, I'm not coming after your mom.
No.
Brendan, you settle down right now. I'm not
This
kidding.
happened to me, I
All right,
swear
that's
to
enough,
God.
Brendan.
No.
Brendan.
I'm not finished.
Brendan.
I'm just getting started here.
The series became a major cult hit because of its mix of improv and clever writing, as well as many cameos from comedic figures, such as Paula Poundstone, Louis C.K., Mitch Hedberg, Jonathan Katz, Em Phillips, and Sam Cedar, to name a few.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm fine.
Yeah? Mm-hmm. I didn't come up here just to talk to you and chat. I was wondering what happened to Brendan Small yesterday. I understand he was with you after school, and, you know, I had a 3:30 practice, and my understanding, Lynch, was that Brendan was going to be at practice yesterday. I need him at practice every day this week because we got a game against Kent coming up on Saturday.
That's a very important game, isn't it?
It is. What do you actually teach, Lynch? I never understood exactly what you do.
It's 4th grade. I teach all subjects except for soccer.
Yeah. Well, I mean, soccer is not the only thing I teach, by the way.
Really?
That's correct. Soccer is fall and winter. I have a spring sport as well, which is also soccer. So I guess I just teach soccer, but it's 2 seasons.
The show continues to be a cult favorite among fans that could be argued helped launch many careers, if not elevate them, including Brendan Small, who would use this as a foot in the door for his own Adult Swim show later down the line. Other shows aired on the block in the beginning were The Brack Show, a spin-off of Coast to Coast, focusing on Brack and his family life.
Hey, can we play too? I should say so. It's our game, isn't it?
Hey, let's wash ourselves. Oh, yeah, then we'll be nice and clean when we get to the future. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, ha, 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 buddy. And no matter how you say it, as long as you say it, but don't spray it, yeah, buddy.
Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law, another Space Ghost spin-off of sorts, focusing on an ex-superhero Harvey Birdman as his new career as a lawyer representing various Hanna-Barbera characters.
State your name for the record. Black Vulcan. Mr. Vulcan, tell us about your superpower. Pure electricity. In my pants.
Oh, my.
C-Lab 2021, a sort of parody of the original Hanna-Barbera series C-Lab 2020, which, much like Space Ghost Coast to Coast, would use animation assets from the original show and animate them into a brand new show.
You just gotta keep cool and figure out a plan. You've been in tighter scrapes than this. Ouch! Ouch! Stop it! Oh, poison! Coursing through my veins. Blacking out. Any second. No. I'm fighting it off. I'm gonna make it.
The block would also air reruns of Space Ghost Coast to Coast.
Where does the courage come from to face the slings and arrows that show me no mercy?
How did you get this show?
Carrot Top turned it down.
And the armies of darkness that show no end.
Pound puppies? You have us following pound puppies. What's the matter? C-SPAN didn't have any reruns you could buy?
Where does the courage come from? A little red light on top of that camera.
We would also see the first anime aired on Adult Swim, Cowboy Bebop.
I got this one nailed. Take your best shot, kid.
I'm sure she's out somewhere screwing up and getting in trouble.
Men are such total idiots.
I'm really not up for this.
There's nothing in this world to believe in.
First aired in Japan in 1998, the anime revolved around a group of bounty hunters in the year 2071. The anime was heavily inspired and injected with American music culture, with each episode name being a music reference. A mix of many different genres, the show became an instant cult hit, allowing it to run consistently on Adult Swim for years, as well as opening the door for even more anime on the block. But after a few weeks of Adult Swim's life, its most iconic show would make its way to air.
Is there anything I won't do? I think it's pretty obvious not. I'm shameless. I don't care what. You want me to tie a monkey to my waist and run around? I'll do it. If the price is right. One time, I ran naked through a bowling alley for $3 and I earned it. You ever spit on animals at the zoo? Lose your keys down the toilet? Hey, I can be bought. Did you ever give a midget a massage? I have. $23.
Aqua Teen Hunger Force, yet another spin-off from Space Ghost Coast to Coast, specifically from the episode Baffler Meal.
Oh, someone doesn't know about the
Master
limited
Shake.
edition collector's cup
Oh,
deal.
no. Hey, Master Shake,
Collect all 4 from the entire Space Ghost gang. Space Ghost, Zorak, Brack, and the NASCAR driver Rusty Wallace.
Where's my cup?
Moltar, how can I put this? You scare children.
The show revolves around 3 anthropomorphic food creatures. Originally, the show had the premise of them being detectives and solving crimes. However, this was only to get their foot in the door and get the series made. The main players in Aqua Teen were Master Shake, voiced by Dana Snyder, the brash, egotistical so-called leader of the team.
Dancing is forbidden.
Frylock, voiced by Carrie Means, the actual leader and brains of the team.
Get in here and look at this! You ever hear a damn refrigerator or a freaking trash can?
No.
And Meatwad, voiced by series creator Dave Willis.
shake. Where is my popsicle?
Please, wait a second.
I require a popsicle every 15 minutes. You obviously did not read the memo.
Is this your memo? I don't even know what this is. No.
Dave Lewis would also voice side character who would turn more main cast named Carl.
Carl, your hands.
Yeah, I know. I see them. They're very big. Well, it was fun. I'm gonna go take a nap now, and then I think I'm gonna call some hospitals.
The series would quickly become a smash hit for the blog. With its random quirky humor and limited animation, it would go on to become Adult Swim's longest-running show before being overtaken by Robot Chicken, as well as the release of 2 movies, one in theaters and one straight to Blu-ray, and even a Christmas album.
Been a while since we reviewed a Final Fantasy game. But let's not dwell on the past. Picked up Final Fantasy X for the PS2. Sit down, it's gonna take a while.
You don't want to move.
Anyone who's played a Final Fantasy game will be expecting big things. Well, it's all that and a bag of chips.
Here we go!
Won't spoil the story for you, but let's just say it's very long. Graphic-wise, it's everything you come to expect. You get 7 playable characters. The battle system's been totally revamped. Maybe the best one yet. Don't worry, all of your favorite monsters are back and look better than ever. Don't sleep on the secret summoning aeons.
I've done it. I have become a summoner.
And make sure you check the mini-games, especially the Blitzball. Don't ask. Remember experience points? They're out the window. The new system involves spheres, ability points, and, you'll figure it out. This time the quest is shorter. Even with the extras, it'll max out at 70 hours. Bottom line, it's the best looking Final Fantasy yet. Check it out before next year when the whole thing goes online. Toonami gives Final Fantasy X an 8 out of 10. Utter wizardry.
2002 saw even more great shows coming to Toonami, bolstering its action library and adding a surprise change to its regular format. Samurai Jack would start to air on the block, which seemed like it would be a perfect home for reruns.
We have come to destroy you. Your search is over. Come and get me.
We would also see the air of the latest incarnation of the Masters of the Universe franchise.
He has come to enslave Eternia.
I am Skeletor, Overlord of Evil.
His power knows no limits.
Have you the faintest inkling to whom you speak?
His hordes will stop at nothing. Unfortunately, they don't stand a chance.
I believe I'm going to gag.
Toonami presents an all-new original series, Masters of the Universe. Friday, August 30th at 6. Only Toonami.
Created and aired 11 years after the previous Masters of the Universe revival attempt, He-Man and the Masters of the Universe was a series attempting to go back to the roots of the original Filmation series, including bringing back writers from the original series and expanding on the origins and backgrounds of the characters.
Battle position! The only thing that can stop his evil horde is a legend no one believes in.
A hero shall emerge.
And a prince with an attitude.
All this battle training is just fun and games.
We would also see 2 new entries to Anime Mix series that had previously aired on Toonami. But in reality, both were series that were a bit older than the originals. The first was Zoid's Chaotic Century, which was the first Zoid series anime produced and aired in Japan before the one that first aired on Toonami.
Fight's just beginning. Fire!
War has awakened an ancient scourge.
It's coming.
What's coming, Fiona?
An evil force that will bring destruction to this entire planet.
The keys to its destruction depend on the courage of a brash young pilot, his mysterious organoid,
Let's get him, Zeke!
and the memories locked in a young girl's mind. Zoid's Chaotic Century, next Monday at 4:30. Now there's a reason to rumble.
Second was G Gundam, the anime that aired right before Gundam Wing in Japan.
Ladies and gentlemen, over the years, Toonami's given you some of the greatest cartoon shows ever made. Now we're proud to present our newest edition, a program about love, honor, sacrifice, revenge, and a whole lot of destruction. Let's get things started. Gundam Fight all set, ready, go!
I will get rid of them with my own hands.
Your crime shall not go unpunished.
You still haven't figured out my true identity. Let's do it.
Now, fire!
What's happening?
They think of the planet Earth as nothing more than a playground. Prove your worth to the Shaolin Temple.
Totally insane.
Take this! My love, my anger, and all of my sorrow! You intend to shoot your own brother? Will never be forgiven!
G Gundam, premiering next Monday at 5, only Toonami.
But with all these new action cartoons, Toonami would get one last new edition this year that would be a little different.
Oh, chicka, 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 when you're in the jam. Remember I'm your ham.
What's going on here?
Oh, cushy, 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 remember I'm your...
Well, they are kind of cute.
What are you standing for? Out of the way! Follow me! If I weren't so excited, I'd be confused.
While seemingly out of place in a block full of action, it did act as a bit of a palate cleanser, and a somewhat foreshadowing of what the block would become in the future.
No messages.
Leave a message.
Hello, Brunhilde. This is Elmer. I met you tonight at the bowling alley. I just wanted to say I had a great time, and I'd love it if you'd call me. My number is...
Leave a message.
555-3833. That's it. I just want to leave my number. Okay.
Leave a message.
I just got out of a very serious relationship with a girl who turned out to be a wabbit, and that's why I'm acting so weird. It's not you. It's me. This is Elmer. Ooh. Fud.
Leave a message.
I don't think this is working out.
Elmer?
Brunhilde? Great.
Don't ever call me again.
Cartoon Network would get more new shows, original and borrowed. The first new show would be Whatever Happened to Robot Jones, a rather odd series with a rather odd history.
Principal Madman. To keep Robot Jones down. Your mission, watch Whatever Happened to Robot Jones. Friday at 9:30 on Cartoon Network.
The pilot originally aired in 2000 as part of the program of Viewer's Choice to see what would get a full series order. And while the show lost out to Billy and Mandy, it was still given a full series order. The story of a robot boy named Robot Jones sent to a human school to learn more about them.
Good morning, humans.
It talks! Nerd.
The series had a sort of 1980s cartoon feel to it, in the way of the animation style and attitude. For the first season, Robot Jones's voice was provided by a Microsoft Word 98 text-to-speech program.
Greetings, humans.
What's up, Robo-Dude? Wanna play some Monkey Kong Jr.?
I accept your video challenge, human. But I must warn you, my uncle is a Monkey Kong video game machine.
However, starting in the second season, the voice was replaced by an actual child actor by the name of Bobby Block, who would also go back to redub Robot Jones lines for the first series episodes for reruns.
Greetings, humans. What's up, Robo-Dude? Wanna play some Monkey Kong Jr.?
I accept your video challenge, human. But I must warn you, my uncle is a Monkey Kong video game machine.
We would also see the airing of the previous Big Pick winner in the form of the now named Codename Kids Next Door.
He's number 1, the leader, definite A-type.
Would you guys quit fooling around?
This is number 2, specialty aeronautics. And number 3, let's call her Breezy. He's number 4, tough guy.
Come get a licking.
And number 5, plays it cool.
What's the worst they can have?
Together, just your average bunch of 10-year-old super secret agents. Codename Kids Next Door. Premieres tonight at 7 and 10 on Cartoon Network.
Kids Next Door focus on the organization of kids ranked by numbers who help defend kinkind from all sorts of threats from adults. The series started with just a small group of KND, labeled as numbers 1 through 5, who would battle against various adult enemies like Sticky Beard, Count Spankulot, Mr. Wink and Mr. Fib, and the Common Cold.
Vitamin C! Too tired! Curse you, kids next door!
But as the series went on, it would expand to show KND to be a more global organization, battling threats all over the world, including the biggest threat, Father.
At first, those kids next door were a minor nuisance. That's why I entrusted you with their destruction. But because of your failures, they constantly interfere with my schemes to have adults rule the world. That angers me. I will no longer tolerate failure. Destroy the kids next door, or else!
Yes, sir. We promise.
Yes, sir. Good. Well, what are you waiting for?
Can we borrow the really, really incredibly destructive machine? Pretty please?
No, okay. But I don't want to see so much as a scratch on it when you're done.
With these original shows, Cartoon Network would also receive more cartoons that were previous hits on Kids WB, as well as finally getting in on 2 of the biggest crazes at the time.
Pokemon, tonight at 9 on Cartoon Network.
Pokemon is a franchise that really needs no introduction. Coming to America with the release of the first Red and Blue games in 1996, it soon exploded in popularity in American pop culture. Soon hundreds of toys, thousands of trading cards, and endless amounts of other merch would be produced, along with more games, and of course the iconic anime series, first aired on Kids WB. Now they had made their way to Cartoon Network, and they were taking full advantage, airing it in regular rotation on the network.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Tonight at 9:30 on Cartoon Network.
Another franchise with no need for an introduction is Yu-Gi-Oh! Based on the manga of the same name and the base for the wildly popular card game, also of the same name. While not as big a hit as Pokemon, it still had a major impact on pop culture and would see even more life on its new home on Cartoon Network. But 2002 was more known for one other major release, one that would be a major focus for the network.
Hi, what's your name?
Cartoon Network presents Blossom, Bubbles, and Buttercup in the Powerpuff Girls movie. 3 mutant superheroes saving the world before bedtime.
Releasing on July 3rd, 2002, the Powerpuff Girls movie was Cartoon Network's first attempt at a theatrical release. With many promos and advertising on Cartoon Network being dedicated to the movie, it was set to be a major success.
Let me tell you about this movie. It's really great. There's 3 girls in it, and they fly around and go, pew, 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 and then this monkey comes in and is like, oh no, a monkey, pew, pew, pew. At least I hope that's what happened.
The Powerpuff Girls movie in theaters now, rated PG.
However, it ended up being a box office failure for a number of reasons, including its lack of advertising outside of Cartoon Network, its change of tone and style from the actual series, and it coming out at the same time as the anticipated Men in Black 2.
Greetings, I'm Space Ghost. I'm here to talk to you about the fantastic new Powerful Girls movie. I haven't seen it yet, but you will, because it has monkeys, I think. Maybe it doesn't have monkeys, but it should. I know it has Powderpuff Girls in it. They're personal friends of mine. Or are they? Find out this Christmas.
The Powerpuff Girls movie, only in theaters July 3rd, rated PG.
The movie itself is an origin story for the Powerpuff Girls themselves, showing the circumstances that led to its creation, the creation itself, and the origin of Mojo Jojo.
Stop! Cease! Desist! Do not continue with your ramblings, for my ramblings are the ramblings to be obeyed, for I am the king, supreme leader, and all-around dictator. Don't you see? All you monkeys are my plan, so your plans are my plans, because you made plans, and my plan was to make you! I plan to rule the planet, not to have my plans planned to stop me! I am your creator! I am your king! I am Mojo Jojo! Obey me!
While it was a box office flop, it would be highly rated among critics and fans, but it would mean that Cartoon Network would not attempt another theatrical release until 2007.
So, Buttercup, what do you enjoy most about being a Powerpuff Girl?
I get to use my fists. A lot.
Any villains in particular you like using them on?
Oh man, where do I start? Well, there's Mojo Jojo, love punching that chimp. And the Green Gang are always hungry for knuckle sandwiches. But lately, my favorite punching bag would have to be Rocco Sacco. He thinks he's so tough. Ooh, look at me in my scary gloves.
You're known as the tough one. But what about your sensitive side?
What about it?
Nothing!
2002 was also a big time of change for Adult Swim. They started leaning in for more action anime of their own that fit with the later time slot.
All kids out of the pool. Adult Swim.
Shows would include various Gundams,
Gundam 0080 complete. Mobile Suit Gundam is next.
Pilot Candidate,
Engage attack right now. 3 victims. Don't let the enemy get anywhere near Zion.
Energy recharge complete.
Pilot Candidate premieres Saturday, February 23rd at midnight.
Tenchi Universe,
Are they all Tenchi's girlfriends?
Well, sort of. Please bear with us.
Where's Tenchi?
Tenchi Muyo.
Yu Yu Hakusho,
This is weird. That's it.
Yu Yu Hakusho premiering Saturday, February 23rd at 11.
Outlaw Star, and Inuyasha.
My name is Kagome. Kagome. You stupid girl. You tried to kill me, didn't you?
Don't be stupid.
Sit, boy.
Inuyasha in particular would be a huge hit for the block, consistently airing on Adult Swim until 2014. Adult Swim would also pick up several more failed shows from other networks, much in the same way as home movies. Although unlike home movies, no additional episodes were ever made under Adult Swim. The shows in question were Baby Blues, an adaptation of the still ongoing comic strip originally aired on the WB. The show was canceled rather quickly by the WB, not even airing the last 5 episodes of its original season. It would only be when the show started airing on Adult Swim that the unaired episodes would be aired. Unfortunately, while a second season was ordered and mostly finished, it was scrapped and written off when the show was canceled, so that not even Adult Swim had access to it. According to the creator, it may never see the light of day.
Yeah, I can't get enough of her soft little neck, and her cute little tummy, and her funny little... Here, she wants you.
Also coming from the WB was Mission Hill, conceived by Bill Oakley and Josh Weinstein, former showrunners of The Simpsons. Mission Hill was also quickly canceled by the WB before the series even finished airing, not completing until it came to Adult Swim. Funnily enough, the WB run ended after part 1 of a 2-part episode, and viewers would not be able to see part 2 of the story until it came to Adult Swim 2 years later.
Leanne, how can you just bring a stranger in here without asking us?
Oh my god, I am, like, so sorry.
I love you guys. Feel how good it feels to feel.
The last show would be The Oblongs, based on the characters from the Creepy Susie picture book created by Angus Oblong, about a family of deformed abominations trying to make it in the world. The show was, no surprise, originally aired on the WB, quickly canceled before the series fully aired, and finished its run on Adult Swim.
Thanks for the hot chow, Milo. Your mother should be beaten with an oar.
While all 3 of these shows would be used to fill time slots in early Adult Swim, none of the shows would see the kind of success that would get them more episodes ordered like home movies. In fact, there were no original Adult Swim shows aired in 2002. But they had plans to change that with a series of pilots to find the next big hit.
No eating in the pool. Tell that guy there's no eating in the pool. What is that, pimento? What is that, pimento cheese? What are you eating? What is that? Sir, what is that? No eating in the pool.
In 2002, Adult Swim would start their own pilot program in an attempt to create even more original shows for the block. The first of which was a show called The Groovians, a series created by surrealist artist Kenny Scharf, with involvement from many names such as Paul Rubens, RuPaul, and the B-52s. The pilot was created for Adult Swim, but would later air on the network proper during the Cartoon Fridays block. Despite the names attached and the use of state-of-the-art CG animation, the pilot was panned by both critics and viewers. It was not ultimately picked up. The show would later be pitched to VH1 and MTV, but nothing would ever come of it. The Finkel Files was a show about a boy with dreams of being a rock star who was instead sent to a school to train to be a rabbi. The Lewis Lectures, a show starring Jack Black as a dog giving lessons of life to other dogs, as well as Saddle Rash, a rather slow and boring pilot about an armless gunslinger in the Old West, which featured several characters voiced by John H. Benjamin.
Well, say, stranger, how'd you lose your arms? In the war?
Nope.
Oh. What, are 2 grizzly bears, one on either side?
No.
Did you sleep on them wrong?
Where can a fella get a drink around here?
The highlight of these pilots was Welcome to Eltingville. Adapted from the short-lived Eltingville comics from creator Evan Dorkins, the story revolves around the Eltingville Club, a group of the 4 most toxic nerds you've ever seen. The comic was originally based on the experiences of the creator, but many of it is toned down for the pilot, although the main 2, Bill and Josh, are still very violent.
That wasn't fair! Josh's fat stupidity got me killed. I should be resurrected.
I can't do that, Bill.
You're the dungeon master, Jerry. You can do anything. Now bring me back to life or I'll kill you!
If you resurrect him, you gotta resurrect me.
Me too! Oh, please!
Oh, come on! Hey, you guys!
Bill! What the hell is going on down there? Nothing, Mom!
Nothing? You call medieval life and death nothing?
The show, like the comic, would highlight the more toxic side of nerd fandoms, something that makes the pilot still a timeless piece that is more relevant to this day.
Oh, please. Oh, please. Please, 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 please. What?
Yes! Yes! I got it! Oh, hey, guys! Guys!
Ah, great. Willabita wannabe. Why can't somebody just put that little geek out of our misery?
It's all right. Oh, I'm okay. Hey.
Oh my God! Come on! Hurry!
Oh.
Got it.
Got
Got it.
Oh, got it.
Oh, got it. Got it.
Got that
got
too.
It. Got it.
Man, what a rip. Thanks for nothing, Willie.
But it also expands the source by adding more side characters and even a little sister for Bill.
Jane, where's Mom hiding her mad as hell money?
It's in her jewelry box, you creep.
Ooh, money, I need that money.
Come on.
The pilot is amazing and miles above the other pilots produced. However, it seems the reason it was not picked up was because of the cost of producing a full series of this nature, which even at a glance was clear that it was much better animated and produced than not only the other pilots, but many of the other original shows on Adult Swim, who mostly relied on either limited animation or reused assets from the Hanna-Barbera library.
Okay, guys, you know the rules. One question at a time, 30 seconds to answer, no hitting, no spitting, and no stupid crap like, what's Lucy Lawless's bra size?
But I knew that one!
As do all sad boys, Josh.
Despite these new pilots being produced and aired, none of them moved forward in production.
I won! Whoa, yeah, I won! Yes! Woohoo! I won! Winner! Oh yeah! I won! Woohoo! I won. Yes! Winner! I used to be nobody, but I won!
Play McDonald's Winning Time Game, and you can win your favorite food, a PlayStation 2 with 5 gotta-have games, or even yank and bank 100 G's in cash.
All that for fries? Yeah. Imagine if you won the PlayStation 2.
The year is 2003. The year the world would be blessed with the ending of one of the greatest movie trilogies of all time, with the release of Lord of the Rings, Return of the King. The video game wars hit its peak with the PlayStation 2, Xbox, and GameCube, with far, far, far too many great games to mention, including Tony Hawk Underground, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, and Beautiful Joe. Beautiful Joe! And the first Simpsons episode of the year would be Season 14, Episode 7, Special Edna.
There's one person I'd like to thank for this. We've had our ups and downs, but I can't imagine life without him. Bart Simpson.
And Cartoon Network was riding high with a mixture of programming spanning 3 different flavors: Cartoon Network proper, Toonami, and the still new Adult Swim. But as this decade would go by, and Cartoon Network seemed like they could do no wrong, we would start to see the cracks forming, all of which we will go over in Part 2 of the history of Cartoon Network. "2003 would be a time of change and risk, the first of which would be a transition away from Cartoon Fridays. The block would end on May 16th of the year, and be replaced with temporary blocks of Summer Fridays and Cartoon Network Fridays, which were just the same basic thing as Cartoon Fridays, showing various cartoons and new episode premieres, but with no host and much more scaled down bumpers.
It's getting late, but we're not done. Here comes more Summer Fridays. Take a look outside and you'll see moths, lightning bugs, and all sorts of creatures at your door. They're not trying to be pests, they just want some cartoon fun too. It's Whatever Happened to Robot Jones, followed by Time Squad. It's all right here on Summer Fridays, only on Cartoon Network.
But soon, on October 3rd, the new Fridays would premiere. Now just called Friday, it was a bit of a departure from the original premise. While still being a show that consisted of playing new and old cartoons, it was now hosted by actual people on an actual set, which included actual kids as a sort of audience.
Okay, we've been patient, right? What do you know about this Kids Next Door contest?
Come on, I don't want to give it all away.
Oh, just give us a taste.
Okay, well, have you ever wanted to be in a cartoon?
You mean like in a cartoon?
Exactly.
Well, yeah, who hasn't?
Okay, well, watch Fridays next week, and we'll tell everyone how one lucky winner is going to be animated into an upcoming episode of Kids Next Door.
Yeah! In a cartoon?
In the cartoon.
The main hosts of the show were Tommy and Zynga, who would introduce cartoons and have little skits with themselves, the kids, and other characters would pop up now and then, which would include Long Haul, the puppet trucker, voiced by Andy Merrill.
What am I hauling? How's a big load of ladders sound to you? Wah! Ha! I thought so. Pretty darn neat, huh? There's plenty of stuff you can do with ladders. Here, watch this video of me using ladders. Look at this ladder. I'm gonna climb it. Hop! Ah! This is one of the many things you can do with ladders. Now watch as I climb down. Hop! Ah! Ah! See, this is the other many thing you can do with a ladder.
Fridays would also play with the format by not only being a place to show cartoons in the Cartoon brand, but also movies and special events.
Well, welcome back to Fridays. It's 8 o'clock right now, so that means...
it's time for tonight's movie.
We're at Pokemon 3, the movie.
Wow, this is the third Friday in a row that we've shown new Pokemon movies, isn't it?
It is, of course. It is November.
November, right. And every night this month, we've had a bunch of new episodes of your favorite shows, haven't we?
All week long, and we still got another week to go in the month.
Another week of November?
Wow, you love saying November. Why is that?
Well, it's just that everybody else is in the middle of November. You know, sounds very negative, November. Hey, it's getting dark earlier. We can't stay outside as late because it's November.
Okay, I can see that.
But not us. No, we're individuals here at Cartoon Network and everyone here who watches us. We're finding the lighter side to the month. A month where many things are fresh and new. It's November. November!
Okay.
Along with these changes, we would also see a change to Grim and Evil, splitting into two separate shows. Other than these two shows, there was not much more new stuff airing on Cartoon Network proper, other than a few acquired shows.
You've only got 55 seconds to get in here.
Yeah. I'm coming already.
If you don't get back in here,
I heard you the first time.
we're starting without you.
Just open the back door.
Why are you always late?
45 seconds is plenty of time. Hey, I'm coming.
Every day the same thing.
Look out, coming through.
We've got a show to do here.
It's gonna be close.
However, things were still flying high on the Absolution with Toonami. This would start with a new change. Unlike the previous Tom, this change would not be presented in an on-air event, instead being told in a digital comic book on the Toonami website. The comic, Toonami Endgame, tells the story of a space pirate named Orcelet Rex, kidnapping Sarah and destroying both Tom and the Absolution. Luckily, Tom is saved by fellow scrapped robots who repair and improve his body, giving birth to Tom 3. The comic ends, of course, with Sarah's rescue and obtaining a new ship, the Absolution Mark II. With a new look and a new ship, also came a new slew of anime and action shows. Anime that was starting to skew more and more adult, including such classics as Dot Hack's Sign.
What happens when a game becomes real and none of the rules apply? For a young sorcerer named Tsukasa, the virtual world of the game has become his reality.
Where am I?
Inside, Tsukasa can fight, make friends, feel pain.
Tsukasa.
The only thing he can't do is log out. Enter the world of Dot Hack Sign, Premiering Saturday, February 1st at 3.
Let me go!
Hate the game, not the player.
Why me?
Only Toonami.
Yu Yu Hakusho.
On the road of life, second chances are rare.
Watch out, kid!
But for Yusuke Urameshi, fate has intervened.
This is weird.
You have all that's required to be detective of the spirit world.
That's a fancy title.
Between the world of the living and the realm of the dead, he is both champion and protector. Yu Yu Hakusho premieres Monday, March 3rd at 6.
Now die.
Only Toonami.
Rurouni Kenshin.
A once legendary killer has taken an oath to protect the innocent and never kill again. But old memories seldom fade, and bad habits die hard. Over here! Rurouni Kenshin premieres Monday, March 17th at 6:30. Only Toonami.
And Cyborg 009.
Black Ghost turned them into cyborgs. All they want is a little peace and quiet.
I don't want to fight anymore.
Cyborg 009. Weeknights at 6. Being happy, you know.
We would also see the premiere of the slightly overhated Dragon Ball Z sequel, Dragon Ball GT.
Goku small.
Do I have to go back to school?
And there's new Dragon Balls.
The star is black?
Sounds like trouble.
Soon all life forms will be robot mutants. How can a little body like that harness such enormous power?
A show so exclusive, we can only show it once a week. Dragon Ball GT starting Friday, November 7th at 6:30. Big things get hit by small packages.
Which was good timing, as Toonami was also airing the last batch of Z episodes at the time. Speaking of action cartoons, both Toonami and Cartoon Network would see, in 2003, the premiere of one of the greatest entries of the Star Wars canon to date.
Summer, you can feel like a hero with Ruffles and Doritos 3D snacks. And Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones. You can collect all the cool 3D Starbase and see the hidden images, only in specially marked bags of 3D snacks. This summer, find the hero inside.
The previous year saw the release of Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, the second film in what is now known as the prequel trilogy. Needless to say, it had a massive cultural impact and seemed to be everywhere in terms of tie-in deals.
What are you guys doing?
Now you can feel like a Jedi with new Go-Gurt glow-in-the-dark lightsaber tubes. There's 16 different tubes for a limited time only.
Mom's gonna be back in 30 minutes.
Cool. 30 minutes.
Star Wars Attack of the Clones in theaters May 16th. You can grab Go-Gurt and go.
A year later, while the world was waiting for the release of Revenge of the Sith, Cartoon Network would release a miniseries called Star Wars: The Clone Wars. Developed and directed by Genndy Tartakovsky, who had already proven his action worth with Samurai Jack, Clone Wars showed stories from the Clone Wars. It was originally developed as a way to see more toys from the Attack of the Clones line, which at the time wasn't really selling well. Genndy would talk about how he was tasked to develop a series in 2 weeks with a small crew, and that it was stressful because I had to translate the world I've loved since I was a kid into something completely different. The first series of episodes would also be the introduction of fan-favorite villain Asajj Ventress, who was originally a scrapped idea from the Clone Wars movie itself, now reincorporated into the miniseries. Needless to say, it was a smash. It's hard to say if it helped sell more toys, but it would for sure inspire another Clone Wars series that would air many years later. It was a peak time for action on Cartoon Network, but they were not done taking risks.
Toonami's always been crazy about robots, but something just clicked, and we've gone crazy.
It's Big Shots making their grand entrance.
Daigon, take off!
Evangelion launch! All forces move out!
Here we go!
For 1 week only, we're busting out some of the best giant robot shows ever made.
Don't hold anything
anything back!
Why? Just because we love you.
Let me give you a demonstration of the tremendous power of my new weapon.
From the latest
Hit it with everything you've got!
Time to end this madness!
to the greatest.
Ready, all guns.
You're under attack.
Prepare to die.
With a little flavor thrown in between.
It's amazing, even Gigantor's here.
Deploy all robots immediately.
Giant Robot Week. All next week from 4 to 5 p.m. starting Monday. The robots are coming.
And so it begins.
Only Toonami.
Toonami aired a special week of programming called Giant Robot Week. As you can imagine, this consisted of different airings of giant robot shows. Many of the shows had to be edited for content, such as Die Guard, Martain's successor Nadesco, and even Neon Genesis Evangelion, which, as you can imagine, was the most censored of them all.
This is man's ultimate fighting machine.
Conventional weapons are no match for the Angels.
Evangelion, move out!
It is mankind's last hope.
Don't hold anything back!
I've never seen anything like this before!
Adult Swim had also been seeing some changes. They had dropped the swimming pool footage and moved to more original swim safety looking bumpers.
Attention swimmers, we've got a new Sunday lineup starting with Futurama, The Oblongs,
That was some road trip.
The Brack Show,
I'm wearing a diaper and I love it!
Aqua Teen Hunger Force,
Oh boy, that's rotten.
C-Lab 2021, The Ripping Friends,
It's ripping time!
Mission Hill.
I'm gonna get me a little.
It all starts Sunday at 11 on Adult Swim.
In late 2003, it would later transition to a style of bumper that would be a staple of the block to this day. These bumps, as they were called, would be text messages shown between shows with different music played over them. They would sometimes advertise new shows, announce what was next, or sometimes just talk to the audience in a down-to-earth and comedic way. These were also accompanied by little artsy bumps, which would be random pieces of art or scenic views with music played over them, another fixture that would continue to this day. In an effort to gain more programming, the block would add more cancelled shows to its lineup, but unlike most of the shows added last year, these airings would mean big things for the shows in question.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday nights at 11 on Cartoon Network. The action cartoon sci-fi comedy drama that redefines action cartoon sci-fi comedy dramas.
What the hell was that?
Futurama!
This is fantastic.
Futurama! It's gonna be fun on the bun. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday nights at 11. And there's only one place you can find it. On a TV equipped to receive action cartoon sci-fi comedy dramas.
What does that mean?
Futurama, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday nights at 11 on Cartoon Network.
Created by Matt Groening, who of course is also responsible for The Simpsons. Futurama follows a delivery boy named Fry, who after a prank pizza order, is accidentally frozen in a cryogenics facility, and is left there until the year 3000.
Oh, how awful. Did he at least die painlessly? To shreds, you say? Well, how is his wife holding up? To shreds, you say?
There he adjusts to this new life as an intergalactic delivery boy, joined by an iconic cast of characters, including Leela, his ship captain, love interest,
A female leader?
Fry, shut up.
Yes, Captain.
Bender, the chain-smoking, beer-drinking, foul-mouthed robot,
Hey, I got a busted ass here. I don't see anyone kissing it.
All right, I'm coming.
and Professor Farnsworth, Fry's distant nephew, who owns the delivery company he now works for.
That's my lab table, and this is my work stool. And over there is my intergalactic spaceship. And here's where I keep assorted lengths of wire. Whoa, a real live spaceship! I designed it myself. Let me show you some of the different lengths of wire I used.
Futurama had great critical acclaim during its initial run, and had a pretty respectable life of 4 seasons. But after these 4 seasons, the series was cancelled. The same year of its cancellation in 2003, the show started airing on Adult Swim, where it found sort of a second life. Because of the Adult Swim airings keeping the show alive, love for the show grew, and it led to a revival years later, as a series of 4 movies. Then a new season produced by Comedy Central, and now another new revival, that as of the time of this production, is set to premiere on Hulu. The second cancelled show to appear on Adult Swim would be an even bigger boom and provide an even bigger revival.
Beginning next Sunday on Adult Swim. Adult Swim. Hey, hey, listen up. Family Guy. Next Sunday at 11:30 on Adult Swim.
You were right, Lois. TV is evil.
First premiering on January 31st of 1999, Family Guy is the culmination of a concept creator Seth MacFarlane had been developing for years previously.
I got it. That's the guy from Big. Tom Hanks. That's it. Oh, funny guy, Tom Hanks. Anything he says is a stitch.
I have AIDS.
And then there was that time at the ice cream store.
Oh, rum raisin's my favorite.
We've already seen a very early concept of this premise in his What a Cartoon short, Larry and Steve. But there are a few other early pilots with the same idea, but closer to what Family Guy would later be.
What do you think they eat?
Oh, yes. I don't know. It's some kind of like space jerky or something, I guess.
Yeah, because they're obviously, well, I mean, Shatner is obviously, getting fed fairly well. I mean, somebody's seeing to that.
Yeah, I think what happens is he eats his food, and then whatever Spock can't finish, he eats that too.
Oh, where did you hear that?
Episode 65.
Oh.
Finally premiering in the prime position right after the Super Bowl, the show was a hit to start. However, it was canceled after 3 seasons due to low ratings. But like Futurama, the episodes were later aired on Adult Swim, where they found a new life. They even aired a previously unaired episode deemed too offensive for Fox.
Hi there, I'm Peter Griffin. You might know me from a little show called Family Guy, or you might know me as Jack from Will and Grace, but I wear a lot of makeup for that, and I really ham it up with the gay routine. Anyway, next Sunday, Adult Swim is airing an episode of Family Guy that Fox refused to show. But my good pals at Cartoon Network are showing it, although I think they're making a couple of changes because I'm so controversial. See the Family Guy episode you've never seen, next Sunday at 11 p.m. on Adult Swim.
But because of the success Family Guy was getting on the Adult Swim block, Fox would later uncancel Family Guy, and it's still running to this day. However, as of 2021, the show is no longer airing on Adult Swim anymore, seemingly being aired on every other Fox-affiliated channel. But while Adult Swim in 2003 was quickly becoming stagnant with so many rejected and canceled shows, 2003 would also be the year we would see the premiere of one of its best and most beloved original series.
I got mine back in 90.
Venture Bros is the brainchild of 2 men, Jackson Public and Doc Hammer, although Jackson is credited as the actual creator of the show. Jackson was previously head writer on the Tick animated series, and was hoping to develop Venture Brothers into something for a while. as a comic storyline for a book called Monkey Suit. However, he found his extensive notes were just too much for a short comic book story, so he pitched a full TV show idea to Comedy Central, who rejected it. While working on the Tick live-action series, he was pointed to pitching the show to Cartoon Network. He was originally wary to going with the network because he didn't want to tone down the show in any way, not knowing about the recently launched Adult Swim. Venture Bros would follow the adventures of the Venture family, based on the dynamics seen in classic Johnny Quest cartoons.
911. Please, Rocky is killing people! It's Rocky!
Sir, calm down. Now, where are you?
It's a big movie theater on Main. Oh my God, Rocky has a knife!
You're watching Rocky? Rocky what? Rocky 4 with Ivan Drago?
Horror!
Another baffling mystery successfully solved by the best family in the universe!
Whatever, keep it moving. These shoes are wreaking havoc on my heel spurs.
I just can't believe the Phantom of the Cineplex was Old Man Johnson all along.
What I can't figure out is why he did it.
Dr. Venture, the father of the family and man of science, of sorts.
I have something to show you all. Those of you with weak stomachs should leave now. What you are about to see is a nightmare, inexplicably torn from the pages of Kafka.
Holy crap, what happened?
Apparently, this is the reward I get for years of screwing with super science.
Hank and Dean Venture, the sons and namesake of the show, who were always looking for adventure and danger.
Totally ruined. Special thanks to you, Hankinator. She's never gonna talk to me again.
Well, you can't hide in here all night. You have to get back on that horse. You gotta grab her and go, Triana, I am gonna kiss you.
Hank.
I'm gonna kiss you on the mouth,
Hank.
probably, and you're gonna love it.
Hank!
What?
You have a stain.
What? Ah, come on! Why does that happen? I shook it so hard I almost hit that pink puck.
Well, did you dab?
What?
Dab. Did you dab?
No.
I dab.
Well, I don't.
You should dab.
Stop saying dab.
And Brock Sampson, their violent bodyguard.
Be gone, spirit!
Come on, Mr. Poe. Just tell me where you put the hand of Osiris, and I'll let you go.
Basement, under the floorboards.
I gotta admit, I always wanted to get Edgar Allan Poe in a headlock. That thing is like a pumpkin.
What started as a simple Johnny Quest parody expanded into a vast world of canon spanning many seasons, with memorable characters including Dr. Orpheus,
Who wants pizza rolls?
Henchman 21 and 24,
Gentlemen, choose your weapons. So, Sam, are these they? Who talks like that?
The Monarch, and countless more.
Hey, what the? Are you raping me?
No, I was gonna.
Gonna?
Venture Bros became one of the most beloved series Adult Swim has ever produced, and a series that, despite its abrupt cancellation and its ending possibly being cut short by a single finale movie, is a series that will be remembered by new and old fans alike for years to come.
Go Team Venture!
I don't know, they just do that.
Adult Swim would also continue airing more adult anime for the block. Many fan favorites like Blue Gender.
Yuji Kaido was desperately ill. His only hope of living, suspended animation. 27 years have passed. While he slept, the world has changed.
Where are we? And what were those things back there?
The Blue have destroyed all he once knew and taken over the Earth.
This isn't a game we're playing. There's no room for amateurs here.
Mankind's last hope depends upon his survival.
So you better hold on tight.
Blue Gender. Coming up next. Adult Swim.
Trigun.
In a distant, dusty future, Vash the Stampede is the man everybody wants to get their hands on. Good luck, fellas. You're gonna need a whole lot of bullets.
Wherever this man goes, he always leaves trouble behind him.
Over half the town ain't nothing but rubble.
It's Vash the Stampede. He's coming our way. He's coming.
Dragon, premiering Monday, March 31st at midnight on Adult Swim. Draw, partner.
And the cult classic Fooly Cooly, whose popularity would lead to bigger things in the future.
Nothing really special ever happens here. In this place. School sucks. My dad's a weirdo. And there's my brother's girlfriend. I don't even know what to say about her. Anyway, life was pretty slow. Until she came along. Next thing I knew, I had things coming out of my head.
It's weird, not normal, these horns sticking out.
And I had a robot living in my house. And well, a bunch of other weird stuff.
You're the one who caused all this!
I don't care!
But that alien girl, she's kind of cool, I guess.
Don't lie, you like her.
Whatever. It's really not that big a deal.
Do you
find this difficult to understand?
Cartoon Network had also recently become a place for Warner Brothers to premiere many shows based on their established properties. After the success of Justice League, we would see 2 new shows premiere this year. The first of which was Duck Dodgers.
Warp speed ahead, Mr. Brown.
What?
Warp speed ahead.
She's not responding, Captain.
What do you mean?
We're being fired upon!
Engine room status report.
It's not pretty, Captain. The engine's shot. The Martians took it out.
Captain, there's a friendly starship in the immediate area.
Send a distress signal.
For some reason, they're not responding.
I have visuals on screen, Captain.
That's Duck Dodger's vessel. We're doomed.
Receiving urgent SOS.
Boy, does he have the wrong number.
Duck Dodgers, premiering Saturday, August 23rd at 11:30 on Cartoon Network. If he's our future, we're history.
Based on the Merry Melody short of the same name, Duck Dodgers followed the exploits of Duck Dodgers and his sidekick, the eager young space cadet.
So, what life-threatening missions are on our agenda today, my eager young space cadet?
Why are you talking like that?
A fine joke, young chum. Even heroes like to laugh now and then.
Actually, it's a slow day.
As they battle the forces of Mars. The series expanded a lot from the original short, including introducing the origins of Dodgers being frozen and later being unthawed in the 23rd and 1/2 century, as well as giving Marvin the Martian a boss in the form of the ruler of Mars.
Yeah, who invited the Martians?
Introducing the Supreme Leader of the Martian Empire, Her Royal Highness, the Queen of Mars.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to present our entry for this year's competition. The Martian Maverick 6 million. The Maverick features all the latest Martian technology and will be piloted by our undefeated Grand Champion, who will gladly destroy any competition.
But the other show produced from WB would go on to have a larger impact on the future of Cartoon Network than anyone would ever imagine at the time.
Here come the Teen Titans, a quartet of towering talents. Kid Flash, whose speed defies the eye to follow. Wonder Girl, swift and powerful super lass. Speedy, whose fantastic arrows perform awesome feats. Aqualad, bold and daring marine marvel. Fabulous foursome for right against might, the Teen Titans.
Teen Titans was a DC comic that launched all the way back in 1964, with a team that's drastically different from the one many may know. The original pitch of the Teen Titans was a team of sidekicks, including Robin, Kid Flash, Aqualad, and Wonder Girl. It wouldn't be until about 2 decades later that the series would be relaunched as the new Teen Titans, and they would look a bit more recognizable, this time being formed by Robin, Beast Boy, Starfire, Raven, and Cyborg, with many other rotating members in its history. This run of the series was incredibly popular and inspired a cartoon based more on this run.
Cartoon Network presents a new series about fighting for truth, justice, and the last slice of pizza. Teen Titans, Saturdays at 9 on Cartoon Network.
Originally also airing on Kids WB, it would premiere on Cartoon Network the same year in 2003, to huge fanfare. Cartoon Network would push the show in a big way with ad campaigns, flash games, and more. The show followed the team of heroes as they lived together in Titan's Tower and watched over the city for any threats that may come, including the Hive Academy, Brother Blood, and Slade.
So, here we are again. The old haunt. Just the two of us.
Slade! Show yourself! Come out and fight!
Relax, Robin. I'm not going anywhere.
There were a few changes to the show from the comic. For one, they never made any real reference to other DC comic heroes, never really bringing up the fact that Robin was previously teamed with Batman, as well as the villain Deathstroke's name being changed to Slade, to avoid having a character on the show with death in his name. But with these changes do also come similarities, such as Raven's relationship with her father, the Demon Trigun, and a toned-down adaptation of the new Teen Titans story, Judas Contract, which introduced temporary member Terra before her inevitable betrayal and defection to Slade.
I lost my communicator. Give me yours.
I don't have it.
Then we've got to get back to the tower and...
Beast Boy, I'm not going back. I can't.
What? Why can't you?
Because she's not your friend. She's my apprentice.
Originally planned for only 4 seasons, its immense popularity would ensure it a 5th. The show was a mix of comedy and superhero action, with a bit of anime flair sprinkled in, so much so that the show's original theme was performed by Japanese pop duo Puffy Amiyumi. Teen Titans is a show that many fans still remember fondly to this day, and although its legacy may seem a bit tarnished due to future developments of the franchise, it's clear that fans still remember what made the show great in the first place.
Maybe we ought to show him who he's up against.
He's totally gonna freak this time.
Titans, go!
Hello? Hello?
Next time, I decide what we're doing.
I got you now. You want some more Cyborg?
Now where did I park that thing?
Here you go, Professor. Trash disposal. Check.
Get to the van! There! Don't flood it, you stupid dog!
This is Cartoon Network.
2004 brought a new look to the channel and its bumpers, moving away from the Powerhouse era to the ever-popular CN City era. This era of Cartoon Network would see new bumpers in the form of CN City. Similar to previous bumpers that saw various characters interacting with each other in the Cartoon Network offices, this was expanded to a whole city that had elements of all the currently running cartoons living together. With a new look to the network, also brought new shows, the first being the full series from a previous aired pilot, Megas XLR.
Well, there goes our sun. Guess that's it for the day.
Every kid needs a giant robot now and then. Get yours. Megas XLR. 1 hour premiere. Saturday, May 1st at 9. Only Toonami.
The brainchild of Jody Schaefer and George Kresick, Megas XLR tells the story of Coop, a slacker mechanic who finds a giant robot in a junkyard and repairs it with a hot rod car for a body. While showing off the new robot Megas to his friend Jamie, a mysterious woman arrives to try to retrieve the robot. Turns out, she is Kiva, a warrior from the future where the robot came from. It was originally a super weapon, meant to fight off an alien invasion, a force that somehow found its way to the present-day Earth, who Coop, Jamie, and Kiva must try to defeat with Megas, along with a whole slew of other enemies.
Magnanimous, magnanimous. But you probably knew that already. I am kind of famous. Allow me to explain. I own and run the GCCF. The Galactic Combat Championship Federation.
His head is a body?
Megas XLR enjoyed a good 2-season run, but was cancelled shortly after, still leaving the story open-ended. Tragically still, the show would later be written off for tax benefits, meaning the show can no longer be aired or streamed in the US.
Road test? Me? But I gotta go save the world.
If I start making exceptions, this whole place would fall apart.
Laundry day? Yeah. Yep.
You seem to like black shirts quite a lot.
And it looks like you like it in pink. Oh, I'm just saying.
Oops. Sorry about that.
The next show to come from this era was another show from the Powerpuff Girls creator Craig McCracken, Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends.
Who's the blue guy? Find out at CartoonNetwork.com.
Co-developed with his wife Lauren Faust, who would later go on to create the vastly popular My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends is about the titular home for imaginary friends, a place where imaginary friends can go after the kids who imagine them grow up, and they can be adopted by other kids who may not have the kind of imagination that can help them come up with their own. The series focuses on Mac, a young boy who lives with his imaginary friend Blue. However, since Mac lives in a small apartment with his mother and mean older brother, Blue starts to become a burden, and Mac is forced to give him up. However, Mac ends up making friends with all the other residents of the home, including Wilt.
I'm sorry, is that okay? You sure? All right, okay, sorry though. Sorry, I had to stop. Is that okay? Sorry I keep stopping. I'm sorry, but that's definitely not okay! I'm sorry. Sorry.
Eduardo.
It's not just a Whizbee! It's flying discs of doom that fly around and want to eat me!
The Whizbee wants to eat you.
See, it wants to...
The Whizbee wants to eat you?
And Coco. As well as the owners, Madame Foster, and her imaginary friend, Mr. Harriman.
Pooh, you and your rules. Oh, he's always been like that. Ever since I imagined him when I was a little girl. He's been nothing but a hot crust bunny.
And her granddaughter, Frankie Foster. A woman who ignited the fantasies of many coming-of-age kids back in the day.
What do you think? Aw, you guys are sweet.
All right, guys, meet back here in 1 hour. And remember, you break, you buy, so keep your hands in your pockets. If you have hands.
Hey, Beatnik, park your magic bus somewhere else. You're lousing up my hall.
Sorry, sir. I'll be in and out in no time.
Miss Bellum, get me the Powerpuff Girls.
The adult has infiltrated the outer perimeter with some sort of ridiculous armored transport. Unload the cheese on him.
Colors.
Surely nobody cares if I park it here.
Creeper! Creeper! Full of Frankie.
Where you been, Pokey? We've been waiting 10 whole minutes.
Just get in.
All right, gang. Meet back here in 1 hour.
Hey, beatniks!
The last original show to come out this year is what you would call a spin-off. Due to the massive success of Teen Titans and its theme, the artists of said theme ended up getting their own show.
It's about the music. It's about the adventure. It's all about fun. It's Japan's biggest pop stars in their own animated adventures, turning the world upside down and making up the rules as they go. The world is yours. Be sure to catch a brand new episode of Hi Hi Puffy Amiyumi, Saturday at 11:30, only on Cartoon Network.
Hi Hi Puffy Amiyumi followed the adventure of bandmates Ami and Yumi as they traveled the world with their manager Kaz.
What a bunch of cowboy lamos. They do not deserve to be in the same room as our righteous rock star moves.
At least their horses seemed into it.
Newsflash, Ami. These yokels are deadbeats. Kaz wouldn't know a good gig if it crawled up his pant leg and died.
Now, like many such shows, the two girls were not actually voiced by themselves. Ami is voiced by Janice Cowie, who you may remember as the voice of XJ9 from My Life as a Teenage Robot, and Yumi being voiced by Gray DeLise, who is the long-running and current voice actress for Daphne for the majority of Scooby-Doo projects.
I'm sending you back to Japan in sushi-sized pieces. I'm gonna kick your paisley tushy. Well, yelling at each other didn't make this any more exciting.
It reminds me of another celeb cartoon show at the time, Jackie Chan Adventures, which would also start to air on Toonami at the time, where the title character was not actually voiced by the actor in question, but there would be little segments at the start and end of each episode that would show the real Ami and Yumi doing cute little things.
This is not what it looks like.
WB would also continue to provide Cartoon Network with new shows, in the form of a sequel to a previous hit, and one of, if not, the greatest superhero shows of all time. Justice League Unlimited was an expansion to the original show, in both scale and team. Whereas the original show focused on just 7 members, Unlimited expanded the team to many, many more, some of which were slightly more obscure heroes, like The Question, played by horror icon Jeffrey Combs.
Private conference room. Original members only, yes? A place where you're free to discuss your secrets and lies?
You said something about me in the White House.
Not you exactly. Another version of you.
The series is still held in high regard to DC fans to this day, even more so than many of the live-action movies that have come out recently.
Because this year they're all around you. The League is unlimited. Toonami presents an all-new original series starring every superhero worth cheering for, and then some. Justice League Unlimited, premiering July 31st at 8:30 p.m.
Now where am I exactly? Among friends.
There's strength in numbers. Only Toonami. We come to herald the beginning of a new age. After 7 dominant years, the show you grew up with is moving. Witness the rebirth of a legend.
I love this job.
Toonami on Saturday night. You won't be disappointed.
We have no choice but to fight.
4 hours of action like you've never seen before. Every week, brand new shows.
How about just me and you?
Feature-length movies.
I'll take it from here.
Don't you look. Same old goodness.
You're way over your head.
Toonami, starting Saturday, April 17th from 7 to 11 p.m. Long live the fighter.
Don't worry, we'll be okay.
Moving to Toonami, 2004 was a bit of a transition period for the block. While still the best place for action cartoons, Tom 3 brought a bit more of a softer edge than previous years. It was reflected not just in the show's airing, but also in their presentation. While Tom and Sarah was still present, there was a definite lighter tone to almost everything. The music used, the way Tom spoke, and the addition of more little robot sidekicks for the Absolution. Previously there were Clydes, who were more floating balls, but these new versions were made more anthropomorphized with cute little faces and lasers. The style was also replaced from grungy pipes and ship interior shots to a white background and graffiti that added more color. Along with a change in attitude, Toonami was also moved in 2004 from weekdays to a single night a week on Saturday. As mentioned, these lighter tone changes also came in the form of new shows, which, while still action-based in many regards, could be considered a little lighter than previous years. New shows included the previously mentioned Jackie Chan Adventures.
Go, Jackie!
When the world needs a hero, he's the Chan for the job.
Jackie, bam and bam, bam!
Jackie Chan Adventures, coming up next. Check it with Jackie.
A previous kids' WB show about the adventures of Jackie Chan as he battles evil forces and tries to collect magic talismans with the help of his niece and uncle.
Come, give Uncle a hug. Oh! You did not make coffee this morning. Coffee is the only thing keeping Uncle's ancient heart beating. You want that, Uncle? No? Then you make coffee. Okay, one more thing.
We would also see Duel Masters, a children's card game show, brought over to further capitalize on the success of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Next Friday, Shobu's on a quest to be the best. You ready?
Bring it on!
Let the duel begin.
You have no idea the world of hurt you are gonna be in.
Step into a dimension where magic and monsters rule. Time to check the deck. Duel Masters, next Friday at 5:30. It's all in the cards. Be there.
As well, we would see the 2003 Astro Boy series, which was the last series to premiere on Toonami before it switched from weekdays to Saturdays.
Now, Earth's only hope against evil is a little boy with superpowers and the soul of a hero.
I don't think so!
Toonami presents the most legendary anime series of all time, Reborn, Osamu Tezuka's Astro Boy, premiering Monday, March 8th at 5. Boys don't cry.
In addition, Rave Master would air on the channel, the first manga from mangaka Hiro Mishima, who would later go on to create the still successful series Fairy Tail.
Power forever. A simple plan. But it ain't gonna be easy.
The power of the Rave will be mine.
I don't think so.
Rave Master, Saturday nights at 8:30. Stone.
Anger management at work.
Only Toonami.
This Toonami would also see Gundam airings in the form of Gundam Seed, which, along with its sequel, Gundam Seed Destiny, is quite controversial in the Gundam fandom, although Toonami would only end up airing 26 episodes of the 50 episodes on the block.
The distant future. Space travel is a triviality. Genetic enhancement, a question of morality. Caught in the middle, Kira Yamato will make his choice.
My friends are on that ship!
As coordinators and naturals decide right and wrong.
You did betray your own people, didn't you?
Life and death.
Fire!
Gundam Seed, tonight at 10:30. Reap what you sow.
But since Toonami was moving, it left a bit of space in the time slot. However, it would soon be filled by a block with a similar gimmick to Toonami, even one created by the same team, but with an even lighter tone.
Ready for the big show? Let's get it started.
Magoozy was a block that would focus on lighter action shows. In many ways, it would be considered a spin-off to Toonami, since it had a similar theme of a block hosted by animated characters. This time it focused on a young girl named Erin, who would visit a group of aliens trapped in a spaceship underwater. In between shows, we would see different bumpers of all the little aliens interacting with each other. The shows for Magoozy would be numerous and quite chaotic for the block's short period of existence. I would recommend checking out the Attack of the Block video covering Magoozy to really get a sense of how often the shows would be changed around. But for 2004, at its start, we would also see the premiere of Totally Spies to the network, a cult hit show about 3 teenage valley girls living a secret double life as international super spies.
The fate of the world is depending on you.
Don't forget your gadgets.
Totally cute jumpsuits? Check.
Did this come in size 6?
Totally fly jetpack? Check.
Evil spies aren't the only ones with fancy gizmos.
Totally rad roundhouse kicks? Check.
Eliminate those girls once and for all.
Hello, rude much.
Check out the totally stylish spies of Magoozy.
Freeze!
Get them. Totally spies. Today at 5, they're knockout.
Code Lyoko, another cult hit about a team of teens battling an evil computer virus by traveling to a digital world and taking on superpowered personas.
Boarding school kids have it easy.
Are you ready?
Use a big supercomputer,
Virtualization.
battle in a virtual world,
We're not exactly having a tea party here.
stop an evil villain,
Santa's up to something.
and save the world.
Return to the past now.
On second thought, maybe it's not so easy.
I'm beginning to wonder if I'm up to the job.
Code Lyoko, weekdays at 5:30,
Now, which one of you wants to be first?
only on Magoozy.
I'm here to say a word about Adult Swim's Aqua Teen Hunger Force. I like it. I also enjoy painting things like this whale. And this whale. He's breaching. Here's another one. See his special hat? He's a time traveler. He knows what the future holds for all of us. With all my whales, I still find time for Aqua Teen Sunday nights at 11:45 p.m. I have silver hair.
In 2004, Adult Swim made more efforts to launch some original programming, and it was really starting to hit its stride, introducing 2 new shows to the lineup, the first being comedy detective show Stroker and Hoop. Only lasting one 13-episode season, Stroker and Hoop was co-created by Casper Kelly, who would later go on to create other projects for Adult Swim. The show centered around 2 freelance detectives as they bumble through different cases.
Hello, sir. We found your daughter. Yes, sir. You're gonna have her in about an hour.
What are you doing? I thought we were gonna talk her in.
Hey, try it your way, Hoop. But if she makes one false move, I'm pumping her.
The show had a lot of parody elements of different action sources, the concept being born from many buddy cop shows. As well, the names of the 2 characters would be derived from 2 Burt Reynolds roles, Stroker Ace and Hooper.
Gentlemen, I give you the ultimate expression of Southern pride.
What? I am not gonna ride in that thing.
It's perfect.
It stands for everything I am against.
Oh, shut up, Hoop. It's heritage.
The heritage of slave owning.
Well, you can just walk the Mississippi then.
I've added a shotgun rack, a novelty horn,
Hell yeah!
Tweety Bird pissing on the French flag. I've even added a tracking device in case car gets stolen now that he's pimped out.
You're a genius, Double Wide.
Oh, I almost forgot my finishing touch. A Southern voice chip.
Yeehaw! Let's go get them Yankees, son of a bitch.
They also had a talking car named Car with 2 R's, who of course is a more sarcastic parody of Kit from Knight Rider.
Excuse me, miss. Honk honk. Okay, great. I'm meeting some old friends who have my gas card, and I'm almost on E.
Do you have any change? Maybe in your shoe?
Can I see your fuel gauge?
Well, see, that's broken. If you give me your address, I can mail you the money later.
I can call your friends for you.
They don't have phones.
Sorry.
Wait, miss! There's a sponge in my back seat. Could you just scrub my underside?
Pervert?
Oh,
A whore? Did you just call me a whore?
what am I gonna do?
2004 would also see the first show created by comedians Tim and Eric, in the form of Tom Goes to the Mayor.
Fish. Crickets. I need my baby hoogies.
Created by Tim Heidecker and Eric Eisman, the show was originally conceived as a web cartoon on the pair's personal website. The cartoon got so popular that it was able to get a sequel, which even attracted guest star David Cross. Because of this, Bob Odenkirk saw the potential of the show for something bigger, so he teamed with Adult Swim to produce the show for their block. The show uses a sub-animation style, using filtered pictures of the actors to make them look like crayon drawings, making the show incredibly quirky and cheap to make. The basic premise of the show is the main character Tom, the sort of straight man for the show, interacting with the wacky mayor of the town and the town's weird goings-on. Adult Swim would go on to describe the show as its most polarizing, describing that people either loved or hated it. But despite this, it managed to get 2 seasons and open the door to other shows from the duo down the line. The last original Adult Swim show for this year is a bit of an odd one.
Behold, Hamburger necklace.
Okay.
To carry around in honor. We'll put it on your neck stalk.
My what?
Head pole.
My what?
Head root, whatever.
I'm not
To earn my respect, you must help my stupid bald nephew Gerald find the big box.
Perfect Hair Forever was one of the many attempts to parody the ever-growing anime medium, which had obviously gotten a large footprint on even the Adult Swim brand. The time slot it premiered was originally meant to show the pilot for another upcoming Adult Swim show, that being Squidbillies, but at the time, it was not ready to show yet, so the show was put in its place at the last minute, and in typical Adult Swim fashion, they acted as if they played in an error. There was also a special Adult Swim Brain Trust special featuring Early Kyler, star of the show that was supposed to air.
And you, the green one. Early, do you have any comments about the movie we just watched?
Wait, don't you mean TV show?
Whatever, it's all the same. Early, comments? Anything. Great. Okay, who else on the panel?
The show was created by some of the team behind Aqua Teen, which shows due to the show's random humor and limited animation, as well as some returning voices, and even a Space Ghost cameo.
Oh, there you go. Now, wait a minute. Do y'all have any work for me?
Although it had many of the same elements as other such Adult Swim shows at the time, it never caught on and only lasted 9 episodes. Speaking of anime, the Adult Swim action block was doing better than ever, with even more shows added, including Witch Hunter Robin.
The STNJ is in the business of hunting witches. Your powers are useless against me. Meet the team: a telepath, a hacker, a rookie, and a new girl. What? A master of witchcraft. A craft user. Business is booming.
What gives you the right? Because you're a witch.
Witch Hunter Robin, coming up next. Something supernatural. Adult Swim.
Wolf's Rain. Case Closed, the uber-popular kid detective show that's still airing to this day.
When Tokyo police needed a crime solved, they turned to Jimmy Kudo, an inquisitive and popular young soccer ace with hopes of being the next Sherlock Holmes. Pretty big shoes to fill. But when the young detective is attacked after witnessing a crime, Jimmy discovers that the biggest shoes to fill might be his own. Forced to hide under the alias of 6-year-old Conan Edogawa, Jimmy now looks to uncover the villains who drugged him. That, or leave it to the authorities.
You get the cause of death?
We're pretty sure it's the knife in his back, sir.
Case Closed, premiering Monday, May 24th at 12:30. Adult Swim.
And 2 shows that would be big hits for the block: Full Metal Alchemist.
If there's one man who can help, it's a man coming in here right now.
Don't touch him!
And Ghost in the Shell standalone complex.
What happens when technology subsumes humanity? When humanity is no longer defined by being human.
I believe you'll understand after you see this.
The legendary cyberpunk classic finally comes to television in an all-new original series, Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex. Premiering Saturday, November 6th at 12:30. The future is now.
The action block would also switch from the distorted bumpers that it had previously to more of a cool, smooth jazz style, to really emphasize the adult aspect of the block and how cool it was. In 2004 would also be the first year that Adult Swim would start its first of what would become a tradition of April Fool's joke nights. This year, all its programming for the night had little mustaches drawn on various characters in various shows.
Michelle, baby, where are you going?
It's not working out, Cry. I put your stuff out on the sidewalk!
Hi, Laszlo. What you doing?
Do you really want to know?
Not really.
Then let me tell you. I'm taking advantage of all of the things this place has to offer, like robots and wings. If your house needs a plant or your car has a ding, you can find it at Cartoon. If monsters need ice packs or nerds want a beaker, if your guitar is broken or it's time for new squeakers, if you need a good book or your pits are a stinker, you can find it at Cartoon.
But where do I go if I want an afro?
My silly friend Blue, here's what you should do. Just get on down to Cartoon.
Wow! Where's that again?
Cartoon?
No, that's not it.
2005 brought a lot of new content to the channel, with new and original shows across all 3 blocks. The year would kick off with even more changes to Fridays, which would include a new set, a new host in the form of Tara Sands, as well as a new intro, which was mostly like the previous one, but would replace certain characters with newer ones.
That was Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, everyone. Any business for us, Tommy?
Well, you have one more week of the Magoozy Make a Monster piece online. Go to Magoozy.com for more details because they didn't give me any details about the details. So if you want to know about the details, just go to Magoozy.com.
I can't take that picture.
Sometimes I fall down.
Cartoon Network would also run a summer special around this time, introducing and previewing new shows and episodes to the channel, the first of which was The Life and Times of Juniper Lee.
The Life and Times of Juniper Lee premieres next Monday at 7 on Cartoon Network.
The Life and Times of Juniper Lee was created by former Real World star Jude Winnick, who described the show as The Simpsons meets Buffy the Vampire Slayer. The show focused around Juniper Lee, a young girl who is able to see magical beings that normal humans can't see due to a magic veil separating the worlds. She uses her special abilities and the help of her family and talking Scottish pug to help protect her hometown from evil. While short-lived, the show did manage 3 seasons, a few shorts, and even a few awards. It had a good mix of action and comedy to help compete with shows like Kim Possible and The American Dragon, which were currently airing on Disney at the time. The next show to be added was Camp Lazlo.
Hello, I'm Lupus, Scoutmaster of picturesque Camp Kidney. Here amongst the majestic sequoia trees and gentle rolling waterfalls.
5 days a week.
Our Bean Scouts blossom with our core values.
5 days a week.
Values that help them learn manners.
5 days a week.
And these manners help keep Camp Kidney
5 days a week.
the peaceful
5 days a week.
place
5 days a
that
week.
won't
5 days a
stop doing that!
5 days a week.
Camp Lazlo 5 days a week, starting today at 6:30 on Cartoon Network.
The story set in a summer camp called Camp Kidney, populated with a variety of different campers and staff. Created by Joe Murray, who previously created the smash hit Rocko's Modern Life for Nickelodeon, the show centers on camper Lazlo and his bunkmates Raj and Clam.
Can you read the sign? There's a shortage. I thought we made a jelly cabin pact.
Jelly!
How can you keep eating marshmallows when you gave your word?
Like this, and like this.
Give me those.
I thought we were marshmallow buddies.
What about the jelly cabin pact?
Marshmallow buddies.
Jelly cabin pact. Raj?
Hey, what's that?
Along with a host of other campers whose actions tend to annoy Scoutmaster Lumpus.
Sir, there are a few things to go over. You're supposed to be handing out the Cleanest Cabin Award today.
Oh, that sounds awful. Who won?
Jelly Cabin.
Oh, they are the worst.
They're right here, sir.
Oh, of course they are.
Premiering later on, and what is a small blip in history, is Sunday Pants.
What's new in Sunday Pants for the cartoon set? Dashing colors.
Could you move, please?
Wild designs. Carefree styles for every mood and for all shapes and sizes. It's 1/2 hour of the best animated shorts in town. And we didn't forget the accessories.
Sunday Pants.
Sunday Pants, starting tomorrow at 9:30 on Cartoon Network.
Sunday Pants was a short anthology show that was made up of various shorts from many different sources. This includes shorts from overseas, pilots, college projects, and even original animation made for the show itself, tied together with live-action segments featuring the band The Slacks. It was not necessarily meant to also create full new shows, but just a place to utilize pre-made content they already had access to fill time slots. However, Sunday Pants was short-lived, only lasting 1 month, with many episodes either going unaired or scrapped entirely. A show that lasted longer, however, and like Camp Lazlo, captured the classic spirit of cartoons, was My Gym Partner's a Monkey.
Who's your monkey, Adam?
You're my monkey. Hey, I've got a hair on my chest. And it wasn't there before!
All right, young people, what is going on here?
A slapstick comedy about a human boy with a last name Lion, who because of a clerical error is transferred to an animal school. Adam Lion must now survive this new school, where he doesn't fit in and in many cases is not on the top of the food chain. But he's not alone. He has his titular monkey gym partner, Jake, voiced by Tom Kenny.
Yup. Might I suggest a little color for those cheeks? Makeup!
Oops! What's that?
As well as a pack of friends including Windsor Gorilla,
Sob, 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 sob.
Don't cry, Windsor.
I'm not crying. I'm just saying sob over and over.
Slips Python,
Slowly losing my mind. Slips, are you sick?
Yes, no! Oh, there's nothing wrong with me!
Ingrid Giraffe,
It's a leaf.
A fuchsia acacia leaf!
Does any of that mean it's pink? 'Cause it's pink!
Great pink leaf, Ingrid. Thanks for sharing.
I think I hear the bell.
Me too.
Yeah, me too.
and Guadalupe Toucan.
Lupe, what are you doing? I'm checking your ears for goofy mites. They tend to thrive in high altitude, you know. You're clean, so I guess you're just crazy.
The show had a great mix of slapstick and gross-out humor. It was even one of the few shows around this time to get its own TV movie.
At some middle schools, the students have a tendency to behave like animals. But at Charles Darwin Middle School, the students really are animals. Except for the new kid. His name is Adam Lyon.
Adam.
He's 12 years old, and he's now the only human student at a school for animals.
You think your school's a zoo? My gym partner's a monkey!
My Gym Partner's a Monkey. 2 new episodes premiering February 24th, starting at 9 on Cartoon Network.
The way it works is, you buy a ticket, then go in.
My friends told me to meet him here, but the previews are starting.
So?
They won't know I'm here.
We'll tell them.
You sure?
Yeah! We're just waiting for a
windfall?
A bus!
I thought we were. Oh.
Thanks.
Follow me!
Your tickets?
Oh, we don't need tickets. We're Mac's imaginary friends.
You're imaginary?
Right?
Yeah.
But I can see you.
Well, you must have a great imagination.
But I thought imaginary friends looked crazy and freaky and, oh, go ahead.
Come on, guys!
Did they show you their tickets? They're imaginary. They don't need tickets.
Were you born yesterday?
I don't know.
Hi, we're Mac's imaginary friends. He should have
Oh, you're
tickets.
imaginary. And you shouldn't feel this and this and this.
I think he felt it.
But the last original Cartoon Network show of this year would be the one that would have a lasting legacy on the channel for years to come.
Ben 10 is Cartoon Network's hottest new show.
I'm the baddest Ben in town. I've kicked so much alien butt my feet hurt.
And if you've missed any episodes, don't worry, because we're giving you an entire afternoon of alien superheroes.
That's just plain kooky talk.
So get ready for 4 hours of action. Watch 8 episodes of Ben 10 on Cartoon Network's NBA All-Star Slam. Tomorrow from noon to 4, only on Cartoon Network.
All right, hero time.
Created by Man of Action, Ben 10 is the story of a young boy named Ben Tennyson, who, while on a summer trip with his cousin Gwen and his grandfather, comes across a strange alien device that latches onto his wrist like a watch. This is the Omnitrix, and it gives Ben the ability to transform into different aliens depending on what is selected on the watch. He uses this new device to become a superhero and travel around the country helping people and stopping villains. But he's soon tracked down by alien supervillain Vilgax, who is after the Omnitrix, even if he has to cut off Ben's hand to get it.
Who are you? I am Vilgax, and I have come for the Omnitrix.
And, I'm guessing you're not with the good guys.
Over at Toonami, 2005 would bring some lesser shows to fill time slots, like Dice, the first 77 episodes of Zatch Bell, Yu-Gi-Oh!, and even the bizarre choice of Bobobo Bobobo.
In a world of head shavers, one man stands up for the little hair. Bobobo! In an action show unlike any you've ever seen. Bobobo. He's a complicated man, but no one understands him but his woman. Bobobo! Actually, I don't think anyone understands him. Bobobo Bobo Bobo. Premiere Saturday, October 1st at 10:30.
This doesn't make sense!
Only Toonami.
The block would also pick up some other big names that would be a big part in both eras of Toonami.
Monkey D. Luffy wants to become king of the pirates. The only problem? He can't swim. But he's gathered a crew. And together, they'll seek the legendary treasure of Gold Roger. Things are gonna get a little strange along the way. Who is that rubber boy? One Piece. Premieres Saturday, April 23rd from 10 to 11 p.m. Don't let the straw hat fool you. Only Toonami.
One Piece originally started airing in Japan in 1999, based on the incredibly popular manga series of the same name by mangaka Oda. It was licensed in 2004 by 4Kids for the Fox Box TV block. 4Kids infamously made many edits and changes to the show, for things like content and violence. The dub would also bring the quite memorable opening theme, which was now written as what would become known as the pirate rap.
Yo!
Don't give it up, Luffy. Don't give it up, Zoro. Don't give it up, Nami. Don't give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up.
Here's how the story goes. We find out about a treasure in the Grand Line. There's no doubt. The pirate whose eye is on it, he'll sing. I'll be king of the pirates. I'm gonna be king.
His name is Luffy.
That's Monkey D. Luffy.
King of the pirates. He's made of rubber.
How did that happen?
Yo ho ho, he took a bite of gum gum. His name's Zolo, he's just like a samurai and a L-A-D-Y. Nami's not shy. The pirate crew coming through, doing their thing with the king of the pirates. He's gonna be king.
Set sail for One Piece. It's the name of the treasure in the Grand Line. Set sail for One Piece.
A year later, the show and its dub would air on Toonami with the same edits and changes. Another anime to air on Toonami in 2005 would be the hit known as Naruto.
Ninjutsu, the art of stealth and perseverance. To follow this path, one must be strong in mind, body, and spirit. Ready. But the way is treacherous. Some will succeed, some will fail. But only one will rule the school. Naruto, 1 hour premiere Saturday, September 10th at 9. No guts, no glory. Only Toonami.
First airing in Japan in 2002, Naruto was an anime series based on the Shonen Jump manga of the same name, centering around a world of ninja and a specific ninja, the orphan Naruto, on his journey to become Hokage, or the leader of his village. The manga and anime series had a bit of an explosion in the mainstream, taking a place as a sort of new replacement for Dragon Ball Z, meaning it would also get a slew of merch for it, including video games, card games, and even new toys.
Compete like a ninja. Zabuza sword cannot be beat. Ha!
My turn. Shark and shooter. Transform. Launch. Direct hit. Victory is mine.
Naruto Shark and Shooter, Zabuza sword and elite headband accessories each sold separately.
Toonami would also roll out its first original anime series from production IG, IGPX.
In the year 2038, one sport is played the world over, where giant robots with human pilots battle in the ultimate test of human endurance. 193 KGB!
These guys are all over me.
6 robots, 2 teams, 1 victor. It is called the Immortal Grand Prix. This year, an amateur team will shock the world and change the way the game is played.
Here we go!
Because in the IG-1 Grand Prix, winning is everything. Cartoon Network is proud to present a Toonami original 5-part microseries, IGPX, premiering September 15th at 6:30, right before new Dragon Balls. Only Toonami.
IGPX started originally as a micro-series of 5-minute episodes back in 2003 that acted as a sort of pilot. The original series was a sort of battle royale competition of 3 robot teams who battled against each other for supremacy. Because of it being just a micro-series, the original plot was never resolved. When a full series was commissioned in 2005, the premise changed to a sort of mix of racing and roller derby, with mechs.
In the year 2049, the world's most popular motorsport is the immortal Grand Prix. Takashi Jin could be its greatest pilot ever, if he can just get over being a teenager. This season, Takashi and Team Satomi hit the big leagues on a quest to take the crown. The only thing standing in their way? 180 miles of track and 5 teams determined to win. All at 350 miles an hour. They wouldn't have it any other way. Cartoon Network is proud to present the first Toonami original series in a special 1-hour premiere, IGPX. The race begins Saturday, November 5th at 10. Only Toonami.
2005 would also see a good number of original shows coming to Adult Swim. Some that were pretty controversial, the first of which being a little show called Minority.
Minoriteam!
Last time I checked, we are superheroes!
Dr. Wang, Tucano, El Jefe, Nonstop, and Pasto.
Yo, crackers!
Get 'em, boys! Minoriteam! Fighting for all people of color except white people.
What the hell?
Unless they're Jewish.
You want to get this party starting right?
Minoriteam! Next Sunday at midnight on Adult Swim.
I'm gonna catch you on the flip side, you racist devil son of a bitch.
Created by Adam De La Pena, who would also go on to create Code Monkeys the following year for G4, Minoriteam is a parody superhero show, taking inspiration from the older liquid animation style Marvel shows, with a bit of inspiration from the artwork of Jack Kirby.
We must get to the lab. Fool! Pike out no game. Pike out epic struggle. Man against random odds. As many variables as grains of sand or drops of water in ocean.
The twist here is that it followed a team of superheroes based on stereotypes. Dr. Wang, the super smart leader of the team, El Jefe, a Mexican hero who fights with a leaf blower, Fasto, the fastest man who ever was, Jucano, and Nonstop, an Indian convenience store owner who is immune to bullets.
Excuse, please. Just running late for flight. Thank you so much. What are you all staring at? You've never seen an Indian man in all of his glory? Oops. Forgot to change back to my normal identity.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
We're doing some additional security screenings and you've been randomly selected because of how you look.
They would also fight many threats to minorities, mainly the White Shadow organization, led by White Shadow.
That laser yacht was awesome! We should take that out later. I have a mixtape that is perfect for recreational boating.
Silence, Mr. Shadow.
Silence, Steven Skullbird.
Let's discuss $3,000 for powdered rhino horn.
Ah, that must, be some sort of mistake.
And included villains like Racist Frankenstein and the Corporate Ladder.
Racist Frankenstein, bring the M16s. Super powerful gun.
Hang on, man! This is a crazy new gun, man!
Kill 'em, boys!
While controversial even at the time, it lasted a full 19 episodes before quietly being relegated to the website. never to be mentioned again.
In the strange and backward universe known as Mirror World,
Where are we?
Welcome, good friends, to the Mirror World, where everything is backwards.
If everything is backwards, how come you ain't talking backwards?
Because, well, silence.
Next up would be the much more surreal show, more in line with previous Adult Swim outings. Created by Aqua Teen creator Matt Myrelio, 12 Ounce Mouse is a fever trip of a show about a mouse assassin who goes on various disconnected adventures. More like Aqua Teen and many other popular shows, it relies on limited animation and oddball, quirky humor.
Oh, come on, baby.
Manpower go.
Next for the block is Lucy, the Daughter of the Devil.
On Adult Swim's Sunday special, a very special Lucy, the Daughter of the Devil.
Hey, I just want to say sorry about calling so late last night. But I drank 4 apple teenies. And
Dad, I can't really talk right now.
but you ever had one? They're because they're delicious.
No.
Fresh apple.
No.
Apple vodka.
No.
Apple schnapps.
No. Celebrate specialness with Lucy, the Daughter of the Devil. Sunday at 11:45 on Adult Swim.
Created by Lauren Bochard, previous creator of Home Movies, the show centers around Lucy, Daughter of the Devil, as her just trying to live a normal life, while her father attempts to bring on the apocalypse. All the while, she's being hunted by a team of special clergy out to destroy the Antichrist, and falls in love with the second coming of Jesus Christ, who turns out to be a DJ. The show would feature many voice talents that had previously worked with Lauren on Home Movies, and with him on future projects, including H. John Benjamin, Sam Cedar, Melissa Barden, and Eugene Meerman. Previously teased but finally premiering was the southern parody known as Squidbillies. Created by Aqua Teen creator David Willis and Brack Show alum David Fortier, Squidbillies revolves around a family of Appalachian mud squids living in the backwoods of the South.
How about your veggie game?
You did?
Hell no. Wash them trucks. But you leave the boat to me. Don't you touch that sumbitchin' boat. The boat is not a toy. Thank you. The boat is mine. The boat is mine.
The family consists of Early Kyler, an alcoholic, violent, bigoted redneck, essentially every stereotype of Southerners rolled into one.
Where do I see myself in 5 beers?
Years. Years.
I don't know. Jail? Well,
Don't say jail.
prison. Well, hell, how hard could it be? It ain't brain surgery.
It is brain surgery.
I got a knife. Where's the brain at?
Early.
And how hard could this be? Hell, it ain't rock.
Let's just go.
Granny, a senile squid who always seems to be on the brink of death, but never seems to cross it.
I'll tell you something, and I'll say it right now with my mouth, and it needs to be listened to. Why, it's just too reflective, with the shiny skin beating sunlight into my eyes.
Rusty Kyler, the son of Early, and a naive squid, trying to make the most out of his poor family life.
Hey, how y'all doing?
And the seldom mentioned Lil, the meth-making sister of the family.
Lift up your shirt, woman.
Hell, she ain't wore a shirt since '89. What do you think he's worth?
A big old floppy chin?
I get that sometimes.
While being mostly stereotypes and offensive humor, it did manage to make a good connection with the country music scene, including not only many band cameos in the show, but after a few seasons, the opening theme would be covered by many bands and artists every episode. Adult Swim would also get into claymation, with the religious parody Moral Oral. Created by Dino Stenopoulos, Moral Oral is a parody of the Davy and Goliath series of Christian claymation shorts. Moral Oral takes a more cynical look at fundamentalism. while still showing it through the naive eyes of the show's protagonist, Oral. While the first season stuck to the parody format, including a lesson for Oral at the end of each episode, as the show went on, it got a bit more disjointed and darker, focusing more on the other residents of the town and less on Oral himself.
But through it all, they endure.
Selling crack is a lucrative business right now. People love it.
Because they're a family.
Wow.
Moral Oral, next Sunday at midnight on Adult Swim.
Continuing with the stop motion was Robot Chicken. Robot Chicken is a stop motion sketch comedy show created by star of Idle Hands and Greg the Bunny, Seth Green, as well as co-creator Matthew Seinrich, who previously worked on toy magazine Toy Fair. The show itself was inspired by Toy Fair magazine, as it would have comics featuring action figures in various comedic situations. Both Seth and Matthew would collaborate together on various projects, including a stop-motion sketch on Late Night with Conan O'Brien, featuring a stop-motion toy Conan.
It's me, Conan!
Oh my god, Conan O'Brien! I love your show! Do you want to make out with me?
Okay.
That'd be great! You can be my boyfriend and we can live together in Florida and you can take me to school and help me learn to drive and vote and stuff.
Okay.
Cause I love you. We're like Romeo and Juliet without all the families. I would totally die for you, Conan.
Can we just make out?
Don't toy with me, Conan. I'll kill you so fast.
I just wanted to meet you.
I loved you. Now I have to divorce you and get an abortion.
The two would later try to pitch the show concept to various places, including Comedy Central, Mad TV, SNL, and even Cartoon Network themselves. It was only when these pitch videos made its way to Adult Swim, and when Family Guy creator Seth MacFarlane, who was working with Seth on Family Guy, told them to pitch it to the block. The rest, as they say, is history, with the show still a fixture on the block, overtaking Aqua Teen as the longest-running series in the block's history. But the last show to premiere on Adult Swim would prove to be one of its biggest hits.
Excuse me, everyone, I have a brief announcement to make. Jesus was black, Ronald Reagan was the devil, and the government is lying about 9/11. Thank you for your time, and good night.
Boondocks, based on the 1999 comic strip of the same name and adapted for Adult Swim by its creator, Aaron McGruder, the Boondocks is the story of brothers Huey and Riley Freeman, who have moved into a better neighborhood with their granddad.
Now we're going to this party, and your black asses are going to behave. If I'm lucky, I'll find myself a nice white woman with a flat booty who will listen to my problems.
Aaron had been pitching a TV show for the Boondocks for as long as he had been pushing for newspaper syndication for his comic. He had also created a pilot for Fox, but had difficulty making the show acceptable for network standards. Eventually, Mike Lazo stumbled upon the pilot and described it as too networky. He ordered 15 episodes of the Boondocks for Adult Swim and told Aaron to just tell stories, and the rest is history.
Sunday on the Boondocks. Boondocks, Sunday at 11 p.m. Adult Swim.
Boondocks became an instant hit for the block, and seemed to be a series made for Adult Swim's structure, not only because of its controversial nature, being a show that opted to take a different look at politics in order to tell stories.
Oh, Jesus! It was terrible! I was in the club, and this bitch stepped on my shoe, and I was like, bitch!
Including one of its early episodes about the R. Kelly trial, and his defense among the black community.
We all know the nigga can sing, but what happened to standards? What happened to bare minimums? You a fan of R. Kelly? You want to help R. Kelly? Then get some counseling for R. Kelly. Introduce him to some older women. Hide his camcorder. But don't pretend like the man is a hero.
as well as a What If episode about Martin Luther King Jr. awaking from a coma and seeing the present his civil rights movement created.
A political party.
Not just any political party, a black revolutionary political party.
But why me? You should ask Oprah to do it. She's more popular, and if you ask me, a darn pretty lady. Oh, snap. No, they didn't. A boneless rib sandwich. What will they think of next? I know I shouldn't eat these, but they're for a limited time only. I really should have approvals over this kind of thing.
But also Aaron's clear and open inspiration from anime in the series, especially in the fight scenes. He would credit Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo, two series that would later air on the Adult Swim block, as big inspirations to him.
What? You thought you was the only one who mastered the ancient and deadly art of the nunchaku?
Along with its controversial nature, the series was filled with guest stars and known voice actors. Huey and Riley Freeman were both played by Regina King of Friday and Boys in the Hood fame.
Damn, Morpheus, what you about to do? I love you, man. Ugh, nigga, you gay.
Granddad, or Robert Freeman, is played by the late great John Witherspoon.
My boys have to grow up to be big and strong. I'm eating this bowl of Cheerios because you know what? The cholesterol's not going to lower itself.
Other voice actors and guest stars include Gary Anthony Williams as the fan favorite Uncle Ruckus.
Just wait till I get me another brick, or maybe a large rock, or one of them teeny tiny little cement blocks. Why'd you have to go mess with the natural order of things? I'd have shot you myself. But I realized the white man got better aim.
Ed Asner as Ed Wensler Sr.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Would you like to sign our petition to get more humane treatment for immigrant workers?
If you don't get that bullshit out of my face, bitch.
Charlie Murphy as Ed Wensler Jr.
Fuck y'all looking at?
And even Samuel L. Jackson.
Well, no, we ain't fine. But I always say the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
Simply because you don't have evidence that something does exist does not mean that you have evidence that something doesn't exist.
What?
What country you from?
What?
What ain't no country I ever heard of. They speak English in what?
What?
English, motherfucker! Do you speak it?
Needless to say, Boondocks was a powerhouse in many ways, and one that more than made the case for itself for the network. However, after its 3 successful seasons, Adult Swim and Aaron would not come to any sort of agreement on a production schedule, and therefore he did not return for the show's 4th and final season.
Crest forever.
What's going on? We're broke, aren't we, Granddad?
I refinanced with that damn adjustable rate mortgage.
How much?
A couple.
1,000?
Millions.
You got my money, right?
I'm working on it, but I don't have the money right now.
Isn't there anyone who can help this man?
Morning.
You might have to get a job, Granddad.
Now you better grab some studs and start waxing hood.
We're dressed like slaves.
We are slaves, Granddad.
How do you feel about whores, Robert?
Love them.
Good.
Granddad, hoeing?
I'm escorting ladies.
Oh, God, I've been so lonely. Yes.
I brought a friend over.
Still here, and you still a bitch.
I love this guy.
I'm waking up, new shoes, new socks, 2 Glocks, TV, locked on Boondocks. You know when straight wildin' like Riley. I got a young wild inside me. I'm gonna stand in the middle of the road in my drawers with this gun. Then I'm gonna go out like a G.
Granddad! Why think to bring no guns?
How can something like this happen to us?
Stuff like this happens to us all the time, Granddad.
The Boondocks new season starts Monday, April 21st at 10:30. Act like you know.
God bless America.
We need to burn this place down.
Adult Swim.
Along with these original programs, Adult Swim would continue to air some of the best anime in 2005. This would include Neon Genesis Evangelion, which previously aired on Cartoon Network, but now was able to stretch its legs on the later block.
The Angels have returned.
Unit 1 is beginning launch sequence. Releasing primary.
Mankind has no time.
Launch, Ava!
Scried, Paranoia Agent,
Must not run away. Must not turn your back on him. He comes for people who've been driven into a corner and have nowhere to go. Must not talk about him. Must not think about him. Rumors help him grow. Imagination. Paranoia nurtures him. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go.
Samurai Champloo,
Fine then, let's get started. Mugen is the name, pal. You got that? Who are you? My name is Gene.
Wait, what?
You should remember it.
Mess with us and you're a dead man.
I can handle you. Mugen, Gene, and Fu.
Samurai Champloo. Samurai Champloo.
and Ghost in the Shell Second Gig. They would also have the one-time showing of an anime horror short, Kakurenbo, Hide and Seek, on Halloween of that year.
Otokoyo is a secret game. It's a game of hide and seek. Kids will disappear.
Oh, I know I had them.
Hello, Professor. Do you have car trouble?
Oh, it seems I've locked my keys in the car.
That is serious. Jeez!
Well,
Is there a problem, Professor?
Oh, hello, number one. I seem to have locked myself out of my car.
And now he is out of cheese. Crackers!
I'll need some 2x4s. I'll be right back.
Bring more cheese!
It's no problem. I'll just call my auto club.
How many geniuses does it take to unlock a car door? Hey, why don't you use some chemical axe? Hey, Brainiac. Did you try the door?
Silly me. Thanks, Mandy.
Whatever.
Right. Does anyone have some nails?
2006 would be a bit of an odd time for Cartoon Network, at least in regards to bumpers. While the CN City bumpers would still be played, and new ones were still being produced to highlight other shows on the network, we would also see the rise of one of the shortest eras in Cartoon Network history, the Yes era, which would be born from the airing of 2 particular episodes of Foster's Home and Billy and Mandy.
I like music. I like music that goes like la 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 la. Yeah, la 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 la. But sometimes I like the music that goes like. Boom, 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 boom. Yes.
The 2005 episode of Foster's titled Mac Daddy introduced Cheese, an imaginary friend with a love of chocolate milk.
Can I help you?
I like chocolate milk.
Yes, I caught that before.
Can I have some chocolate milk?
What do I look like, your mother?
The 2006 episode of The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, Keeper of the Reaper, saw the first appearance of Fred Fredberger, who acts as a juror in a custody battle, Billy and Mandy, for Grimm.
I'm hungry. Judge? Yes, where are the nachos?
There aren't any nachos.
Well then, where are the hot dogs?
There are no hot dogs.
Pizza?
No!
Tacos? I like tacos!
Don't encourage him!
And his non-sequitur jokes and attitude made him an instant hit on a still early internet. So much so, they based a whole era after him. The Yes era would include bumpers that would show modified clips of Fred Fredberger, along with other random clips, and would end with a Cartoon Network Yes.
I'm a woodpecker. Except with dirt.
Cartoon Network.
Yes!
2006 would not bring much in the way of new shows to Cartoon Network proper. But we did see the seldom remembered Squirrel Boy. Created by the late great Everett Peck, who also created Duckman for USA.
USA? Are they on at night?
Are you kidding? Dozens of people watch USA.
About a squirrel boy named Rodney, who ropes his human friend Andy into different get-rich-quick schemes.
Just taking my mouth on an all-expense-paid trip to Delisoville.
Andy, is now the time when I should bring up your little quirks?
What little quirks? What are you doing here?
Just touching all the light switches in the house before bed. Good night. During our show, Squirrel Boy, we like to wear funny hats.
I got a head made out of bird.
It's funnier if you actually put it on. Oh, brother. I can't help it if your hat wearing lacks that certain comedy gold.
Basically, we are a snack-eating, funny hat-wearing, quirky pair of thing-breakers.
What could be better?
So what, Squirrel?
Boy.
Squirrel.
Boy.
July 14th.
On Cartoon Network. Should we go break something? Let's put on some funny hats first.
And have a snack!
We also saw the airing of a very unique show that took advantage of blending animation and music, Class of 3000. In a meeting with Thomas Lynch and Mike Lazo to pitch possible show ideas, they discovered they both had a love of Outkast. So the two decided to pitch Andre 3000 on a possible adaptation of his album, The Love Below. But Andre initially rejected the idea and wanted to instead go for something more original. Not wanting to create another Hammerman, Andre wanted to fully involve himself in its development. Andre and Lazo took a trip to Andre's hometown of Atlanta, where he told his stories of his childhood, and Class of 3000 was born. The show had a lot of influence from Andre, the different characters being based on ones from his childhood, and the different songs being written and performed by and with him. The show did manage to get 2 full seasons, but ran into trouble due to high production costs and the scheduling issues with Andre getting different songs to production on time.
Later tonight, Toonami's Double Dippin'. Satch Bell's all new at 8 and 8:30. Satch and Keo get closer to harnessing the power of the spellbook. But for now, the 6th one will do. Then it's on to new One Pieces at 9 and 9:30. Luffy and Trace are double trouble against Baroque Works, but the crew's still learning how bad Baroque can be. It's all this and more on Toonami, later tonight from 7 to 11. Only on Cartoon Network.
Toonami in 2006 did not have a lot going for it. Most of the newer shows for the block actually aired on its online streaming site, Toonami Jetstream, such as Mar, Prince of Tennis, and Ikaru no Go.
Hey Toonami faithful, it's your old pal Tom. I'm here to tell you about Toonami Jetstream, your online source for the finest anime and action cartoons on the net. We've got cult faves like Samurai Jack and Megas XL Awesome. Plus, the best ninja show around, Naruto. And that's not all. Never before seen shows like Mare, The Prince of Tennis, and Ikaru no Go. Get started at ToonamiJetstream.com. Go with the flow.
They would also air some Pokemon series and the Yu-Gi-Oh! Sequel series, Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. The only new series to air on Toonami block was Wulong Warriors, a Taiwanese puppet series that aired 2 episodes on the block and was quickly cancelled.
Trained from an early age, these swordsmen are Wulin's greatest warriors. Now, they must defeat one of their own to save Wulin from destruction. Wulin Warriors, Saturday, February 4th at 8 p.m. Only Toonami on Cartoon Network.
But the last year of this era of Toonami would bring something a little different.
Man against nature.
The insects must be stopped.
Spirits against humans.
You shouldn't be here. Get out of here. Go!
Man against man.
Hold it right there!
And the most fantastic visuals around.
Let's go!
Spirited Away.
I'm dreaming!
Princess Mononoke.
This is what hatred looks like.
Castle in the Sky.
That was exciting.
Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind.
You must not burn down the toxic jungle.
Finish what you started, human.
Fire!
Toonami is proud to present 4 of the greatest animated movies ever made.
This is unbelievable.
A month of Miyazaki, starting March 18th at 7:30. Don't sleep on it.
We're doing this for the good of the planet.
Only Toonami on Cartoon Network.
Toonami would present the Month of Miyazaki, a month of time where several Hayao Miyazaki films were aired on the block. The movies in question were Spirited Away, Castle in the Sky, Princess Mononoke, and Nausicaa Valley of the Wind.
The forest. It's some kind of demon. Once benevolent gods have become wrathful and destructive. Prince Ashitaka has been driven from his home by this evil.
He's obviously an outsider.
Now he must slow this hatred while battling a demon within.
It's eating me alive, and very soon now it will kill me.
The only ones who can help him are 2 women sworn to kill each other.
That woman is evil. Open fire. What I want is for the humans of the forest to live in peace.
Princess Mononoke, Saturday night at 7:30.
This is unbelievable.
Part of a month of Miyazaki. See with eyes unclouded by hate. Only Toonami on Cartoon Network.
Adult Swim has not aired a new Aqua Teen episode for more than a year. Why? It's called supply and demand. By limiting supply, we increase demand. The government does this with the farmers. They pay farmers to burn their cows, creating a need for more cows. The fact is, new Aqua Teen episodes were produced, but we're not going to air them. That would decrease demand, which is why we're going to air them. After all, we're not the government. We're Adult Swim.
On the Adult Swim front, they were still continuing to create new shows and air some of the best. On the original series front, we had Assy McGee, a parody of buddy cop shows about an anthropomorphic butt created by Matt Harrigan, who had worked on previous Adult Swim projects.
Hello?
Is John Adams there?
Yeah, speaking.
How does it feel to kill a hooker, John?
What?
I said, how does it feel to kill a hooker?
It's 4 in the morning. Who is this?
Did you kill a hooker?
No.
Oh.
Another often overlooked show, yet an important one for the history of not just Adult Swim, but of a certain other program on FX, is Frisky Dingo.
Now that Awesome X has defeated all the supervillains in the city, it's time Xander Cruz got focused.
Xander Cruz. You're Awesome X.
Awesome
X, yes. Maybe read a newspaper once in your life. Screw it, shoot it.
Bring it, you cyborg sons of bitches! I'm all shot up, man.
You ain't gonna die. Say the freaking word.
Created by Adam Reed and Matt Thompson, who worked together on C-Lab 2021, Frisky Dingo was the story of the Warren Kelly.
The whereabouts of the villain Killface.
Did I say the Villabouts of the Warren Kelly?
Yeah.
Because I've been doing that a lot lately. I wonder if it's a tumor.
And his plan to build a device to push the Earth into the sun. But he has a bit of a hard time marketing it.
Good girl. What's our unit price on this?
What, including postage?
Well, unless you propose having the stork plop them down the chimney. Well, you know who I like is that pickle stork that they had. From the Pickles. It's a mailman. No? Never mind. What's the unit price?
$3.80.
$3.80?
Well, you are the one that wanted animated menus, so...
What? How much without animated menus?
I don't know, less.
Out to stop him, as well as license his likeness for toys, is billionaire playboy Xander Cruz, otherwise known as the hero Awesome X, who fights crime with the super fighting force, the Xtacles.
Oh! Right, pause it right there. That's Cruz smashing Ronnie's nuts. Guys, come on. Guys, come on. Kidding me? These tapes are supposed to be a learning tool. Man, what'd Ronnie do wrong here? He, took off his robot pants?
Keen-eyed viewers will remember the clear and obvious connection to the previous C-Lab 2021 and the creator's future project, Archer, which is still airing as of the time of this writing. It's a show that relies on snappy dialogue, long-running jokes, and memorable characters. Frisky Dingo would unfortunately only last 2 seasons, leaving on a cliffhanger. But some could make the case that if Frisky Dingo had not ended, we would never have gotten Archer. But it would be nice to see an ending to the story someday. But the last original show of this year would be one of its most memorable and most unique. Metalocalypse was co-created by Brendan Small, who previously worked with Adult Swim on home movies, and Tommy Blanchett. The show focused on the metal band Deathclock, who are the most popular band in the world, but while they are incredible musicians, they're also idiots.
What's this place called?
This is, I believe, called Food Libraries.
Food
Library.
It's called a grocery store, you douchebags! I'm sorry about douchebags. I got low blood sugar.
Who, with their incredible power and money, managed to get into crazy situations, including summoning Finnish lake trolls.
Seriously?
Well, it's official. Finland is being destroyed by a troll that you summoned.
Well, I'm not sorry. I can't believe we summoned a troll. Why don't we think of this earlier?
This power is closely monitored by a shadowy organization who see Deathclock as part of that ancient prophecy that will bring about the Metalocalypse.
Now's the time to take out Deathclock once and for all. You're just sitting there underwater. We can make it look like an underwater accident.
No, it is too soon. We must watch them.
The show was a labor of love for creator Brendan Small, who not only wrote the show and voiced several of the main characters, that being Nathan Explosion, Pickles, and Squizgar Squigolf, but also wrote the music for the show, which would also be released in 3 Death albums. He even still tours to this day at festivals and plays Deathclock songs with his band. Adult Swim would add a few more anime to its lineup, including the popular Bleach and Trinity 7. However, one show would prove to be an interesting addition. Shin-Chan, known as Crayon Shin-Chan in Japan, started as a comedy manga in 1990, and quickly became a hit anime in 1992, currently still airing with over 1,000 episodes and 30 movies.
Say hey, hey, Shin-Chan.
Looking for trouble, he's your man.
Say hey, hey, Shin-Chan.
He's breaking the rules the best he can.
Shin-Chan would previously be adapted to the West before, in the form of the Vitello dub in the early 2000s. This version of the show never aired in the US despite being produced in a studio in California. It was only aired in Fox Kids and later Jetix in the UK, as well as Australia and Ireland.
I'm writing letters. Oh. Friendships are important, Shin. We need to keep in touch with the people we care about. It shows they're appreciated. That's deep. I bet there's someone you appreciate. Someone who cooks your meals, cleans your clothes, and loves her little boy very, very much. Anyone spring to mind? Not really. Okay.
While it would be a full series, eventually the show would be changed to just shorts that would air during commercial breaks and in between other shows. A few years later, another dub of Shin-Chan would be tried, this time produced not only for Europe, but by a European studio as well. And most episodes of both were seen as lost media until very recently, when many episodes were found and uploaded online, it being the only way to watch this dub as of now.
Miss Heishi, tell your mom I want to see her, okay?
She doesn't let strange men in the house.
I'm not a man, I'm a lady, just like your mom.
Hey, watch that talk. My mom's no lady.
Both dubs would stay fairly accurate to the original source, other than Americanizing the names and adding new background music. Shin-Chan being known for somewhat relative raunchy humor, this is also mostly kept intact, including Shin's signature move of showing his butt and doing a little dance. But some episodes that focus more specifically on sexual content and jokes were skipped entirely. However, this wouldn't be a problem for the next time Shin-Chan would be adapted to the West.
He is the big head boy, Shin-Chan, very famous in the world for his popular TV program, Shin-Chan.
Mommy!
Many are loving him, also adults.
Ding dong!
Includes ladies and gentlemen. Shin-Chan, sausage eater, showing his pat-pat to everyone.
Meow. Hot damn!
See Shin-Chan on the Adult Swim TV for you.
Hooray!
Shin-Chan, showing his pat-pat to everyone. Shin-Chan, Monday into Thursday, 12:30 Adult Swim TV.
In 2005, Funimation would acquire the licensing rights to Shin-Chan, and they would go in a bit of a different direction with
From Action Foods. If you don't buy it, you'll die.
You want 10 sausages?
Yeah, I need them.
A child psychology book I read warned me about this.
Unlike previous dubs, which would make changes but stick pretty close to the source, Funimation would opt to Americanize it even more. This would include name changes, adding even more dark elements, pop culture and political jokes, and even changing entire characters' personality and backstories. Some jokes would be related to current American politics and would push the limits of humor for the era, joking about terrorism, domestic abuse, Jews, and one character who would have his personality changed completely as a parody of modern conservatism. While the dub was successful enough to produce 3 seasons and 78 episodes, the show is currently not available to watch legally, the DVDs having never gotten a reprint and the episodes not available to stream on Funimation's service or the new Crunchyroll when the two companies merged. The dub is still popular nowadays, still being referenced and discovered by anime fans new and old. However, Crunchyroll has never acknowledged the dub or made attempts to revive it, possibly due to the content not aging well in their eyes.
Hima, he's old enough to be your stepfather. Not that there's anything wrong with that. No, Hima, his don't squirt milk no matter how hard you squeeze.
Hey, fellas. Woo, nice ride. Thanks. What do you think of my van? I call it my mystery machine. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah. Yeah, customizer myself. Wall-to-wall shank, 4 speakers, the works. The works, huh? You're my kind of guy. Hey, what do you got there, V8? V8000. Ooh, V.
It's kind of like a monster truck.
Monster truck? Cut it out, Scoob. You're ruining my street cred. Oh, sorry.
Hey, guys, groovy ride.
Want a lift?
Hey, okay, dude, let's see what that jalopy can do.
What's a jalopy?
First off the line.
Yeah, I'm sure they're feeling pretty silly right now.
2007 would see some real changes to the network in several ways. While many aspects of the network would stay, like shows that would continue their runs like Ed, Edd n Eddy, there would be many other changes to long-running aspects. But the year would start for Cartoon Network with a huge scare that would cause ripples in the network for years to come.
It was just a publicity stunt for a TV cartoon show, but the discovery of 9 suspicious electronic devices triggered a giant scare across the city of Boston today. Eyewitness News reporter Rob Hayes is live in Burbank to tell us what those devices turned out to be. Rob?
Well, Michelle, the folks here at Cartoon Network, or more specifically Turner Broadcasting, which owns Cartoon Network, they have a lot of explaining to do. What was supposed to be a marketing stunt is now being blamed for that terrorist scare in Boston.
On January 31st of 2007, supposed suspicious devices were found in various areas around Boston. Reported as IEDs, the devices were later identified as essentially bootleg light brights, displaying the characters of Ignog and the Mooninites of the popular Aqua Teen Hunger Force franchise. 2 men were soon arrested for planting the devices, artists Peter Badowski and Sean Stevens. They were hired by Adult Swim to plant the signs as part of a nationwide guerrilla marketing campaign to promote the release of Aqua Teen Hunger Force: movie film for theaters, which was releasing this same year. The story was covered by many major outlets, most criticizing Adult Swim, Cartoon Network, and its parent companies for pushing a stunt like this, with the memory of 9/11 still very fresh in people's minds. Fans, however, knew that this was all very overblown. The 2 men were charged, but they did not take the charges seriously. At a press conference, they opted not to talk about the case in question and instead spoke about haircuts of the 60s.
Hold on a second. For example, Afro, I think, comes kind of from the 70s. But then again, there's other styles, like the greased up hair, when they actually use grease. And I'm not totally sure where that comes from. Whether or not it's from the 20s or from the... It's definitely not from the 60s, I don't think.
Well, the 60s sort of... We're taking this very seriously.
Yeah, please don't interrupt.
The 60s sort of had the mod hairstyle, which I believe evolved into the sort of greased back look of the 70s. But Peter, what you're saying is you think it maybe came more from the 20s? Yeah.
But there were consequences. Turner settled out of court by paying $2 million, $1 million of which went to the Boston PD for damages. As well, at the time general manager of Cartoon Network, Jim Samples, resigned as a direct result of this incident. He was replaced by Stuart Snyder, who would remain in the position until 2014. While this change was happening, another major change would happen to the network, including the end of a fairly long-time fixture. Fridays would have its final airing on February 23, 2007, and would be replaced quickly by Friday Night Premiere Thunder, a motocross-themed block which would do the job of showing new premiere cartoons on Fridays without having to film sets or skits. This would turn out to be just a temporary replacement, however, as it was quickly replaced by Fried Dynamite, a show block that would be themed around a group of kids doing wacky skits and showing more of the Cartoon Network studios, as a sort of reality TV hook. As for shows, we got the network's first live-action series on Cartoon Network since 1996. Out of Jimmy's Head was a spin-off series based on the Cartoon Network original movie Reanimated, which aired the previous year. The show focused on a boy named Jimmy, who, after an accident, has a brain transfer performed on him. The brain he receives happens to be that of a famous cartoonist. After the procedure, Jimmy finds that he can now see the cartoon creations of said cartoonist, but no one else can. These characters sometimes help Jimmy with his problems, but more likely than not, cause problems. Out of Jimmy's Head was a very standard live-action sitcom, one you may see on Nickelodeon or Disney at the time, although it only lasted one 20-episode season. Back on the Cartoon Network front, we would see the creation of one of the most well-known cartoons of the era, before certain changes were made.
Marzipan City, home to legendary chef Mondo. That's me! All the ladies think I'm a sweet treat. And this is my culinary castle. From here, I run a catering business with the help of my wife, Truffles.
Honey, we got an order!
My faithful employee, Schnitzel. Rado, and my young and treasured apprentice, Chowder.
Hi.
Chowder has the honor of helping me prepare my rare and exotic dishes, like leveled eggs, liver blabber, and frothy apple crumble pumpkin.
I don't want to make the recipe anymore!
You see, Chowder has big dreams of becoming a great chef, but whenever he's in the mix, Chowder! It's a potential recipe for disaster. Schnitzel the mop.
Rather.
Chowder premieres November 2nd at 7:30, only on Cartoon Network.
Created by previous storyboard artist Billy and Mandy and voice of Fred Fredberger, C.J. Greenblatt, Chowder is a story of a young boy apprenticing to become a chef. He's studying under Mung Dahl, who works as a sort of restaurant/catering company, with his wife Truffles and employee Schnitzel.
Oh, don't sneak up on me like that.
How do you want me to sneak up on you? Like this?
Chowder had a creative mix of styles, being not just 2D animated, it also incorporated puppets, claymation, and even live-action segments. It also had a knack for breaking the fourth wall, like in one of my many favorite jokes of the series.
I'm gonna be making a few changes starting now. You're gonna be taking the ball. You are ugly, so you're gonna play defense. Got it? Good. Now break. Yes, that's very funny. I hate this show.
Chowder was an insanely creative project that creator C.J. Greenblatt was working on close to 7 years before it actually aired. The care and heart are clearly all over it.
Get away from me!
Chowder, calm down. The dentist is all done with you.
Yeah, but he still hasn't cut the bear!
Another big show for the network at the time was the latest addition to the Transformers universe.
Got a little surprise for you, son.
No, Dad! Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, I am. You're not getting a Porsche.
2007 would see the premiere of the first Transformers live-action movie from infamous director Michael Bay. And while many fans have mixed feelings about the admittedly successful film franchise, it did allow for more exposure to do other things with the series, including Transformers Animated. Produced by Cartoon Network Studios and premiering the day after Christmas, Transformers Animated switches up the story a bit from the original canon. In this continuity, the war for Cybertron has ended, and we see a crew of familiar Autobots, including Optimus Prime, discovering the fabled Allspark. After being attacked by Decepticons, the group is forced to make a crash landing on Earth, where they must remain in stasis for half a century to survive. When they awaken in the year 2050, they are greeted by a new human companion, Sari, and together work to protect the Allspark from the returning Decepticons. Transformers Animated managed to combine the perfect mix of great animation, storytelling, and humor, not to mention an all-star cast. And of course, like most Transformers, the toy line was one of the best. It's a series all Transformers fans still hold a deep love for. We would also see another movie premiering in 2007, that being Ben 10 Race Against Time, the first in what would turn out to be 2 live-action movies.
Ben Tennyson has always been special. You might call him a superhero. Let's rumble. In the quiet town of Bellwood, being a hero doesn't exactly help with girls, or bullies, or homework.
Gee.
And when an ancient enemy is freed from his prison, he'll fight his toughest battle yet. There is nowhere you can run. A monster named Eon.
This time nothing shall thwart me once Benjamin Tennyson is dead.
Race Against Time would be an adventure set in what would later turn out to be an alternate universe, separate from the main show, and would see Ben battle against a time-traveling alien named Eon. The movie had mixed reactions from both audiences and critics, and would see Lee Majors as Grandpa Max, and was directed by Alex Winter of Bill and Ted fame.
Ben 10, Race Against Time, the Cartoon Network original movie, premiering November 21st at 8 p.m. Only on Cartoon Network.
Your favorite rubber pirate, Luffy, is back with all new episodes.
Thank you, Smarty Pants!
Bring 'em on already! After a little R&R, One Piece is rejoining the Toonami ranks.
Hey, now the fun starts big time!
While 2007 would bring a lot of changes to various places on Cartoon Network, no part would see most change than Toonami. Toonami in 2007 would see most of its new programming airing instead on the online Toonami Jetstream service, like reruns of Pokemon Johto League Champions and Ice Shield 21. although the series would only see 5 episodes airing on the service. The biggest change was in the look.
You guys ready to make the magic happen? All right, boys, let's do this.
Out of nowhere, with almost no warning, Toonami had a massive change in theming. While the show was still hosted by Tom, this being Tom 4, Tom would abandon the Absolution and Sarah to instead be on a planet-based station with new companions, Flash and Dee, who helped the new Tom run the Toonami broadcast. The biggest change would also be the new Tom, who would now have a face, which many would compare to Thomas the Tank Engine. The drastic change, and the fact that there was no real new shows airing on the block, would be an unfortunate sign of things to come, much sooner than anyone would anticipate.
Adult Swim weeknights take on a distinctly culinary flavour with Robot Chicken and Aqua Teen Hunger Force scheduled at 12 and 12:15 respectively.
Back on Adult Swim, 2007 was booming with new shows, each more insane and experimental than the last. First up would be The Drinky Crow Show, based on the self-syndicated comic strip Mackies. The Drinky Crow Show followed the exploits of an alcoholic and depressed crow named Drinky and his Irish monkey friend, Uncle Gabby. The show is best described as a surreal black comedy, focusing on ultra-violence and jokes about suicide. A short-lived series, only at 10 episodes, but one many Adult Swim fans will remember as a series that they thought maybe was a dream. Next up would be an even more fever dream of a series, Xavier, Renegade Angel.
What doth life? Are we just fleshy blips in some meaningless stew of cosmic oblivion? Or is it vice versa?
Co-created by Vernon Chapman, who also voiced the titular Xavier, the show follows a wandering man of sorts, searching for answers to questions that haven't been asked yet, and questioning answers that nobody gave.
Get your hands off his leg, you perv!
Take that! Taste the pain! Take that! Taste the pain!
It's cranberry sauce!
Take that!
The show was a bizarre mix of computer animation and pseudo-intellectual diatribe, a hidden gem of a series that lasted 2 seasons, an infinitely rewatchable and criminally underrated series.
Oh yeah? You only got one peni? Let me see it. See with your eyes, not with your mouth. I'll call your bluff. I'll see your penis with your mouth, and I raise you with my hand. Ante up.
Continuing with that fever dream feeling, Adult Swim would start producing live-action programming for the block. The first show was a weird parody called Saul of the Mole Man. Created as a, quote, ultra-patriotic Land of the Lost, Saul of the Mole Man was a live-action adventure show in the style of Land of the Lost and the Tom Baker era of Doctor Who, with bad acting, cheap sets, and monster costumes. Mostly played straight and emphasized for wackiness, it was short-lived at only 1 season. In the same style was the show Fat Guy Stuck in Internet. The show was a remake of a previous concept of the creator, Greg Gemberling's, made for the channel 102, a web series featuring different fake TV shows from different creators. The show was a sort of Tron parody of a hotshot programmer being stuck in the internet, and must fight to not only save himself, but the internet itself, from a vague, shadowy evil. While similar to Saul in its cheesy parody style, Fat Guy was a little more self-aware with itself, pointing out at times when it got a little too wacky. Speaking of, we would get one last live-action show for the block, from 2 men who would continue to be fixtures for quite some time.
Awesome show.
Great job.
Tim and Eric's awesome show Great Job is a sort of sketch variety show from the creators of Tom Goes to the Mayor. The show is filled to the brim with random skits featuring the team of Tim and Eric, as well as other guest stars and even random nobodies. The show was ahead of its time with cringe and awkward humor and oddball effects that made it stand out even on Adult Swim, and would make sure Tim and Eric, but more specifically Tim Heidecker, would be household names for years to come. Along with these, we would also see a few more anime airing on the block, including Astro Boy, Blood Plus, and the smash hit Death Note.
A human who's used a Death Note can neither go to heaven nor hell for eternity.
Once you actually start looking around, it makes you wonder if you'd be doing society a favor by getting rid of all these people. Death Note. This world is rotting, and those who are making it rot deserve to die.
2008 would also see a lot of changes to the network. Many would argue that this was the most recognizable time for the start of its downfall. But while many things would change and end, we would also still see the spark of the network even still. The change of the year would also bring a change of look, introducing the nudes era. The nudes era would see bumpers and promos featuring little characters called nudes, which would be based on the DIY toys called Money, which were little block vinyl figures that you could paint and design any way you wanted. In the same way, these nudes would be painted with a design of different characters from the shows currently airing on the network, and be used to preview what was coming up next. With this new era came new shows, the first being a sequel to an existing one. Ben 10 Alien Force was the follow-up series to Ben 10, set 5 years after the events of the original series. Ben and Gwen are now teenagers, as is their former enemy Kevin. With the disappearance of his grandpa Max, Ben takes over as the leader, with a new Omnitrix, new aliens, and new villains to defeat. Continuing with the action series, Cartoon Network was looking for even more action-adventure with the success of Ben 10, which would lead to the premiere of The Secret Saturdays. Created by Jay Stephen, based on his love of both old-school Hanna-Barbera adventure series and cryptozoology. The Secret Saturdays focused on the Saturday family, who travel the world searching for new species of cryptids, all the while being pursued by grifting television host V.V. Argost, who looks to exploit the cryptids. The action kept coming with a new addition to the Batman franchise. Batman Brave and the Bold was a series produced by WB Animation for Cartoon Network. Unlike the previous series, the Batman Animated Series and The Batman, the series was more lighthearted and intended for younger audiences. However, much like Justice League Unlimited, it still took advantage of the vast array of characters that DC had to offer, including team-ups with lesser-known heroes at the time, like Blue Beetle, Batmite, Firestorm, Ambushbug, and even shorter team-ups, like with previous Cartoon Network and Hanna-Barbera mainstay Space Ghost, voiced by the returning Gary Owens.
Looks like Creature King got his just desserts.
Actually, he'll probably be dessert.
While the lighter tone of the show was at first a bit controversial to some fans, Batman has a long history of camp under his cowl, and it's a series that's fondly remembered by old and new fans to this very day. But while these shows all had their audiences, it was the next show that would be a smash hit for the network and be responsible for shaping a universe for years to come.
On May 19th, the Jedi must unite.
Oh, I have a bad feeling about this.
By 2008, the world was still reflecting on the Star Wars prequel trilogy, which had just wrapped a few years previously with Revenge of the Sith. Afterwards, Lucasfilm was already hard at work on another movie, which would capitalize on the gap of time between Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith, highlighting the Clone Wars themselves.
We need to make contact with General Kenobi.
Kidnapped. Jabba the Hutt's son has been.
The first step to this would be a new animated film released in theaters in 2008. The film would follow Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi as they led the fight in the Clone Wars, but it would also be the introduction to future fan-favorite character Ahsoka, introduced as Anakin's Jedi Padawan. The film would see her and Anakin work a mission of peace to rescue Jabba the Hutt's kidnapped son. While the film received mostly negative reviews, it did quite well at the box office and worked as a pilot for one of the best Star Wars TV series of all time.
The Jedi aren't just gonna sit by while Grievous and his droids take over the whole universe. At least, that's what Anakin says. I'm supposed to listen to him. He's my master. I may just be a Padawan, but soon, I will be a Jedi. And if that means I have to cut my way through 100 droids, I will. Gladly.
Star Wars, The Clone Wars. A new adventure every Friday night begins tomorrow at 9 p.m. on Cartoon Network.
Star Wars The Clone Wars continues chronicling the Clone Wars following not just Anakin, Ahsoka, and Obi-Wan, but also other characters like Yoda, Mace Windu, and gave even more individuality and personality to the clones themselves, allowing more of them to be seen as real characters. It would also see future developments of the fan-favorite villain Asajj Ventress, originally introduced in the 2D Clone Wars series. The series is well remembered, and is still having elements that were introduced in this series used and incorporated in the Star Wars universe even now after Disney took over, notably Ahsoka herself getting her own live-action series. But it wasn't all new action on Cartoon Network in 2008. We did get one original series that would highlight another type of adventure. The Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack follow, as the name would suggest, the marvelous misadventures of a pirate adventurer wannabe, Flapjack. He's a young naive boy who is the apprentice of sorts to a legendary pirate of sorts, Captain Knuckles, along with their friend slash ship slash mother figure, Bubby the Whale. They traveled the seas on various wacky adventures and to achieve their ultimate goal of finding the rumored paradise of Candy Island. In between adventures, the crew hang out on Stormalong Harbor, where live even more wacky and strange characters, including Peppermint Larry, the owner of the local candy bar, along with his wife, Candy Wife. The show had a great mix of slapstick, gross out, and random-esque humor, a nice throwback to the style of cartoon that would be seen in previous eras of Cartoon Network, an island of itself, if you will. As well, Cartoon Network would pull more shows from Canada. In total, 2008 would see the airings of 3 different Canadian cartoons, the first being Johnny Test. Originally airing on Kids WB, it would soon move to Cartoon Network after Season 4, a show about the titular Johnny Test who lives his misadventures with his talking dog, Dookie. The biggest gimmick of the show would be Johnny being used as a guinea pig by his sisters in various experiments. Next would be 16, a very simple show about a group of kids hanging out at a mall with hilarious results.
The Galleria Mall has something for everyone. Movies.
You kiss like a golden retriever!
The food court.
I just threw up a bit in my mouth.
And employment opportunities.
I can't believe I spray dudes with cologne for a living.
From the creators of Total Drama Island comes 16.
Don't tease me, dude.
16, Monday through Friday at 4, right here on Cartoon Network.
And of course, the juggernaut of the bunch, Total Drama Island. Total Drama Island started as a simple survivor parody, with teens of different backgrounds competing in different challenges to win a big prize. This soon exploded into multiple seasons with multiple gimmicks in each one, with revolving and returning characters. The series would be a big hit for the network, spawning about 6 seasons, the most recent currently airing, and 2 spin-offs, The Ridiculous Race and Total Drama Rama, a sort of Muppet Babies version of the show with fan-favorite characters as younger kids. But while Cartoon Network was restructuring to find a new identity and take advantage of trends, it would end up ending one of the biggest things that made the channel unique for years, and something that if people did stop watching Cartoon Network, they still remembered.
11 years and counting. Raise your hand if you were alive during Toonami's launch.
On September 20th, 2008, Cartoon Network would announce at a panel at Anime Weekend Atlanta that Toonami had been canceled due to low ratings. The block would air its final broadcast the same evening, its last show being a rerun of Samurai Jack. To say goodbye, Tom himself would address the audience directly, as the station previously running the broadcast was shut down around him.
Well, this is the end, beautiful friends. After more than 11 years, this is Toonami's final broadcast. It's been a lot of fun, and we'd like to thank each and every one of you who've made this journey with us. Toonami wouldn't have been anything without you. Hopefully, we've left you with some good memories. So, until we meet again, stay gold. Bang.
With that, Toonami was over. And so was an era of Cartoon Network that could never be recovered. On Adult Swim, we would see 2 original shows air on the block, the first being the ultra-violent acid trip known as Super Jail. While the pilot aired on the block a year before, the series would premiere in full in 2008, revolving around the titular Super Jail that houses the most dangerous criminals in the world in a hellscape of blood, death, destruction, and mayhem. The jail itself is watched over by the Warden, a maniacal Willy Wonka-like figure with godlike powers. Other staff of the prison include Jared, the prison's high-strung accountant, Alice, the mannish guard and love interest for the Warren, and the twins, 2 supernatural beings who live to cause even more chaos to the jail than normal. Apart from horrific torture and violence depicted on the show, the other constant would be an opening sequence featuring Jackknife, a psychotic con committing some kind of horrific crime and being captured by Jailbot, the faithful servant bot of the Warden. For live action, Adult Swim released Delocated, focusing on John, who after testifying against the mob is put into witness protection with his wife and son. At the same time, they are also involved in a reality show about their lives, which requires them to disguise themselves in ski masks. The family moves to a loft in New York, joined by a series of federal agents and hunted by various Russian gangsters. The series was created and starred John Glasser as John, who has appeared in many different projects, including for Adult Swim like Stroker and Stroker and Hoop. The series managed to last 3 seasons, as well as getting a special for its season finale. 2008 would also be notable for Adult Swim's April Fool's Prank, this year featuring an all-night marathon of the infamous So Bad It's Good movie, The Room. Of course, having to be censored for the movie's sex scenes.
Hi.
Can I help you?
Yeah, can I have a dozen red roses, please?
Oh, hi, Johnny. I didn't know it was you. Here you go.
That's me. How much is it?
It'll be $18.
Here you go. Keep the change. Hi, doggy.
You're my favorite customer.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I love sushi.
I love Japan, period.
The tea ceremonies. J-Rock! Yeah.
Garugamesh!
Oh, yeah.
I love anime!
Yeah. And manga!
And gaming!
Oh,
DDR!
Smiley K!
Hey! Sakura-kan ikimasu!
Don't just talk about it. Check out Sakura-kan, April 10 through 12. Check sakura-kan.org for all the details.
The year is 2009. Zack Snyder releases a previously thought impossible to adapt version of Watchmen. The PlayStation 3, 360, and Wii era video games continues with Batman Arkham Asylum, Modern Warfare 2, and New Super Mario Bros. Wii. And the first Simpsons episode of the year is Season 20, Episode 9, Lisa the Drama Queen.
Pardon me, Master, but what does a big fat wad like you know about Kung Fu?
Ah, Kung Fu is not about physique, but the channeling of one's energy, or chi. If you doubt my skill, please feel free to attack at my signal. Oh, my chi!
Cartoon Network had just gone through a massive amount of changes. After a controversy involving a mistaken bomb scare and the ending of a long-time institution in Fridays and Toonami, Cartoon Network was starting to seem like a shell of its former self. They would need to try something drastic to try to get things back on track. Unfortunately, their plan would prove even more disastrous.
If you're enjoying tonight's TDA, you're going to love Horror Thursdays, the very best place for brand new funny. New Chowder. New Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack. Action! New Total Drama Action. New Snow. Always funny. I love it. Always new. Horror Thursdays. Thursdays at 8. Only on Cartoon Network.
If 2008 seemed like a transitional period for the network, 2009 was a full-blown shift. In the year of 2009, not a single new cartoon series premiered on Cartoon Network proper. And at this point, all but 2 that began airing before 2008 were cancelled, that being Chowder and Ed, Edd n Eddy, which would see its final episode air on November of 2009, making it still, as of now, the longest-running Cartoon Network series to this date. no matter what others say about a certain WB/DC original series. Instead, in 2009, Cartoon Network would embark on a bit of an experiment. One that had been teased and toyed with in years prior, but now is going in full force. For better, or as it would turn out, worse. That being CN Real.
The name is Cartoon Network, so you expect to see nothing but animation when you flip CN on your TV. But the times they are a-changing, so don't get left behind. 'Cause now we've got real people and we heard it blows your mind. We came up with this song to tell you all the news. That Cartoon Network's airing both real people and cartoons. Both kinds of shows, you got it right, that's exactly what I said. And it's gonna rock, give cartoons and real people a shot. Are you hearing what I say?
CN Real was both a block of shows and a new direction for the network that started in the summer, focusing more on live-action programming, all of which would be kicked off with an ad campaign and marketing hosted by artist Andrew WK, who would also host one of the shows in this new era. Andrew WK, previously known for songs like Party Hard, It's Time to Party, Party Till I Puke, and Ready to Die, seemed like an odd choice for a figurehead of CN Real, but his high-energy persona, which made you feel both hyped and unsafe at the same time, was a sort of omen for the direction and changes we're taking. The block itself was made as an attempt to compete with networks Nickelodeon and Disney Channel, which had had a number of highly successful live-action shows. Although anyone would argue the strength of those shows were these scripted comedies, like Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, Even Stevens, and the pinnacle Cody in the House, while Cartoon Network attempted to compete with cheaply made and produced reality shows, which relied mostly on fake reactions and reused content. Speaking of, the CN Real era began first with The Outsiders, a take on the already overused ghost hunting formula, only with kids wandering around supposedly haunted areas. A show that managed to air 26 episodes in the span of 5 months and was quickly canceled due to low ratings.
Something just hit my shoulder.
What was it?
Right there.
It's there right now?
The Othersiders, new episode, Wednesday night at 8, only on Cartoon Network.
Next up was the game show Brain Rush, hosted by a young Lamorne Morris of future New Girl fame. Brain Rush was a typical trivia game show, where contestants would answer questions of various sorts to win money. The most ever won being little over $5,000 and as little as $550. A whole 6 episodes were aired during the year of 2009, before again being quickly canceled.
You're on a game show until you sit in the seat. Surprise! You're on Brain Rush.
See the premiere of Brain Rush, Saturday, June 20th at 8. Part of the brand new CN Real, only on Cartoon Network.
Next would be the show hosted by Andrew WK himself, Destroy, Build, Destroy, a competition show that would see 2 teams of 3 teens destroy various objects that attempt to build a vehicle from those objects, and then destroy the loser's vehicle in some way. This would be one of the 2 shows that would outlast CN Real as a block, and last more than 1 year, surviving until 2011.
On the next, Destroy! Build! Destroy! It's a WWE Spectacular! John Morrison! Versus The Man! Power, fraud, talent, everything! Bring it off! Pop the tire! You can't handle the juggernaut! Destroy! Build, Destroy! Wednesday night at 8:30, only on Cartoon Network. Awesome. Be sure to vote in our poll and let us know what you think.
The other show to obtain a bit of success in the same way was Dude, What Would Happen? The show would focus on a group of 3 friends who would brainstorm different what-if scenarios, then spend the episode trying to recreate it. This and Destroy would be the most successful shows from the block, being number 1 among 6 to 11-year-old boys in its time slot. This would also enable it, much like Destroy, to survive until 2011.
Gallons of salad dressing.
Dude, what would happen?
Wednesday at 8:30 on Cartoon Network.
Not as successful was the last show on the CN Real block, Bobby Says, which was a simple show where the host Bobby Johnson would give commentary over various clips. The show lasted a month, with a total of 6 episodes, which are mostly considered to this day lost media. We would also see a new Ben 10 live-action movie, Alien Swarm, based on the now older version of Ben, and again directed by Bill and Ted's Alex Winter.
I'll be finding Elena. She's one of us.
She was one of us. You can't trust her. I just want my father back then.
We'll get him, I promise.
Well, I guess Ben is really on his own this time.
Thanks for taking the risk to help me. Going up against the team.
Just like old times, right?
As well, the Scooby-Doo live-action origin film The Mystery Begins would premiere, becoming Cartoon Network's highest viewed telecast at the time, at 6.1 million views.
Cartoon Network presents the story of how it all began. Meet our pet of the day.
It'll be just like in one of our mystery books.
Uncover the mystery behind the machine. Hey, I think I got it now. The facts behind Scooby Snacks. Wow. And the villain behind the mask.
It was Ghost.
The greatest mystery of all is about to be revealed. Hear that, Scoob? We're in a class all our own. Scooby-Doo, The Mystery Begins. Don't miss the world premiere movie. Sunday, September 13th at 7. Only on Cartoon Network.
But while Cartoon Network was trying to push more of a focus on live-action programming, there were still signs of hope in regards to animated, in the form of the Cartoon Institute. Created as a sort of pilot program in the same vein as the previous Cartoon program of the past, the Cartoon Institute was spearheaded by Cartoon Network executive Robert Sorcher and Craig McCracken to pitch new cartoon ideas outside of executive meddling and focus groups. 14 shorts were produced from various creators in 2009 and released online for public viewing in 2010, but only 2 of the shorts were later produced into full series, including Regular Show and Uncle Grandpa. – 2009 would also prove to be a slim year for Adult Swim, airing only 2 original shows in that year. The first being Titan Maximum, a parody of mecha anime like Voltron from the creators of Robot Chicken. While being well made with the same stop-motion animation team behind Robot Chicken, the show only lasted one 9-episode season, being cancelled a few days later after its cliffhanger season finale.
All right, everyone, let's suck this popsicle dry and shove the wooden stick up Gibbs' crap spout.
Hold on, Palmer. We don't know anything about this creature.
We know it has a crotch and we have a fist. Meeting adjourned.
Willie, weapons now!
Okay. Yes! The Protonic Disruptor! It fires bolts of energy that affect the target on a subatomic. Hey!
I missed. Give me another one.
But I only made one.
The other show would be a live-action sitcom parody named The Rising Sun, focusing on the life and drama of Mary, Joseph, and Jesus Christ. The show was also quickly canceled after 4 episodes, and has never been mentioned again by the network, but still able to watch on its website.
Monday nights have all of your brand new comedy. New Adventure Time.
Be calmed by my saliva.
New Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated.
Wee wee!
New Total Drama World Tour.
Yes! In your face!
New Johnny Test.
It's party time!
Oh, no way. You guys made it.
It's all funny. It's all new. Monday nights starting at 7, 6 Central. Only on Cartoon Network.
2010 would be a sort of correction, or at least an attempt to, from the disastrous CN Real experiment. This would start with a new rebrand, known as the Check It era. The course correction would include even more action-adventure-focused shows, the first being another sequel series to Ben 10, Ultimate Alien, continuing the adventures of teenage Ben, Gwen, and Kevin as they have new threats, new aliens. Because of the continuing success of Ben 10, Cartoon Network would produce another adventure series from Man of Action, this being Generator Rex. Based on the short-lived Image comic named M. Rex, Generator Rex focused on a teenager named Rex, an amnesiac given special powers thanks to nanites in his body.
Are my nanites turning me into a rampaging monster? I control them. Tell them what to do. That means I can do things like this! Incoming! I'm Rex. Now thrill me.
These nanites are part of all living things on Earth after an explosion which spread them across Earth's atmosphere. The nanites will randomly activate, giving anyone infected different powers and deformities. The series would last 2 seasons and even have a crossover special with Ben 10 later on, but would not be as successful as its sister series Ben 10. Like many of its kind, its cancellation was also due to low toy sales as well as ratings. Continuing the adventure trend was a new show from longtime Cartoon Network contributor Genndy Tartakovsky, Symbiotic Titan.
When apparent meteor slammed down on the outskirts of town. What the heck is that?
That didn't work out so well.
Agreed. The show focuses on Lance, Lana, and their robot, Octus, who have fled their home planet, which has been overtaken by the evil general, Majula. The 3 land in a small town in Illinois and attempt to blend in with the local high school and its various dramas. However, Majula is able to track the trio and send waves of monsters after them to kill Alana, the last heir to their home planet and its final step to total conquest. When they're attacked, the 3 have their own special armors to defend themselves. But when the threat is too large, the 3 can combine into a giant robot, the titular Symbiotic Titan. Tartakovsky cites the influence of shows and movies like Robotech and John Hughes movies, like 16 Candles and Breakfast Club, for the show, and described, "I have always loved the idea of kids driving giant robots." While popular with critics and audiences, the show was cancelled after Cartoon Network was unable to secure a toy deal. Because of this, the show's cliffhanger ending was never resolved. And with it being another victim of tax write-offs, it likely will never see an ending anytime soon.
Symbiotic Titan. New series premieres Friday at 8, only on Cartoon Network.
Cartoon Network would not be the only studio to produce action for the channel. Warner Brothers would be back with another DC show, this time in the form of Young Justice.
Kicks reached security. They were told to follow orders. Stay put. They didn't listen. Take them down hard. Oh, and one more thing. Don't call us sidekicks. The Young Justice 1-hour special event. Friday, November 26th at 7/6 Central. Only on Cartoon Network.
Young Justice focused on a team of sidekicks and prodigies from the DC's greatest heroes, teaming up to battle various threats, including the ever-reaching influence of the Light. The original team consisted of Robin, Aqualad, Kid Flash, and Speedy, but would later be joined by Miss Martian and a clone of Superman named Superboy. The show would be a bit more of a mature take on the concept, more so than Teen Titans and closer to previous comic versions. And while another show that was popular with both audiences and critics, it would be cancelled after 2 seasons due to low toy sales. It would later be revived 6 years later for DC's own streaming service and then HBO Max, to huge fanfare but middling results. The last action outing for the year would be the original movie Fire Breather.
Duncan, you're a 16-year-old boy like every other guy in your class, and every kid in that school has problems of their own.
Check out the new kid. You don't want to fight me. It's not gonna be a fight. Just a beat down.
What's your secret?
Balak! Why now? Why here?
Because he's not only king of the kaiju, he's also my dad.
Based on the Image comic of the same name, Fire Breather would focus on Duncan, a teen born from the union of a human mother and a kaiju father. His birth would lead to the end of the Great War between the two sides, but now Duncan is starting in a new school, trying to fit in with his orange skin and ability to breathe fire.
But if he chooses to come freely,
What happens now?
This doesn't determine who you are. You make your own choices. You've probably got questions about how you were conceived.
No, not listening. La 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 la.
this is Duncan, my heir.
I don't want to succeed you.
This is crazy.
Oh, it gets better.
Next month, he's part human, part dragon, all hero. Fire Breather, an all-new original movie. Next month.
So, your dad's king of all monsters. Cool.
Only on Cartoon Network.
After all that action, Cartoon Network needed something a little bit more chill to balance it out. Luckily, 2010 would bring a regular show.
Yeah, we don't have cakes.
Regular show. New series premieres Monday, September 6th at 8:15, only on Cartoon Network.
Created by J.G. Quintel, who would also voice the main character Mordecai and compose the theme music, the show was based on a series of student films that he had made around 2005 and 2006. This included The Naive Man from Lollyland, about a big-headed chap getting into trouble after trying to pay for his meal with candy.
What's going on here?
Gramps here is trying to pay with lollipops.
I don't believe this. That's a strawberry tip I left you, Viocad.
I don't care what flavor it is. I'm not taking candy from some lollipop-headed freak. Bad show. Bad.
And 2 a.m. p.m., about 2 gas station attendants working at the graveyard shift on Halloween who trip out on acid-laced candy.
When is it supposed to kick in?
Right fucking now.
What?
Oh, look in the window.
What the fuck? This is crazy. Come on, that's not me. That's not me. If this crap fucks up my brain, I'm gonna kill you, man.
Characters from these shorts, or at least their designs, would be included in the show proper, which would focus on 2 friends, Mordecai and Rigby, who live and work at a public park as caretakers.
Dude, these are probably the best graphics I've ever seen in my life.
Dude, it looks just like the cover.
They work alongside fellow employee Skips, voiced by Mark Hamill.
How did you know?
I could tell by the shame in your eyes.
Muscle Man, High Five Ghost.
Transferring you to our bilingual system.
No! 000!
Hola, Yamaste Radio, kill it.
I don't understand what you're saying!
And their boss, Benson.
No, I don't want to hear it. Hey, I don't know what was on that tape or why those guys were after it, but I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. You've ruined karaoke night!
Every episode would have a theme of starting out with an almost mundane or relatable problem that would always escalate quickly into dangerous and supernatural threats. While aired around other kid shows, this was a show made for older audiences and was one of the very few shows that at the time had to be edited after initial runnings to remove certain words and phrases, like pissed off.
You pissed me off.
A more short-lived new show of the year would be the chaotic mess of Robotomy.
Spring is here! Hooray!
You boys looking for a girlfriend? Been there, done that.
I need to tell you something.
What? Shh, don't make a sound. Really?
Robotomy. New series premieres tonight at 8:45. Right after Matt at 8:30.
Yep.
Only on Cartoon Network.
Created by Superjail creator Michael Buckley, the show shares a lot of similarities with Superjail. Mostly a large amount of destruction and violence, made better by the fact that they're all robots. Set in a high school on the planet Insanus, two best friends, Thrasher and Blastus, try to survive normal teenage problems, and the not-so-normal problems that come with living in a hellish robot world. While unique for the network, as it was made for older audiences, it was ultimately a failure for ratings and critics, and only lasted 10 episodes before quickly being cancelled and swept under the rug. However, one last show would come out of 2010 that would stand the test of time in a big way. Created by animator Pendleton Ward, Adventure Time would start life as a short in the Nickelodeon-based program Random Cartoons, which, much like the What a Cartoon Show, worked as a sort of pilot program to introduce new shows. But Nickelodeon was not interested in a full series for Adventure Time, despite it becoming a viral hit online.
Wanna hear a funny joke? Knock knock.
But Cartoon Network would commission a full series order and put a lot of their weight behind it marketing-wise.
What time is it? What time is it? What time is it? What time is it? What? What time is it?
What?
Come on, tell me what time is it?
What?
What time is it, guys? Vampire fighting time! What time is it?
Who's ready to party?
What time is it?
Fun time.
What time is it? I don't care! Oh, what time is it? What? What time is it?
Yeah, man.
What time is it?
Yogurt chip.
What? What time is it?
Oh my gosh.
What time is it?
Adventure time?
Yeah, man!
A new cartoon this April on Cartoon Network.
Adventure Time takes place in the land of Oo, where a different adventure is around every corner. Someone always looking for adventure is the main character, Finn the Human, and his brother, Jake the Dog.
Congratulations, Finn the Human! Now you have truly reached the end.
Oh no! Mr. Keeper, I'm sorry. Why are you wearing that little devil costume?
These are my pajamas. I was getting ready for bed.
The start of the series started very simply, with Finn and Jake going on different adventures, which usually revolve around Ice King kidnapping princesses.
Ice King!
What?
Why are you keeping these girls prisoners, jerk?
You don't understand. I collect princesses because I want to marry one.
Well, why'd you capture 6 of them if you just want to marry one?
I'm collecting them all first to be sure I make the right choice. You're both too young to understand, but marriage is a serious thing and lasts forever. You can't just rush into it, you know?
Including Finn's love interest, Princess Bubblegum.
I should not have drunk that much tea.
And fan favorite, Lumpy Space Princess, voiced by Ward himself.
Ribbit. Password, please.
Whatever, it's 2009!
Over time, the series would evolve into something bigger, revealing much more lore, more character, and uncovering more mysteries surrounding the origins of the show, its characters, and the world itself. The series would be a pretty big hit for the channel, one of the few shows that at the time got real merch like toys and apparel, spin-offs and miniseries, video games, and comics. It's one of the many examples of Cartoon Network, even at the time, noticing greatness when it presented itself, and nurturing it for the benefit of everyone, more likely trying to make up for the previous mistakes of seeing real. Speaking of, Cartoon Network was still attempting to find the first smash hit live-action show, which they would try with the live-action scripted drama Tower Prep.
Where am I? Who are you guys? You don't have much time, Ian. Wait, how do you know my name? What is this place, Tower Prep?
How about you tell us and we'll all know?
I'm sorry, I need answers.
Oh, wait, you're out of uniform!
The big question here, Ian, is who are you?
Most of us are what you call special. Give me a for instance. Give me a for instance.
Created by Paul Dini, who had previously been known for his amazing work in the DC animated projects, like the Superman and Batman animated series, and Batman Beyond, Tower Prep would focus on a boarding school for kids with supernatural powers, and a specific group of friends who worked together to solve mysteries at the school. Like many other live-action projects for the network, it was short-lived at only a 13-episode season.
What? We're making a break for it. I'm in.
This way.
We always fight like that? It's easier I'm not alone.
WB would also continue to release shows for the channel, starting with what many would consider the best iteration of the Scooby-Doo franchise to date. Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated was at the time a huge shakeup in the franchise. Not only did the series go for an overarching story, a first for the series, but would also incorporate relationship drama to the group, notably pairing up Velma and Shaggy and Daphne and Fred for the first time.
Like what gives, Velm? You love the marathon.
That was last year. This year, the marathon falls on our 1-month anniversary. And the prom. Fortunately, I think I have the perfect solution.
Gulp, like am I gonna like it?
Along with this, the series would be set up in the gang's hometown, rather than focusing on traveling to different areas, which meant we got more instances of the gang's family and parents.
Like, thanks, Mom and Dad.
Yeah, thanks, Mom and Dad.
Your mother and I are worried about this mystery phase you're going through. We're not saying find new friends.
Yes, we are.
The show would still have mysteries to solve, however, but also include real monsters and ghosts. With its darker story and drama-focused character development, the series is a highlight of the franchise, one that many future iterations would take inspiration from.
But you've got a job as a teacher. Why do you need more money?
Oh, yeah, my bad.
Next, Cartoon Network would get a little mad.
We interrupt this program with some breaking news.
One small step for... Oh, man.
We now return you to your regularly scheduled program.
Mad. It's Mad Funny. New series premieres Monday, September 6th at 8:30, only on Cartoon Network.
First launching in 1952, Mad was first a comic series before transitioning into a magazine in 1955. Since then, it became one of the most influential forces in satire and out-there humor before the publishing of its final issue in 2018. It would not be the first time that Mad would be adapted for TV. A live-action sketch comedy show would air on Fox for 14 seasons, although apart from the name and a few animated shorts here and there for things like Spy vs. Spy strips, it would have very little to do with the magazine itself. Later, Cartoon Network would produce a new series that would draw more direct inspiration from the source material. Developed by Kevin Shinnick, who worked as a writer, producer, and voice actor for Robot Chicken, Mad would be a sort of kid-friendly version of Robot Chicken, focusing on both parodies of different media and original shorts and cartoons in the style of some of the strips in the magazine. The series would air for 4 seasons, making it fairly successful overall.
What are his vitals?
They're over 9,000!
What? 9,000? That's impossible! I'm gonna have to power up to Super Surgeon!
Beginning December 27th.
Hey, look who's here.
Stay with me, cause it's gonna kick you in the hillbilly ass.
It's true? Oh my god!
King of the Hill, Monday through Saturday at 9 and 9:30 on Adult Swim, beginning December 27th. That should do it.
2010 would be a little slim for Adult Swim, at least in regards to animated shows, having only one series premiering that year, that being Mary Shelley's Frankenhole.
Beginning June 27th.
I give you the Creator. It's alive!
Scat! Scat!
Easy with the teeth! Ow! Join award-winning horror experts Dino Stamatopoulos and Andy Dick as they host Mary Shelley's Frankenhole, beginning June 27th. The time has come.
Created by Dino Stephanopoulos, who had worked with Adult Swim as a writer and actor on various projects like More Oral, Drinky Crow, and Tom Goes to the Mayor, this stop-motion comedy focuses on Dr. Frankenstein, who has not only mastered immortality, but has also developed wormholes, or Frankenholes, that connects to all points in both the past, present, and future, allowing different figures of all sorts to come to Dr. Frankenstein for help in various kinds.
Well, thank you for coming all the way from your own time and space.
Mostly time, really. It's no problem. Kind of fun, actually.
Yes, well, what can we do for you?
I hate the Jews. Historically, you are in good company.
Adult Swim would also get 2 new original live-action series in 2010. The first being a spin-off from Tim and Eric Awesome Show Great Job, that being Check It Out with Steve Burrell.
Check it out.
Check it out!
Steve Burrow was a character from a recurring sketch on Awesome Show, played by notable comedy actor John C. Reilly. The show itself was a parody of public access shows, and would highlight Steve's character as being socially awkward and naive about all things.
Jail. Come on, Clan. Let's check it out. Jail is a clubhouse where all the bad boys live. It's where all the meanest hunks sleep and eat. Pretty cool. I had a meeting with the #1 bad boy of all, name of Worgen.
You're dealing with the most dangerous population in the world here.
I know.
We have robbers, murderers, pedophiles, drug dealers, rapists, you name it, we have it.
Do you ever have to spank any of these bad boys?
Every so often we have confrontations here.
Yeah, you spank their bottoms cherry red.
It depends.
He would also interact with real people, assuming that he was actually filming a real show. The production of the show was notable for actually putting all the footage recorded through a VCR, and even striking it during recording to simulate tape issues. The show itself was quite popular for the network, lasting 4 seasons over the span of 6 years.
It's not that hard to let other people from other countries talk to you. If you have peaches and it's just all peaches and cream all the time, it'd just be a dessert, you dungo. I love guacamole, it's my favorite. What's that? Oh, it's really hot guacamole. Holy guacamole, yeah!
Check it out!
Along with this, we would see the medical drama parody, Children's Hospital.
Thursday.
We're breaking up.
We weren't dating. Wait, were we dating?
Blake says goodbye to the love he doesn't really remember happening.
This used to be us.
When?
Then, one doctor must race against time, ladders, the ground, another lady, and a water fountain to push the emergency don't die button.
Oh, this is really pushing my buttons. But it is.
New Children's Hospital, Thursday at midnight.
Created and starring Rob Corddry, Children's Hospital started as a short web series on WB.com, but the rights to the show were soon picked up by Adult Swim, and new episodes began airing in 2010. Children's Hospital had a pretty star-studded cast behind it, including Henry Winkler, Nick Offerman, and Jordan Peele, among others. The series was originally set to go to Comedy Central, who showed interest. However, Adult Swim's unique format for episodes, being only about 11 minutes long, rather than the standard 30 minutes, of a traditional TV, fit better for the show's style. Because of this, the show had a rather successful run on the block, having 7 seasons over a 6-year span. We would also see a new animated special/movie named Freaknik the Musical. Originally intended and pitched as a full series called The Crooked Sip, it did get a pilot. There were more storyboards ordered after that initial pilot, but it eventually fell through and became something close, but different. What it became was a movie about the Ghost of Freaknik, the annual spring break festival that started in 1983, that was played by rapper T-Pain, who was a big fan of Adult Swim. The Ghost of Freaknik comes back to announce the return of the festival and a Battle of the Bands contest. This attracts the interest of the Sweet Tea Mob, a group of young rappers who travel to the festival to win the battle and make it big.
Click of these black power skydiving niggas.
Oh yeah, the Flying Malcolms. There's bananas.
This musical was full of many different guest stars, some of which appeared already on other Adult Swim projects, like Snoop Dogg, Charlie Murphy, CeeLo Green, Little John, and more. The movie did fairly well ratings-wise, and was a rare case of a home video release at the time, along with the soundtrack being released on CD. However, as of this time, it has never been re-aired, and it's not available to stream.
Watch the newest episodes of your favorite comedy. It's more of what you like on Monday nights.
What do you like?
Partying. You sure like ice cream.
Ice cream is good.
Macaroni.
Yeah,
I love monsters who invade planets. Oh, naps. I love naps. And explosions. See anything you like?
What about Monday nights?
Yes! You hear that, guys?
Yeah!
Now you're making sense. And now I'm making snacks.
Your newest, funniest, favoriteest comedies. Monday nights starting at 7, 6 Central. Only on Cartoon Network.
Moving into 2011, Cartoon Network would start the year releasing two rather weird and off-the-wall shows to the channel, to diminishing results. The first being The Problem Solvers.
I burn my taste buds! That's me. My name's Alfred. Alfred! There I am again, running, screaming my own name. I have a TV show on Cartoon Network with Robo.
Oh, hi.
And Horace.
I'm Horace.
Yeah, he's Horace. Whatever. We're the problem solvers, and we're really awesome at it.
That's a no-brainer.
Because these problems are not at all hard to solve.
The Problem Solvers. New series premiere starting Mondays in April. Only on Cartoon Network.
Created by Ben Jones, a creator who has done many different projects on various networks of all kinds, and would go on to create the underrated Stonequackers for FXX. The Problem Solvers is a bizarre show where not much makes sense. The show focuses on a trio of detectives who work as problem solvers. The characters were originally designed by Ben back in college, and he would use the characters with some friends in various animations and comics before pitching a pilot for a full show to Adult Swim. While Adult Swim passed, Cartoon Network of all places would end up commissioning a full series order. This would prove to be the wrong move, and the series was panned by both critics and audiences. While 3 seasons of the show were produced, only the first season was aired on Cartoon Network. The rest were aired exclusively on Netflix. The next rather odd show would be Secret Mountain Fort Awesome. Created by Peter Broundart, Fort Awesome revolved around a group of monsters doing various things. While the show did have an all-star voice cast, including Paul Rugg, Gray DeLise, and even Dee Snider, and it was praised for its art style, the show in question was not well received from audiences and critics, leading to the last few episodes of Season 2 being dumped on iTunes, not aired on the network proper. However, while the show didn't go well, it would serve as a backdoor pilot for Pete's new show, which would air on the network in a few years' time. Cartoon Network would produce 2 arguable strikes, but they were about to hit a home run, proving the old adage of third time's the charm.
In a world in chaos,
Oh, hello!
where love has no place, 2 heroes fight for the power of friendship.
Dude, what's with the voice?
It's my movie voice.
You sound like you're gargling gravel.
Look, you want this trailer to be average, or you want it to be good?
All right, whatever.
The Amazing World of Gumball is a sort of slice-of-life comedy about an anthropomorphic cat named Gumball and his fish brother Darwin, and their various shenanigans in the fictional town of Elmore. Gumball is a very unique series because it plays around too much with its varied characters and art styles, incorporating 2D animation, live-action characters, Muppet/Muppet themed characters, and even CG elements. While the series would start mainly focusing on Gumball and Darwin, and occasionally their little sister Anais, because of its stacked cast of characters, including Gumball's teachers, his parents Nicole and Richard, and his various classmates, it meant that there were many different stories to tell. And while the series was cancelled recently, a new film was greenlit in 2021. And while no solid details have been released as of yet, Cartoon Network is still keeping the series alive, airing it quite a bit on the network to this day.
Girls! Explosions! All of this in the Amazing World of Gumball!
WB would continue to provide Cartoon Network with shows, starting with the Looney Tunes show. A new twist on the Looney Tunes format sees the characters in a slice-of-life setting, with Bugs and Daffy as roommates, living in a typical suburban neighborhood. Other classic characters also appear, including Lola as Bugs' oddball girlfriend, Porky as a neurotic workaday wage slave, Speedy Gonzales, who owns his own restaurant, and Yosemite Sam as the neighbor from hell. While the show originally flew under a lot of people's radar, it would have a respectable 3-season run and become much more popular years later when more people discovered clips of it.
Beep beep. Oh my gosh, we got into a car wreck. Now we have to exchange information. What?
Next from WB would be Thundercats.
These were days of peace and prosperity on Third Earth, when one empire stood above all others, ruling with a just heart and razor claw. And though omens foretold in the book would be ignored, the tragedy to come was necessary. For it was written that he would be born of fire, a king to lead his people to victory against ancient spirits of evil.
Much like the Master of the Universe remake a few years earlier, Thundercats would make an effort to introduce the property to new audiences. This show was popular with both critics and audiences. However, it was canceled after one season, mostly due to poor toy sales.
For the pride! How quickly things change for the cats.
Lord of the Thundercats, go.
I can't do this alone.
You won't have to. Thunder! The day I have always feared has arrived. Thunder to the death! Thunder!
Thundercats!
Adult Swim would continue to take chances with different types of shows in 2011, starting with Mongo Wrestling Alliance.
Rusty, Fat Balthazar, Baron, Acid Alice, and you too, Blackstack Johnson. You will pay for what you've done. Show 'em, Booter.
Ain't these two hurt enough?
No! Prepare for the Sandwich Slam!
Sandwich Slam! My God! We're screwed. We're dead. Booter's gonna get us. Which one of these masks blends in with society more? We gotta go on the lam. We're done for.
Don't be a coward, Bolt. We are not running away.
Mongo Wrestling Alliance centers around the world of professional wrestling, as recent college graduate Rusty Kleberg tries to work his way up the ladder to avenge his grandfather, who was portrayed in the titular Mongo Wrestling Alliance. The show was created by Metalocalypse co-creator and former WWF writer Tommy Blanchett, who mixed his knowledge of pro wrestling with the over-the-top violence and gross-out humor that he was known for in Metalocalypse. However, the show only lasted one short 10-episode season.
What a title quest match, folks. Rusty Kleberg is well on his way to that title shot.
Victory for me and my unconquerable will!
And here comes Damian Mercury in what appears to be an antique AEDC Type 5 plane.
Airplanes are for cowards, Damien!
Oh, this blows.
Well, how can you quit, Rusty? What can you do other than wrestle?
Anything. I went to college.
Oh, that's right. I'm the one who can't do anything. God, I'm stupid.
Next would be Adult Swim's attempt to create a spin-off show from a spin-off, with disastrous results.
Is he always like this? Jesus gives people obstacles to make them stronger so that they can win. He plays a beautiful trick on us. Yeah. So you said you're into science. That's kind of like my job. I work in a cereal factory.
Get out of my way, you orange whore!
In 2008, Aqua Teen Hunger Force aired Bible Fruit, which introduced 3 evangelical fruit creatures with a taste for cocaine. The fruits themselves were played by David Cross, who has done guest spots previously for Aqua Teen Hunger Force as Happy Time Harry, Kristen Sherrill, known for Louise on Bob's Burgers and Mabel Pines from Gravity Falls, and H. John Benjamin, known for many Adult Swim projects like home movies. The episode would serve as a pilot for a full show, although the characters would be changed from fruits to various sports equipment.
He's gonna get it.
Bert! Check out all these awesome African babies.
Bloody bastard on the cross. You gotta be right batty to waste your quid on something like that.
Why, they must be practically giving them away.
They would also be joined by a Scottish soccer ball played by Vice co-founder and founder of the Proud Boys, Gavin McGuinness.
What's with all the broken glass?
It's fun to make. Try it.
You know babies crawl, right?
It's like a puzzle for the kids now. You give them a tube of glue and you watch them go.
The series was dead on arrival, with 6 episodes being produced, but only 4 being aired on TV, all in one chunk and never rerun again. The last animated Adult Swim show of 2011 would be a little bit more successful, having a built-in audience.
Ooh, yeah, mama. Ooh, yeah, mama. Ooh, la, 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 la. Ooh, yeah, mama. Yeah.
Brad Neely is an internet cartoonist who has created many projects and cartoons in his career, but he is most well known for various characters of China, Illinois, specifically Baby Cakes, the gentle giant with fat bars for all situations, and the Professor Brothers, 2 professors with a unique view on history.
This is supposed to be an American history course.
And you're supposed to be an American. You still get an A. I like your spirit.
These cartoons would have a following on the internet, which would eventually lead to a full series based on these characters, with Brad having creative and executive producer credits, as well as returning to voice Baby Cakes and the Professor Brothers, as you would in the original shorts.
I see you and you see I, man. I see you and you see I.
China, Illinois, China, Illinois, China, Illinois, China, Illinois, China, Illinois. No, man, China, Illinois, China, Illinois, yeah. I see you and you see I, man. I see you and you see I see you and you. It's the worst school in America. I see you and you see I.
The series would run for 3 seasons and end with a musical finale, before being confirmed by Brad on social media that it was done forever, which seemed to apply to everything, as after the Adult Swim show ended, Brad has never produced a further short of any kind involving those characters.
She's so mean to Kim. Seems like she's obsessed or something.
Well, Sammy probably just hates Kim because she's pretty.
Oh, God. You're always like, women hate each other, and no 2 women in all of history have ever been friends. You should work on your feminism a little.
Oh, I'm a feminist. I'm not stupid. Girls won't f you if you're not a feminist.
2011 would bring in a new slew of live-action shows, starting with NTSF SD SUV.
It's been labeled the greatest tragedy in San Diego history. You've all been disavowed by NTSF, but the President of the Navy ordered me to detain you on site for an immediate trial, unless one of you assaults me right now and you can escape.
Okay, got it. So, when's the trial?
Damn! Laser security!
I got this. Come in.
All right, great.
My partner was murdered last night.
Oh my God, I was killed? Okay, you bitches. This is my wedding now.
You need help, Sam?
Oh my God.
Did you think I was human for a moment?
No. Looks like I just made varsity kickball. Jacket has no pockets for glasses.
Created by comedian Paul Schur, a staple in previous Adult Swim live-action shows and seen in many other shows such as The League and Fresh Off the Boat, the show's full title was National Terrorism Strike Force San Diego Sports Utility Vehicle. A parody of both police procedurals like Law & Order and its spin-offs, the show ran for 3 seasons with a slew of webisodes and special episodes in various forms. In a similar vein was Eagleheart, which starred Chris Elliott of Dilbert fame as a parody of many cop shows, but specifically Walker, Texas Ranger. The series is notable for being co-produced by Conan O'Brien and his production company, Conoco. As well, the horror comedy The Heart She Holler would air at the same time. Starring Patton Oswalt and being a mix of gothic horror and soap opera format, this show is most known for its creepy ad campaign, which would include promos for other shows like Family Guy and The Cleveland Show being briefly interrupted by a screamer-type jump scare for a second, before resuming the ad as normal. While all 3 of these shows came and went for simple 3-season runs, one show would last a bit longer.
I won't lie. Being at hell isn't the easiest existence. Are the days long? Yeah. Oh good, Shane's here. Is the work hard? You better believe it.
At least we're not in the stalls. That's when things get ugly.
But ask me this. Would I trade the experience of being a tortured soul in the depths of hell for anything in the world?
Christy Crooks!
Ow! I would love to trade it. Is that trade available?
It wasn't my fault. It's Gary. What did you just do? I think I did it wrong.
Good. That'll be good.
Who am I? Am I handsome?
What fun!
Oh, Nacho?
Yeah.
Ow! Who wants to be young again?
All I have to do is burn in hell for an eternity? Where do I sign?
I want a river of bile, I want blood on the walls, I need a ghost in this cabin.
Try to have a conversation.
Created by Adult Swim notable Casper Kelly and Dave Willis, Your Pretty Face is Going to Hell explores a version of hell that's a bit more corporate, focusing mainly on the demon Gary, played by Last Podcast on the Left co-host Henry Zabrowski, as he attempts to do the bidding of Satan, played by a fellow SVU alum, Matt Servito, without being subjected to the various tortures and horrors that hell has to offer.
I gotta go. Hey, Gary. Take a break.
I'm good, actually. I don't need to take
Gary, look at me. Look at me. You need a break. Come on.
Right on, yeah, let's do this.
Let's do it, come on. Oh, long day.
You know, I think I'm good. I don't think I need to go for a break.
Gary. This is why we have a break room. For moments like this.
I just feel that my passion is my work, and that taking a break is like taking a break from my passion.
Too much work makes too much.
Wait, let me just say hello to my friend Jason over in Rapes.
Gary? I know it's hard to miss.
Oh, break room! I haven't seen you in a while. Whoa, those are really whirring, huh?
Let's go, I gotta get up to a meeting.
All right.
Along here.
Oh, man. That almost got me that time.
The production of Pretty Face is notable for its expansive green screen effects, and the fact that most of the cast members were painted head to toe to portray demons. While the show did last longer than the other 3 live-action offerings that aired that year, this was mostly due to the production schedule required, having a gap of up to 2 years between seasons. But it would end up securing a respectable 4-season run, and a series of animated shorts commissioned years later in 2022.
everyone's sleeping. But it's time to party.
I'll wake her up with a tickle.
Good show! Jolly good show!
2012 would not bring much to the main Cartoon Network block, premiering only 2 original shows in this time, both keeping to the action trend the channel was riding. The first being a new sequel to Ben 10, Ben 10 Omniverse. This would be the last series of Ben 10 to follow the previous show's continuities, and would also shake things up for the series as a whole, bringing not only a new, slightly more cartoonish art style, but a new partner for Ben, writing off Gwen and Kevin for a new rookie member of the alien fighting force, the Plumbers, named Rook.
Huh? I know you haven't eaten yet. Magister Tennyson here says you prefer these chili fries. Care to join me? Partner!
Funnily enough, the second show, a WB production, would also involve a sort of space cop with an alien partner and a green-colored object that gave him powers. That being Green Lantern, the animated series. Released in part to capitalize on the assumed success of the Green Lantern live-action movie a year previous, Green Lantern follows Hal Jordan, Kilowog, and an AI-turned-robot, Aya, as they travel to a new frontier of sorts to help battle a new evil force known as the Red Lanterns, led by their leader, Atrocitus. The team is later joined by Razor, a somewhat reformed Red Lantern looking to redeem himself and find peace with himself. While the series had a lot of talent behind it, including previous DC animation powerhouse Bruce Timm, the series was cancelled after 1 season due to the combination of poor toy sales and the box office failure of the before-mentioned live-action film. The series would be shown along with other DC-related projects on the extremely short-lived DC Nation block on Cartoon Network. Created to highlight Green Lantern, Young Justice, various DC animated shorts, and 2 other shows which would not make its way to the channel until a year later. Similarly, Adult Swim would not bring much in the form of new original animated shows, but what it did present was more memorable and ambitious.
All you suckers gather round. There's a brand new movie coming to town. So get on up and check the scene of the smoothest, baddest mother to ever hit the big screen. Main man, Black Dynamite. He's super cool and he know kung fu. Drives a $5,000 car and wears a $100 suit.
You're so righteous.
This is also true.
Releasing in 2009, Black Dynamite starred former Spawn Michael J. White, who also helped to write the screenplay. Black Dynamite was a parody and homage to blaxploitation movies of the past. While somewhat a box office failure, getting a very limited theatrical release, it more than made up for it as a cult classic on home video, and getting much praise from critics. It made such an impact that an animated show based on the movie was announced for Adult Swim soon after its theatrical premiere.
I want to tell you a story about a friend I've had. He's a mean soul brother and he's super bad. So grab on to your seats and hang on tight while I tell you a story about Black Dynamite. He's super groom and he'll shake the room. He's super fly, one hell of a guy. He's got a sweet back and he knows how to act. Defending holes and all feet, and all the people in between. Sticking it to the man as only he can. Do you know what I mean?
No disrespect, but crackers come and go. What else you got?
He'll break your heart. Better watch out, girl. Most black dicks are private, but he'll share his with the world.
Now that's a mouthful. What is it, Black Dynamite?
Nothing. I'm fine.
You need me to get you something?
Nah, Mama, I'm okay.
Is everything all right?
Yeah, it's all...
Is there something I can get you?
Damn it, I already told the second bitch no.
My grave, can you dig it?
What more can I say? The man is black.
Dynamite! Dynamite!
With the cast for the film returning to reprise their roles, including Byron Mins, Tommy Davidson, and Kim Whiteley, the show does not share any specific continuity with the film, because it was animated, was able to include much more over-the-top action and violence than the film had. Lasting 2 seasons, it was one of the few full 30-minute episode shows for the network, and would be stuffed with guest stars, including Cedric Yanoth, Chance the Rapper, JB Smoove, and Tyler the Creator.
Oh, this is no movie, Little Orphan Terrio. This is your new life. I mean, if you know how to kill.
Oh, I know how to kill him.
Ooh, ooh, kill him. Ooh, 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 kill him. Ooh, ooh, ah! Ooh, killed him.
On the live-action side would be The Restless Belle, a high school drama parody so obscure and forgotten it doesn't even have a Wikipedia page. And Your Hole, a series of self-help infomercial parodies from comedian Michael Ian Black. In addition, we would see 2 shows which on the surface have very similar premises, but approached in very different styles. First being Loiter Squad. From rapper Tyler the Creator, the show was described as a mix of Jackass and The Chappelle Show, leading to the working title of Blackass. The show would be a mix of sketch comedy and man-on-the-scene prank segments, but while Loiter Squad would have a shorter 3-season run, its contemporary would have a bit of a stronger impact.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Eric Andre Show!
The Eric Andre Show, created by comedian Eric Andre, would be a sort of parody mix of late-night talk shows and man-on-the-scene prank shows. In fact, Andre cites Space Ghost Coast to Coast as an inspiration for the show itself. Andre would describe himself as being flat broke at the time of putting together the pilot for the show, scraping and doing random television and commercial work to get by. The pilot would be filmed with future co-host Hannibal Buress in an abandoned bodega, and after filming the Man on the Street segments, Andre would be too broke to afford an editor. Knowing it would take way too long to explain to one person what to do with all this different footage he had captured, he took it upon himself to edit it, spending over a year learning Final Cut. When he finally finished the pilot, he shopped it around to different networks, including NBC and MTV, who would describe it as looking too cheap looking. But it was only after it came to the attention of Keith Crawford at Adult Swim would he say that making the show would be pretty much a no-brainer for them. What would proceed would be one of the craziest and most ambitious live-action projects the block would be a part of. Adult Swim giving Andre almost full freedom in many aspects of the show, including the frequent destruction of the set and hosting desks in particular, which would lead to Andre being injured quite a bit over the course of the show's filming. The show was a huge hit, with many surprise guests and other controversies that need to be seen to be believed, with the season 6 being announced to premiere in 2023.
This is your mother way. What? Little Nas, are you working on your raps?
How's it feel? No, oh shit. No, wait, watch out. Shit, I'm sorry. You okay back there?
But while not much new would premiere on Adult Swim in 2012, they did have one last trick up their sleeves. One that would be revealed on April 1st, of that year. Since 2009, Adult Swim had a yearly tradition going of its April Fool's joke, being a marathon of the so bad it's good classic The Room. In 2010, the night would be spiced up with included segments of Space Ghost on the old Coast to Coast set, interviewing the film's director and star, Tommy Wiseau. And 2011 would see the marathon including various airings of failed series pitch Earth Ghost, which was a series starring Space Ghost actor George Lowe traveling and doing different things, this time with an added CG filter to make him look like his Space Ghost persona. However, when the 2012 event began, and fans were treated to the opening music for The Room's title sequence, they were instead in for a bigger surprise.
Oh, hi, Adult Swim. I got the results of the test back. I definitely have April Fools.
Receiving flight 53 transmission. Uploading video for broadcast. All right, Tom, we're ready.
I love this job.
Seconds into the intro, the camera would pull back to reveal the video was showing on a screen of the Absolution, the interstellar broadcasting star cruiser of former Toonami, with the familiar host Tom in the pilot seat. Now back to his Tom 3 appearance. What would precede would be a real-life Toonami broadcast, featuring new bumpers of Tom, including a new game review for Mass Effect 3, as well as programming previously featured on Toonami, like Dragon Ball Z, Blue Submarine, Gundam Wing, Tenchi Muyo, Yu Yu Hakusho, and Big O. The following day, Adult Swim would post a tweet on their official account that read, "Want it back? Let us know," with the hashtag #BringBackToonami. This started a massive push by fans on Twitter and other places for the return of Toonami, which led to another tweet from Adult Swim a few days later reading, "We've heard you. Thank you for your interest and passion. Stay tuned," as well as 2 bumps during normal Adult Swim programming on April 8th that spoke about the Twitter attention that ended with, "We're listening, and we're looking into it." And on May 26, 2012, Toonami would return, for real this time.
Toonami's back, bitches, and we've got an all-new lineup. Bleach kicks things off at midnight, followed by Dead Man Wonderland at 12:30, Casher and Sins at 1. Next, it's Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood at 1:30, Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex second gig at 2, and Cowboy Bebop brings us to a close at 2:30. Then we flip the switch, start the whole thing over again at 3 a.m. with a bang. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Are you as stoked about it as I am?
Now technically a part of the Adult Swim block, Toonami would air weekly on Saturday nights. This late night time slot allowed them to air more mature shows like the type Adult Swim had been airing previously, including new shows like Dead Man Wonderland and Casser and Sins, as well as the anime reimagining of the classic Akira Kurosawa film Seven Samurai titled Samurai 7. With Toonami back, it felt like an exciting time for the network. And although Toonami was starting with much older elements to capitalize on the initial nostalgia boost that came with the reveal, plans were already in place to allow Toonami to evolve further than anyone could have ever imagined at the time.
And it's an hour of Bebop from 4 to 5. Then we close out with an hour of Inuyasha from 5 to 6.
Finally, this is starting to get interesting.
Toonami, Saturday nights from midnight to 6 a.m.
This day just keeps getting better.
on Adult Swim.
As 2013 begins, and another decade of Cartoon Network comes to an end, the network is very different from what it was before, both in tone, look, and programming. It would start to rely more on long strings of episodes of the same show throughout the day, with less variety. But despite this, they would still try out new shows with different styles to try to appeal to the next big audience and find its next big hit. The first original show to premiere in 2013 would be a sort of spin-off of the previous Fort Awesome, Uncle Grandpa. Created by Peter Braungart, who also voices the titular character, Uncle Grandpa follows the adventures of Uncle Grandpa, a sort of godlike figure who is everyone in the world's uncle and grandpa, somehow, traveling the world in a magic RV, solving different problems from children and adults who need help. Traveling with him are his companions, Pizza Steve, played by Workaholics alum Adam Devine, Mr. Gus, played by Kevin Michael Richardson, his belly bag, played by future Bugs Bunny Eric Bauza, as well as a giant realistic flying tiger. While the show had a mixed reception during its airing, it managed to run for a respectable 5 seasons, and managed to perform a rare crossover special with another show to premiere the same year, one that, while it would have a bit of a shaky life on the network, would manage to make a huge impression on the channel and its fans. Steven Universe premiered on November 4th of 2013. It starred, funnily enough, a young boy named Steven Universe, who along with his surrogate mothers, the Crystal Gems, sentient rock aliens who can project human-like appearances, protect the Earth from threats of all kinds. The show was created by Rebecca Sugar, an extremely talented animator who even before working on Steven Universe had earned several Emmy nominations for her work on Adventure Time. And even before that, worked on many different projects, including a short comic about 2 brothers who only speak in Simpsons quotes called "Don't Cry for Me, I'm Already Dead." The show itself is set in the small beach town of Beach City, where Steven lives with the Crystal Gems and goes with them on different missions to fight different evils and monsters that pop up. The Crystal Gems consist of Garnet, played by singer Estelle, Pearl, and Amethyst. The show would start small as a sort of slice-of-life Monster of the Week affair, but would soon explode in depth, lore, and characters, including the introduction of former villain turned ally and clear best gem, Peridot.
It took me a while, but let me tell you how I did it. So I had to go through...
Peridot?
So there I was, face to face with one of those big...
Peridot, you're breaking up.
Running for my life with nothing but a... And then it bit me! And now the Wi-Fi works perfectly. What did you do today?
It would expand into a much larger project and start to focus more on an overarching story, having a balance between one-off episodes that would be easy to rerun and episodes to help advance the plot. The show would earn a strong fan base, especially in the LGBTQ community, for its inclusion of related themes and even an on-screen romance that, while in some cases were censored for broadcast in certain countries, was something rarely seen, if all, on the network. Sugar also cites an inspiration of various magical girl anime, and anime in general, for the creation of the series, Steven himself having powers and traits similar to magical girls. While the show did run into issues with its broadcast, sometimes having its time slot shuffled and new episodes barely advertised, it's a show with a dedicated fan base, even today, earning it rare reruns on the block even today. 2013 would also see an expansion of the previous year's DC Nation, with Cartoon Network and WB attempting to capitalize more on their DC brand with 2 brand new shows for 2013. One that would fizzle too soon, and one that would prove to stick around arguably long past its welcome. The first of these shows was a new entry in the Batman animated franchise, Beware the Batman.
Gotham police are still baffled by the video clip posted online from the self-styled eco-terrorists.
Hello there. Say hello, Mr. Toad. Hello there. We want you all to know what an honor it is to be in your fair city.
Animated in the same CG style as previous DC show Green Lantern, Beware the Batman saw Batman teaming with Katana and a younger, more involved Alfred to protect Gotham from various threats, most of which were first-timers to animated form, like the main protagonist, Anarchy, and recent comic creations Professor Pig and Mr. Toad. Beware the Batman had a lot going against it at the start. Because of the requirements of CG and the production time it required, it needed to make a bigger impression.
I told you to get your eyes checked.
Beware the Batman. New series Saturday morning at 10/9 Central. Part of DC Nation, only on Cartoon Network.
I want to do that again!
But several months later, after premiering, it was suddenly pulled from the schedule with no explanation. It would later be revealed that much like previous shows like Symbiotic Titan, the show had been written off for tax purposes, and therefore would not be allowed to be shown again. Before then, however, it would have a final marathon in the newly revived Toonami the following year to show the final 7 unaired episodes, so the series could get a proper send-off before being unceremoniously tossed aside. 2013 would also see the initial cancellation of Young Justice, as well as the ending of Green Lantern on a somewhat hopeful cliffhanger, essentially ending the short-lived DC Nation block over a year after it started. But one show would survive the DC Nation block in a big way.
It's not much, but it's the only clue I've got. No screws, no seams. What's this thing made of? Nice.
While the original Teen Titans show ended in 2006, we would also see the premiere of a sort of finale movie in the form of Trouble in Tokyo, which would serve as an ending, in a sense, of finally paying off the long-standing ship between Robin and Starfire. But it felt to some fans like there was so much more to tell, especially considering the ending of the series proper with the episode Things Change, which would prove to be more prolific to the show's future than anyone could imagine. There would be further expansions of the characters in a comic book series that would last until 2008, but fans were still wanting more of these characters, and eventually, Cartoon Network and WB would see the demand and decide to bring back the show, but with a twist.
Whether they're brawling with a disgusting slime monster,
Pizza!
battling devious pizza delivery guys, or tackling complete and total boredom, they're the Teen Titans, and they're totally going to save the world, or something.
Really?
Well, maybe after a tasty sandwich.
Ain't no mountain high enough to keep me away from this sandwich.
Teen Titans Go! New series premieres next month only on Cartoon Network.
Developed by Michael Jelenic and Aaron Horvath, who would later go on to co-direct the box office powerhouse that is the Super Mario Bros. Movie, Teen Titans Go would be a more comedic, pseudo-spin-off from the original Teen Titans show, while the original cast would return to voice the Titans themselves, and several other recurring characters would make appearances, like Jinx and the rest of the Hive, Aqualad, Bumblebee, and so on. It would share no continuity with the previous show, instead being more focused on wacky random humor from random situations, very rarely ever focusing on the fact that they're superheroes. Needless to say, the show had mixed reception from critics and fans, even to this day, as the show has recently celebrated its 10th year anniversary. And with the show's constant airtime, and with it quickly approaching 400 episodes, it seems poised to be a constant figure on the network for years to come, whether we want it or not. Adult Swim in 2013 would also premiere 2 new animated shows for the block that were in a very different styles from each other, and funnily, one of which seems incapable of dying. First up would be Mr. Pickles, created by Will Carsola and Dave Stewart of Funny or Die Presents fame. Mr. Pickles is a sort of Lassie parody, with an oblivious boy and a satanic border collie, Mr. Pickles. Unknown to Tommy, his dog is a vicious killer who spends his days rampaging across the little town of Old Town, slaughtering countless victims for his own evil means. The only person who seems to recognize the danger of Mr. Pickles is Tommy's grandfather, but of course, he cannot get anyone to believe him, especially the dim-witted sheriff of the town.
I'm just a little boy, sha-la-la-la-la-la. I'm all alone, so I hope nobody pedophiles me.
However, while Mr. Pickles is evil, he does care greatly for Tommy, and will do whatever is necessary to protect him from the dangers of this horrifying universe. While Mr. Pickles was a show that relied on gratuitous violence and gross-out humor to get ahead, the other animated show to premiere in 2013 would require a bit of a higher IQ to really get.
Hey Rick, what are you up to?
I'm not up to anything, Morty, because this isn't real life. It's a promo commercial.
What are you talking about, Rick? This is real life.
Then why is your family standing there all presentably?
I don't know, because they're just as much part of real life as our adventures. Adventures? Why would I say that?
You're talking about our show, Morty, because this is a promo commercial. Try turning 90 degrees, Morty. Turn to the side.
Oh my God, Rick, my body isn't here.
It's just a promo commercial. It's not real life,
This is just
Morty.
a big promo commercial.
It's a disposable
not real
promo
life.
commercial,
We're
Morty.
We're
It's
in
not
some
even a
kind of
real
promo
thing,
commercial.
Morty.
Dan Harmon was a man with an already big reputation before working with Adult Swim. Previously the creator of the immensely popular Community and writer of the immensely forgettable Monster House, he already had a reputation for creating shows with wit, thought, and unnecessary detail that, while not important to the overall project, were still fun to find. But it was only after teaming with a rising voice in the industry would he create his biggest hit.
I'd like to explore, and I'll get into stuff. Maybe I can look around, you know. Rudy?
You see, Theo, each Cosby is getting worse than the last, you see.
Jesus, you're right, Cosby one.
I like to explore the house, you know. I will go around the house. I'm Curiosity Cosby, you see.
Justin Roiland started Channel 101, an LA media collective that was actually started by Harmon himself, and created several shorts such as House of Cosbys, The Unmarketables, and a strange parody of Back to the Future that clearly was not going to lead to anything.
Oh man, my kite's in the tree, Doc. I hate this stupid tree. I'm so sad.
Don't be sad, Marty. We'll go back in time, and we'll make sure that your kite doesn't get stuck in the tree.
All right, Doc, that sounds great. I'm gonna go get my boots.
As he worked, he would also be a recurring character on the Sarah Silverman project, and his unique voice and mannerisms landed him many voice acting roles on shows like Fish Hooks and Gravity Falls for Disney and Adventure Time. In 2012, Harmon was briefly fired from Community in what would later be known as the Gas Leak season. An Adult Swim, who was looking for more projects, approached him to create something. Harmon was not initially on board and didn't think Adult Swim was the right place for his work. As well, he wasn't really familiar with animation. So he contacted Justin Roiland, who immediately brought up his vulgar and crude Back to the Future parody as baseline. After some retooling, work, and writing in order to tone down the show to a TV-14 rating for Adult Swim, who wanted the show to air in primetime to compete with other big names, Rick and Morty was born.
Rick, in the time it took you to make this thing, couldn't you have just, helped me with my homework?
Are you listening to me, Morty? Homework is stupid. The whole point is to get less of it. Come on, let's just get over there and deal with this thing. Except your teacher, you're frustrating me.
The story of a boy and his drunk, dimension-hopping grandfather, Rick and Morty would explode in popularity when it aired, with its mix of sci-fi adventuring and outrageous, sometimes semi-improvisational humor.
What the hell?
Out of the frying pan, ... huh, Morty?
Oh man, what's going on?
Well, it's possible that your dog became self-aware and made modifications on the cognition amplifier, then turned on Jerry Beth in summer after learning about humanity's cruel subjugation of his species, but your guess is as good as mine, Morty.
Rick and Morty themselves would both be voiced by Roiland himself, as well as other fan-favorite characters like the Meeseeks and Mr. Poopy Butthole.
Before this semester's over, you're gonna be real sick of that phrase.
The show would start mainly focusing on the relationship of Rick and Morty, as they have little one-off adventures. But as the show progressed, it would open itself up to include the other family members, like Rick's granddaughter, Summer, his daughter, Beth, and Beth's husband, Jerry, who is frequently the butt of the jokes involving the family.
Oh, God.
Whoa, what the hell?
Look out for that homeless guy!
Open the door, open the door, open the door!
There isn't time! Just run!
Get out here and help me!
They say you shouldn't do that! Just run!
The series was a smash hit that, as of now, is set for at least 10 seasons with a recent order, which would be put into jeopardy with the recent allegations coming out against Justin Roiland, forcing Adult Swim to cut ties with him and announced a recast of his role in the show.
Hey look, Morty! I'm a leg! A leg, Morty!
Despite this, the show had a huge impact on the mainstream, getting tons of tie-ins, including massive direct tie-in with Wendy's, advertising God of War and Death Stranding, appearing in games like Fortnite and Rainbow Six Siege, and mountains of merch, even a cameo in the recent Space Jam reboot.
We're done running tests on your Badger thing. It turns out his condition is irreversible.
I'll never erase what I saw from my brain.
He's your problem now, dum-dum!
Along with this, Adult Swim would also try more live action, first in the form of 2 television parodies, being Hot Package, a parody of Entertainment Tonight and other celeb news shows, and Newsreaders, a spin-off of Children's Hospital about the fictional news show in the show's universe. As well, we would get a new Tim and Eric show, with Tim and Eric's Bedtime Stories, which would be an anthology horror series in the Tim and Eric style.
So, what have you guys been up to? Enjoying your time off? I know, right? You wouldn't believe the trouble I get into when I'm left to my own devices.
People have been asking about me.
Oh yeah. Look, I know you said to keep it between us, but we might have to tell that story one day.
Okay, whatever you think is best, bro. Take care of yourself. It's all up to you now.
Alright, man. Take her easy. Good dude.
The real big changes were happening over at Toonami, whereas before, the Tom 3.5 era, as it is known now, was used up of mostly reused footage of the Tom 3 era from the Cartoon Network airings with new voiceovers. It was time for Tom to get a new upgrade to reflect his new home.
Sarah, how you been?
Hello, Tom. It's good to see you again.
No doubt. Been too long.
Are you ready to begin?
Oh yeah. I just gotta figure out how to run this new baby.
Tom 5 would be introduced on April 27, 2013, along with a new Absolution and the return of Sarah. The block's look and style would also get a drastic revamp, with all new bumpers and assets to work with. Along with the new look would come new shows. Not a lot to start with, but still some popular shows like Soul Eater and Sword Art Online, as well as the Toonami premiere of Fooly Cooly, which before would be considered an Adult Swim show, but since Toonami was part of Adult Swim, it fit naturally in the new block.
Nothing amazing happens here. Nothing amazing.
Naoto was an ordinary boy, living in an ordinary town with an ordinary life.
What are you doing?
Homework.
Until an encounter with a mysterious stranger and her bass guitar changed everything.
Guess I better hit him again.
The portal in his head and the robots coming out of it are the least of his problems. And besides battling a space patrol officer, the Department of Interstellar Immigration, and Medical Mechanica, he's still got to work through the biggest challenge of all. Puberty.
I should teach you how to be a man, Taku.
Toonami is proud to present one of the greatest anime series of all time. Finally, where it belongs, Fooly Cooly. Next Saturday night at 2:30. Think smooth. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
The year is 2014. Chris Pratt shows the world he is a box office hit with the release of both Guardians of the Galaxy and the Lego Movie.
That's $37.
Awesome! The PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Wii U era of gaming is just getting started, with hits like Shadow of Mordor, South Park, The Stick of Truth, and the underrated Super Smash Bros. For Wii U and 3DS. And the first Simpsons episode of the year is Season 25, Episode 10, Married to the Blob.
Tell it to Harlan Ellison.
I think you overprivileged kids with your electronic tablets and your talking phones wouldn't know a good piece of fiction if your iPod read it to your ass.
I wish someone would have come from the future and warned me not to talk to you.
That's my idea. You're stealing my idea.
Sorry.
As we move closer to the modern day in the history of Cartoon Network, the network would still try to find a proper identity, an attempt to juggle rating success and creativity with shows. This would prove to be almost impossible at times. Many decisions seem frustratingly short-sighted. In hindsight, we would still be given many gems to keep various fandoms growing to this day.
More Mixels are heading your way.
Yes!
Mix it up with a brand new cast of characters.
To mix or not to mix? That is the question.
Meet more Mixels at Mixels.com.
It's the bomb.
Cartoon Network would start the year of 2014 a little slow with the release of the LEGO toy tie-in show, Mixels. While Cartoon Network would air other LEGO-related shows, like the long-running Ninjago and short-lived and forgotten Chimera, Mixels was a show actually co-produced by Cartoon Network themselves, out of their own studio. Essentially just an advertisement for the now defunct toy line. These would be different shorts showing the different shenanigans of different Mixels characters. But later, we would get the first real original show of the year. Clarence is the story of the titular character, Clarence, a naive and optimistic boy who tries to see fun in all situations and make friends with anyone he sees.
Party hat, Party hat. No more party hats. Party pat, party pat, party pat.
While he does have many friends despite his odd behavior, his core friend group consists of Jeff, an intelligent but neurotic clean freak.
There, the battle mat is all set. Now flip the battle summoner. I call heads. Oh, yes! Let's see here. I summon my main.
And Sumo, a sort of polar opposite to him in every way.
But Daddy, I don't want to stay on the farm. I want to go to the city.
You best know your place, little lady.
While the show was popular enough to get 4 seasons, it ran into controversy when the creator and original voice for Clarence, Skylar Page, was fired from the show after accusations of sexual harassment came out against him. He was later replaced by Spencer Rothbell, and the show was able to thrive, to the point where the episodes of the show are still in rotation on the schedule as of the time of this writing.
Oh no! A bear! Oh no! A bear!
Along with this new series, we'd get a rather unique mini-series for Cartoon Network.
If I told you there was a story...
Where are we?
From a forgotten place.
See anybody?
I see you.
Filled with shadows.
Something weird is going on.
And the unknown.
Yeah.
Where solving the puzzle only leads to dangers and greater discoveries. Would you be willing to take a peek? Over the Garden Wall. A 5-night mystery adventure. Beginning Monday, November 3rd at 7/6 Central. Only from Cartoon Network.
Over the Garden Wall was a series created by Patrick McCall, who had previously worked as a writer on Flapjack and Adventure Time, and would later go on to co-write the screenplay for Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, a simple story of 2 brothers who travel through a mysterious forest on their way home, along the way encountering many strange and even magical oddities. Apart from the darker atmosphere of the show, it would also include a star-studded cast, including Lord of the Rings alum Elijah Wood, as well as Christopher Lloyd, Tim Curry, John Cleese, among others.
Well, it's been a minute since we changed up the look.
I know, it's very refreshing.
What else do you think we could change around here?
I've got lots of ideas when you have some time.
Yeah, that would be really great. New thrusters.
Thanks for listening.
Back on the still freshly revived Toonami, they were rocketing into the new era as part of Toonami by introducing a slew of new shows to the lineup. Premiering on the same day on January 4th was Naruto Shippuden, a sequel series to the previous Toonami aired program Naruto. This series previously aired on Disney XD a few years earlier, but with many changes made to it to make it more appropriate for an earlier time slot. However, no such changes needed to be made on the now late-night Toonami block. The other show to premiere on that day would be a rather unique situation, and would show just what a big deal it was that Toonami was back.
From the creators of Soul Eater, Full Metal Alchemist, and Cowboy Bebop, Toonami is proud to present the world premiere of Space Dandy. Coming this January, only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Space Dandy was the story of a dandy man in space who travels the galaxy as an alien bounty hunter, along with his robot assistant QT and his alien pal Meow. The series was created by Shinichiro Watanabe, also known for creating previous Toonami and Adult Swim hits like Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo, as well as directed by Shingo Natsume, best known for his work on Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. What made this airing so unique is that this show would premiere on Toonami before it would air on Japanese television by a day. As well, we would see premieres of Blue Exorcist,
And the only thing that stands in their way are the exorcists. It's gonna be a hell of a ride.
The Lord is my helper. Thou shalt perish!
Blue Exorcist, coming this March to Toonami.
both seasons of Black Lagoon,
Wake up, sailor! We have a job!
Now, the pirate life beckons, and the ocean is his for the taking. If he can keep his new co-workers from getting him killed. Because Rock is about to learn that life on the Black Lagoon
What now?
can be one hell of a ride.
We kill them all!
Hellsing Ultimate,
We are the monsters that protect England from the other monsters.
You're agents of vampire?
He is nothing like any vampire you've ever known.
They tell stories of your amazing strength.
He is truly inhuman, this one. This stranger from the night.
Gurren Lagann,
Look, you think it's some kind of wonderland up here.
Let's go!
But it isn't.
When facing impossible odds.
There are more of these things?
The place is crawling with them!
In an unknown world.
Human scum!
There's only one thing to do.
Are you guys ready?
Fight.
I can't do this! Kick logic out and do the impossible!
Inuyasha The Final Act,
But there is no peace for Kagome and Inuyasha.
Inuyasha!
Kagome!
Can they escape the clutches of the Shikon Jewel, or will they be locked out of time forever?
From the beginning, this has been Kagome's fate. No way I'm gonna let that happen!
and the recent viral hit Attack on Titan.
We knew home was a pen. Humanity, cattle.
In another reacquisition, the block would also start airing DBZ Kai, a re-edited version of the original Dragon Ball Z series. That since, at the time of its original release, Cartoon Network had nowhere to air it. It originally premiered in America on Nickelodeon, but in an even more edited form. But with this, Toonami's most recognized show would make its return to the block and channel.
I gave you one last chance to walk away and you blew it!
Watch Dragon Ball Z the way it was meant to be seen.
Yeah, I'm in.
Right here with us. Uncut.
Please spare me! I beg!
Die.
Kaioken, I fall!
Toonami is proud to present Dragon Ball Z Kai. Starting next Saturday at midnight.
Rather impressive, isn't it? Never felt a power like this before.
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
This ends now!
On the actual Adult Swim block, we would see the first show from creator and artist J.J. Villard to premiere for Adult Swim. King Star King, co-developed by Metalocalypse co-creator Tommy Blancha, who also voices the titular King.
I'll take one small diarrhea because it tastes better than your waffles.
You may slag pitiful Hank Waffles, but never criticize King Star King's waffle batter!
The series would be an early version of Villard's other works, as a twisted fairy tale that sees the king marrying Snow White and becoming stuck serving in a Waffle House. The series aired on Adult Swim's website before making its way to TV, and while short-lived, it would live on past the original run with a Christmas special airing in 2023.
With unbelievable power!
Yeah, you have the kidney!
And middle age.
God, you're so fat! We should call you King Size King!
Another odd concept that ran longer than many figured it would was the somewhat Scooby-Doo parody, Mike Tyson Mysteries. Starring Mike Tyson himself, voicing himself, we would see Mike Tyson traveling around in his retirement as a boxer to solve mysteries, with his adopted daughter, a ghost, and a pigeon, voiced by the late comedian Norm Macdonald.
What about you? You were turned into a pigeon by a witch.
Well, slow down there. Sandra said she was gonna turn me into a pigeon if I cheated on her one more time. I, of course, immediately cheated on her. But then, you know what? I think I would have just transformed into a pigeon on my own. Like, I think it would, you know, what's gonna happen is gonna happen. Nope, there's no magic in this world, my friend.
While the series would parody mystery cartoons like Scooby-Doo and Jabberjaw, the main inspiration was probably I Am the Greatest, a short-lived mystery-solving show starring Muhammad Ali, who, like Mike Tyson, was voiced by Muhammad himself. As we move to 2015 on Cartoon Network, we would only see one fully original non-WB cartoon air on the network. That being the comfy slice-of-life comedy We Bare Bears. Created by Daniel Chong, who had experience working as a storyboard artist for some of the biggest animation studios including Disney and Blue Sky, and even won an Emmy for his work on the Toy Story TV specials, Toy Story of Terror, and The Toy That Time Forgot. Coming over to Cartoon Network, he would create a show that was inspired by a previous webcomic that he'd created in 2010 called The Three Bear Bears. While the webcomic ended, he would continue the idea of the three Bear brothers over to a full series. The story of the series was about three brothers, Grizz, Panda, and Ice Bear, living on the outskirts of San Francisco and trying to acclimate to human society. Along the way, they come across different friends like Chloe Park, played by Steven Universe actor, Charlene Yee, Ranger Tabs, and a Bigfoot named Charlie, played by Jason Lee.
Hey guys, Cave Share, is this the right place? Nice sturdy woodwork you got here.
Thanks, man. My name's...
You must be Grizzly. Charlie, it's a pleasure, it really is. Golly, would you just look at this place?
The series would run for a respectable 4-season run, before ending in a finale movie in 2020. The story would end with the three brothers fighting to not only stay together, but stay in their adopted home. But while the series ended, it wouldn't be the last time that we would see the brothers.
Hello, officer. We're humans.
Trick I use to tell the difference is noting the lack of fur and cute little ears.
WB would continue their co-productions in this year, with 2 new iterations on old classics. The first being Wabbit, also known as New Looney Tunes, after the first season. The series of shorts would tell new stories, primarily starring Bugs Bunny, and a new pseudo-sidekick named Squeak Squirrel. With some retooling, it would expand to the larger canon of characters, thus the name change to the New Looney Tunes.
We're getting creamed out here, Squeaks. You're right, Squeaks. It's time we shed these winter coats and get serious. It looks like summer just got a lot hotter.
The production was somewhat troubled as the series would premiere on Cartoon Network, but soon be moved to sister network Boomerang, which is not carried in all the same markets as Cartoon Network. In fact, new episodes would soon debut on the Boomerang app before they would make their way to TV. The show would be cancelled after 3 seasons, and the format would go back to more traditional Looney Tunes shorts format on a series later on HBO Max. The next revival would be a sort of unappreciated gem in the wider canon of Scooby-Doo media, Be Cool Scooby-Doo.
Good luck with that.
There's Scooby-Doo. Trust me, he'll be there.
Scooby-Doo, where are you?
And he'll play it cool. Real cool.
Going back to a slightly more traditional format of Scooby-Doo compared to Mystery Incorporated, Be Cool would see the gang traveling around to different locations and engaging in more classic mysteries and unmasking monsters. It would still have some ongoing elements and changes to it, including an overarching story involving Fred's father, and a running joke with Daphne having a new wacky gimmick in every episode.
Look! My puppet of me's puppet of me has a puppet of me, and so on.
Well, it's that time of year again. Happy Valentine's Day from Toonami.
Remember to thank that very special someone.
Who's got your back when the chips are down.
Because love is a mini splintered thing.
Yeah, did you say splintered?
Yeah, Tom, what did you think we were talking about? Cue the beatings.
So you finally showed your true colors.
Now it's gotten interesting.
Stop your whining!
Just get out of the way! You're so dead!
When I'm done with you, boy, you're gonna have nightmares for a month.
Give it your best shot.
Love is in the air, and pain is on the menu. Make a move. When you're ready to die.
A right uppercut to finish you off!
2015 would be another push forward in the lore of Toonami. It would feature the first tie-in event of the block since it came back, that being named Intruder 2, a sequel to the first Toonami tie-in event that saw the return of the titular Intruder, who had taken possession of Tom 1's body, and is even voiced by the original Tom voice actor, Sonny Strait.
You'll have to do better than that, Tom.
Man, I make a really crappy bad guy.
The event would see Tom lose his arm and destroying his ship in order to kill the intruder. For good, he would escape the explosion via a pod and land in a deserted facility on a desert planet. There, he and Sarah would set up shop for a new era of Toonami, with brand new shows such as Kill la Kill,
Let's do this, Sandkits!
which had to be edited a bit for TV due to its raunchy nature, even for its late time slot. We would also see the sequel to Sword Art Online, as well as Machiko and Hatchin, Parasite, and Akame ga Kill. "2015 would be a light year for Adult Swim, premiering only 2 live-action shows, the first being the short-lived and forgotten Jack and Triumph show, starring Jack McBrayer as Jack and Triumph the Insult Comic Dog. The series was a basic sitcom of a former child star trying to get back in the industry. While 20 episodes were originally ordered, only 7 would end up airing before the series was quietly cancelled. The second show of the year was another show in the trend of Adult Swim at this time to give shows to comedians who had worked for the network before. This was another show created and starring John Glasser, who had previously worked with Adult Swim on Delocated, Stroker and Hoop, and other projects.
My name is Neon Joe, werewolf hunter.
I saw it with my own eyes.
Neon Joe Werewolf Hunter would run for 2 seasons, with each season only being 5 episodes, and would also be short-lived.
I'll guarantee you don't shoot. I know what I'm being flirted with in a suicide note. That's how you kill a werewolf. You take on Joe, you gonna lose.
I'm so excited.
Bark, bark, yum, yum.
A human medical facility is no place to decide the fate of a wolf, baby.
No last name Willis?
No, why?
Because right about now I feel like saying, what you talking about, Bruce?
"2016 would start off a little shaky for Cartoon Network. Apart from Mighty Magiswords, a shortish series that started as digital shorts of the Cartoon Network app, Cartoon Network would premiere only one other original cartoon that year, and it was what many saw as a desperate attempt to capitalize on a long-neglected property. Announced back in 2014, Powerpuff Girls would be a reboot of one of Cartoon Network's most popular and profitable franchises. Being aware of this, a huge campaign would be initiated to get the public hyped for the return of the show, including a toy line released before the first episode even aired. Despite the clear push to have this show be a success, the show would have no involvement with the original series creator, Craig McCracken. It would also recast the Powerpuff Girls themselves with younger, unknown voice actors.
We're gonna be late for school.
I am Amanda Layton, and I play the character of Blossom on the new Powerpuff Girls.
Kristen Lee, and I play Bubbles.
Okay, Professor.
I'm Natalie Palamides, and I play Buttercup.
As well as recasting Princess Morbucks, although strangely, the iconic male roles such as the Professor, the Mayor, and Mojo Jojo would keep their original voices. Speaking of changes, the show would run into controversy early on when it was revealed that the assistant to the mayor, Miss Bellum, would not be a part of the new show in any form, being written off as taking a long-needed vacation. It was rumored that she was written off due to her perceived inappropriate appearance. However, new and old fans alike railed against the decision, seeing Miss Bellum as a key part of the original show. The theories of removing her due to her appearance do have some merit, as another character change would come in the form of kindergarten teacher Miss Keene having no visible breasts in her design, although this would seem to be changed later on, possibly due to realizing how stupid that change really was. Speaking of, another big change in the series would be the inclusion of a 4th Powerpuff Girl.
She's coming this Sunday to save the day. Whoa. There's a new girl in Townsville. She's fierce.
She's a hero.
She's fantastic. She's family.
No powers at the table, please.
She's the 4th Powerpuff Girl. And you can only see her in the Powerpuff Girls Power of 4, a special movie event Sunday at 5:30 on your Cartoon Network.
Named Bliss, it would be revealed that she was an older sister of the girls, being created around 10 years previous to the original trio. It was also revealed that Professor Utonium only intended to create the girls to compete with a rival of his. Bliss would not be able to control her powers due to her emotional outbursts, so she would exile herself on an island before saving the girls from a threat. Despite her hyped-up introduction, she would only make 3 other appearances outside of her 5-part miniseries debut, ultimately being written off due to some mission or other in space. Despite its various controversies and mixed reviews, it would last a few years before being cancelled. As of the time of this writing, another reboot has been announced, this time with the involvement of Craig McCracken and previous series writer Lauren Faust, but very little has been announced about this show as of now. WB would also release 2 new shows this year, the first in the form of Bunnicula. Starting as a series of children's books about a vampire bunny who drinks carrot juice rather than blood, this series would get other cartoon adaptations throughout the year. This new adaptation would premiere on both Cartoon Network and Boomerang on the same day, and while it would be picked up for a 2nd and 3rd season, it would be aired exclusively on Boomerang from then on out. The biggest WB show that year, and one I feel went under the radar a bit, was Justice League Action.
Go, Superman!
These men are your friends? More like sidekicks, Mother.
Superman? Wonder Woman? Batman? Am I in trouble? I can fix that. Yeah, I'm just gonna need some duct tape. Or I'll need like a lot of duct tape.
Miss me?
A new yet classic take on the Justice League format. This show focused less on long-running story arcs, and focused more on one-off stories involving a diverse roster of heroes. The show would be a sort of time capsule of DC continuity at the time, as it saw Superman and Wonder Woman dating, which was the pairing at the time in the comics and in a few animated movies. However, the show was criminally underwatched, and only lasted 1 season and a few shorts.
Tom,
Yo, what's up?
we have an incoming transmission from Moltar.
Moltar? Wow, haven't heard from him in a dog's age. What's going on with him?
Well, it's very garbled. I can't seem to decipher all of it.
All right, listen up. Tsunami.
Dang.
But here's what I got. Hey, Tom, I've been called back to Moltor and I won't be coming back. There's a mighty oven waiting for me. Just wanted you to know, I always thought I was a better Toonami host than you. Good luck never being able to fill my boots, sucker.
Oh, man. He always did know how to push my buttons.
End message.
Well, fare thee well, buddy. May your oven stay forever lit.
Toonami would continue in 2016 with its Desert Station era with a new list of great shows, including previous Adult Swim show Samurai Champloo, which made the move to Toonami. Dimension W, the cult classic Hunter x Hunter.
Hunter's a dangerous job. You could die at any time for any number of ridiculous reasons.
You know it's a suicide mission, right?
Death is not among my fears.
Let's do this. 1, 2, 3.
Now's our chance. Come on.
I'm becoming a hunter no matter what!
Mobile Suit Gundam, Iron-Blooded Orphans, which would be the very first Gundam show to premiere on Toonami since 2004.
We're not gonna die! Not like this!
Their only hope for independence is a medically enhanced child soldier and a legendary mobile suit called Gundam.
Let's go, Barbatos.
Mika! I don't know where you got that thing, but you really believe that you can take down the Greys of Galahorn with an old mobile suit like that?
That's right.
As well as One Punch Man.
A giant creature of unknown origin has appeared in City D.
And the situation seems to be spiraling out of control.
Please evacuate immediately.
Guess I'll go.
Who are you?
Just a guy who's a hero for fun.
We would also see the airing of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which would continue to air subsequent seasons until the 6th season, Stone Ocean, would be moved exclusively to Netflix.
I'm going to let you kill anyone else! Your fight is with me! Prepare for the carnage!
Courage is to look your fear in the eye and know that it has no dominion over you.
Bare your soul. Hold nothing back lest you not survive beyond this moment! You! I'm not done with you!
We would also see another new tie-in event this year, this time titled Intruder 3. Unlike the first events, this had nothing to do with the previous Intruder. Rather, the team would discover their new base they were occupying was actually a spaceship, which they had to use to escape the planet, which was on the verge of destruction. They would do so with the help of a species of sandworms they discovered on the planet. This event would take the crew back to space, as well as giving Sarah a new body that involved her being more mobile. Adult Swim proper would see a few shows in 2016. Brad Neely would get another outing with Brad Neely's Hargnalen Skoliopipio, which was a sort of sketch comedy show of Brad Neely ideas.
Brad Neely's Hargnalen Skoliopipio premieres Sunday, July 10th at 11:45 on Adult Swim. Because TV sucks.
On the live-action side, we would also see the extremely short-lived premiere of $1 Million Extreme Presents World Peace. Co-created by controversial figure Sam Hyde, World Peace would be a subversive sketch/prank show, which would run into some controversy when a BuzzFeed article accused the show of being an instrument of hate. While the show was picked up for a second season by Adult Swim, it would be ultimately canceled by Turner in order to avoid further issues. For a more detailed overview of the situation, I would recommend watching YouTuber Porcelain's video on the topic. The last show of the year would be Dream Corps LLC, an absurdist workplace comedy set in a dream therapy facility. The show would survive in some form or another until at least 2020.
Right on time.
My hand. It's alive. Here it comes.
In 2017, Cartoon Network was starting to enter the era that would become a problem for the network. Until very recently, the normal schedule would start to be overwhelmed with constant reruns and marathons of Teen Titans Go. The channel would quickly be less about showing cartoons and more about showing Teen Titans Go because it was easier. This would mean less to, if no, play of legacy content of any kind, even stopping traditional marathons and showings. This example would make the rounds on the internet, at the time showing the Christmas week schedule being taken up entirely by Teen Titans Go showings, rather than marathons of classic Christmas cartoons or even traditional Christmas movies like Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer and Olive the Other Reindeer. Despite the major issue, we would still see some new shows break through the endless repetition of Go. The first would be a reboot of the Ben 10 franchise, which brought the show back to its roots, with Ben reverting back to his kid self. The previous continuity would be wiped, and the show would get more of a cartoony art style. Along with this would be the rather ambitious series with a relatively new voice in the industry. Ian Jones-Quartey started as a webcomic artist for RPG World, which won a few awards during its time, as well as being one half of the comedy rap duo under the stage name Fnaka. His first job in the industry would be on Venture Brothers, before working on Adventure Time, Super Mountain Fortress Awesome, and co-developing Steven Universe with Rebecca Sugar. In 2013, Ian would develop a pilot called Lakewood Plaza Turbo, which at first would be developed into a free-to-play game for the Cartoon Network game app, but soon it would gain enough support to graduate to a full series. OK KO Let's Be Heroes is the story of KO, a young boy who wants to be a hero. He works to achieve this goal at Lakewood Plaza Turbo, a strip mall area specializing in hero goods and services run by heroes. Specifically in Gar's Bodega, with co-workers Enid and Radicles.
Hold on, duty calls. Did you find everything you needed? Great, that'll be $8.99. Thanks for shopping at Gar's Buy. Okay, now, as I was saying...
Periodically, the plaza is attacked by the evil Lord Boxmore and his robot children, which KO, Enid, and Radicles must defeat every time. The show itself would take a lot of inspiration from Saturday morning cartoons and anime. and a wide variety of memorable characters, including Red Action, KO's mom Carol, and of course fan favorite, Dendy.
We got problems! I understand your predicament. Mr. Gar here is overcompensating for his receding hairline with muscles.
Hey!
Rad is pretending to be super macho, even though he's a big softie.
That's not true!
We have a cleaning apparatus with a tacky design. Or perhaps, is it how Enid acts super cool because she's internally struggling with her identity?
Absolutely not!
The show was able to last a respectable 3-season run. However, it was plagued by many of the same production and scheduling issues like many shows at the time, not being given a consistent time slot and premiere time frame, and ultimately having to cut the final season that resulted in a super rushed season finale. Despite its rocky run, it's still a fan favorite of the channel, even getting its own video game.
I'm in a videos game?
Yeah, I'm in it too, and so is Rad.
I am?
It's got sweet fighting and big bosses. And POW cards. And your mom's in it.
She is? I am?
WB would make one more contribution to the lineup this year, that being the LEGO Movie spinoff, Unikitty. Based on the character of the same name from said movie, Unikitty would be an animated series outside the continuity of the LEGO Movie, following the adventures of Unikitty and her new friends in her own world. "2017 would be another good year for Toonami, introducing a great slew of new shows, including the sequel series to the highly popular Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Super.
Majin Buu was ridiculously strong, and you never know. One day, someone even stronger could show up. So I've got to keep training to keep you guys safe.
Another planet has been decimated. Just what could be happening out there? This is bad!
In the same vein, we would also see Dragon Ball Kai: The Final Chapters, which would be a more streamlined version of the original Dragon Ball Z show taking place after the Cell Games saga.
Others! A nightmare!
Who is this freak?
I am he who loves justice above all else! He's done it again! I am Great Saiyaman!
What's the story behind that outlandish costume?
What?
Along with this, we would see the premiere of Mobile Suit Gundam Unicorn.
Can't be explained away easily.
Target has been acquired.
Since its victory in the One-Year War, the Federation has lived in fear of this unseen power.
I remember this. I've seen this before.
The power that screams, "J'accuse" at the privileged class that lives on Earth.
Help me! I'm afraid something terrible will happen.
The power that calls all the abandoned space noids to awaken.
For the first time in my life, I knew what I was supposed to do.
The unidentified single-horn suit transformed or morphed! It's a Gundam!
Tokyo Ghoul, and its sequel,
I want to eat that.
But I know I can't! What's happening to me? Humans aren't your friends. They're nothing but food to eat. I can't be a ghoul! Not if this is what it's like!
This is ridiculous. A half-breed like you isn't gonna last 5 seconds out here.
Lupin the Third Part 4, and Black Clover. Along with the new shows, we would get another tie-in event, this time called Countdown. Countdown would see time travel shenanigans as a Tom from the future switches places with the current Tom to stop Sarah before she's infected by a malicious virus that wants to use her to destroy all life. Luckily, the day is saved when our Tom ends up in future Tom's body, making him look a little bit more worn down, at least for now.
Always be my best friend, Sarah. No matter what happens, we'll have each other till our final days. You think that's funny? He might already be under the influence of an alien intelligence.
"2017 on Adult Swim was pretty special. Not only did we get the return of Tyler the Creator in the form of animated comedy Jellies.
Come on, can you get it together?
What? Who you think you talking to? Oh, puppet. You gonna watch your tone when you talking to me.
Cornell, calm down!
Lady, I am calm.
Someone
I ain't trying to get canceled after a couple seasons like every other black show on here. I mean, we're Boondocks, huh? Black Dynamite, Loiter Squad. Where they at? Huh? Say it.
As well as the short-lived Apollo Gauntlet, we would see the return of the long-departed fan favorite that many had given up on seeing again. Samurai Jack had no real ending during its original run. Series creator Genndy Tartakovsky spoke about the difficulty of planning an ending, what with the ever-changing landscape of Cartoon Network at the time. There were attempts to give the series a continuation and ending. There was a short-lived comic series that really didn't have any kind of ending. And there was an animated feature that never seemed to get off the ground. But soon, Adult Swim gave Genndy the platform he needed to finally give the story the ending the fans had been waiting for. Season 5 would take place 50 years after the events of the original series. Jack is still trapped and finds that he's not aging at all through his mission. Along with this, and the constant struggle of survival, he has found himself losing faith in his ability to complete this mission and defeat Aku. And with the loss of his sword, he's going a bit crazy. The show would still have the same vibe and art style as the original. However, because it was now on Adult Swim, it was allowed to be a bit more violent. While this revival would only last one season, it would finally give fans the ending that they were waiting for so long.
Samurai Jack, an all-new limited series, premiering Saturday, March 11th at 11 p.m.
" 2018 was starting to see more adjustments for Cartoon Network. While Teen Titans Go was still a prominent and consistent part of the schedule, with the build-up to Teen Titans Go to the Movies, which was releasing this year, we would start to see a little more variety in the programming, but of course, not as much as the early years. But helping with the variety were new shows from new creators, starting with Apple and Onion.
Apple and onion, today's another day. Apple, onion, we do things our own way. Apple and onion, having lots of fun. Hey, no! Apple and onion, welcome.
Created by George Genndy, the story was originally pitched while working on Gumball, and a pilot was produced in 2016, before getting a full series in 2018. The show follows the slice-of-life adventures of an anthropomorphic apple and onion, the apple being played by George himself, and the spring onion, voiced by British comedian Richard Ayoade. The show would focus a lot on absurdist humor and would frequently have the titular apple and onion breaking out into song. The show was fairly successful, even being picked up for a second season, and is still being shown in reruns on the channel to this day. Another more successful show that is still getting plenty of play on the network today is the hit called Craig of the Creek. Created by Matt Burnett and Ben Levin, who were both writers on Steven Universe before quitting to work on their new show, Craig of the Creek follows the adventures of Craig, Kelsey, and JP, three friends who spend their time together exploring and having adventures in a nearby creek. They would meet and interact with many other residents and factions of the creek and the surrounding area. While the series would mostly focus on one-off self-contained episodes, each season would have one overlapping mystery or story behind it. Currently on its 5th season, the show was a major hit for the network, even spawning a prequel spin-off series focusing on Craig's little sister Jessica, and an upcoming prequel movie called Craig Before the Creek. A little later in the year, we would see another creative show plagued by issues with scheduling and frequent breaks, that being Summer Camp Island.
Magic is real here, far away from home. Anything can happen when witches make the rules. Monsters are cool, the moon is our friend. I wanna stay with you on Summer Camp Island.
Created by Julia Pott, an animator and voice actor who gained recognition with her animation on YouTube, Summer Camp Island would follow childhood friends Oscar and Hedgehog, who attend a magical summer camp and experience all the different issues and joys that entails.
Alright, brand new camper babies! If you thought you were going to a normal summer camp with canoeing and potholder making, you were sorely mistaken. This is a magical camp, and you can do whatever you want here. Don't come crying to me with your dumb baby problems, because I am not your mum. I'm the prettiest girl that ever talked to you.
Susie, the speech gets scarier every year.
While a successful series in many regards, running for 6 seasons, the show would be moved to premiering on the HBO Max streaming service after the first season, but would return to the network for its 6th and final season.
Because this is a nice regular camp with absolutely no magic!
Sorry, I can only blink out of this eye.
Summer Camp Island, coming soon to your Cartoon Network!
Every Saturday night at 10:30, Adult Swim is building you a better cartoon show. We call it Toonami.
We won't be intimidated by criminal threats.
Something's headed right for us.
Warning, the enemy is closing in.
I journeyed here in order to take your lives.
Don't move, damn it.
Those awful monsters! They must have been the ones that stole your children from you!
It's time for you to die.
No more hesitation, no more holding back, and no more mercy.
Shut up! Your voice annoys me.
Payback time, pal.
You're mine!
What the hell is that lunatic thinking?
Hey, over here!
All soldiers, charge!
You son of a bitch! My magic is never giving up!
Smack him down!
Toonami. Every Saturday night from 10:30 to 4 on Adult Swim.
Adventure is waiting for you.
Toonami would have another great year in 2018, with a great new lineup of shows. This would start off with the network premiere of the hugely popular shonen series My Hero Academia.
I can't believe it! The guy's already saved 100 people at least. Look, he's got more!
Fear not, citizens, because I am here.
It was an age of heroes.
Want to be a hero too, huh?
Based on the manga written and illustrated by mangaka Kohei Horikoshi, My Hero Academia is set in a world where most residents are born with some kind of superpower, or quirk. Izuku Midoriya, however, despite his dream of being the #1 hero like his idol All Might, was born with no quirk. But after a chance encounter with All Might after a villain attack, he learns the secret behind All Might's power, and is able to inherit the quirk One for All from him. This allows Midoriya to enroll in UA High, a school to help develop young men and women into the new generation of heroes. There he meets a wide variety of peers, teachers, and encounters the League of Villains. Still ongoing, My Hero has spawned numerous seasons, spin-off manga and light novels, several movies, and even the rumor of a live-action adaptation in the West, although thankfully, nothing has come of it yet. Although with this, we would also see the premiere of 2 new sequel series of one of Adult Swim's most popular anime series.
There's nothing I want to be. There's nothing I want to do. All that exists is 0.
Would it kill you to have even the tiniest reaction?
Morning! Good morning, Hidami.
When you hit pause on the world like that, your body will slowly start to rot away.
I suppose I'll just have to bust on in.
Fooly Cooly Progressive and Fooly Cooly Alternative were both co-produced by William Street and Production IG. While sequels, they would not necessarily continue the story of the original series, but it would include fan favorite Haruko.
This girl packs a punch like a shooting star.
The world must be destroyed
before it can become beautiful.
Guess that's what they call adolescence.
Speaking of sequel series, the next chapter in the JoJo saga, Diamond is Unbreakable, would also premiere, along with the Naruto continuation, Boruto.
You think you're special? Go hide in your father's shadow. I don't want to be your little friend, Hokage's boy.
You cause trouble nearly every single time. What's your deal?
Is this supposed to be another one of your pranks? You can see it too, huh, Boruto?
Oh no, is it happening again?
You really shouldn't overdo it.
The absurd comedy Pop Team Epic would also air, along with Mob Psycho 100 and the sleeper hit Megalobox.
Boxing fuses athleticism with innovative gear technology to create the future of boxing.
What in the hell are you wearing? That's some busted-ass gear, little doggy.
You remember the plan, right? Toward the end of the third round, you're gonna take the fall.
I'm sick and tired of throwing these damn fights.
If the kid wasn't wasting away in this hole, he might have had a shot at the big time.
What the hell am I doing?
Due to some great timing, Toonami would get on the April Fool's game this year, breaking tradition and airing episodes and premieres of new shows with Japanese audio and English subs.
再びようこそ。引き続きフリクリをお楽しみください。
次はマインドゲームです。船見でお届けしています。
Adult Swim would have another productive year, starting with the paranormal investigation parody series Hot Streets.
That's dangerous! It's more than dangerous, it's idiotic.
Okay, I'm a bunny rabbit now.
From creator Brian Weissel, partially starring Justin Roiland as Chubby Webbers.
Oh, Peony Sweetie!
Hot Streets, premiering January 14th at midnight on Adult Swim.
Along with Ballmasters, an anime parody from the creator of Super Jail.
We were sure there were no more wars, especially those suck-ass rad wars.
They weren't rad, they were bad.
Thanks to the game, we can all live forever in peace, unless you're one of those poor suckers who die in the arena.
I'm gonna knock that ball in the dirt.
But even they'll be okay in the end, especially those ultimate losers, the Leptons.
If you put as much effort into practicing as you do goofing off, we might actually have a chance out there.
Not even a great player like Gaz Diggsy could teach them the meaning of teamwork and save the universe, and learn all sorts of lessons along the way.
Ow! They don't look so tough.
Are you kidding me? They look incredibly tough, and we haven't slept in like 72 hours!
You ding-dongs are hopeless. I'm hitting the ball. Straight from the balls of Christy Caracas comes...
Ballmaster.
Ooh, Master. Premiering Sunday, April 8th at midnight.
You gotta give the people what they want! People want balls!
Ow! We would also see a new stop-motion anthology series from the creator of Xavier Renegade Angel. The Shivering Truth would combine creepy and often horrifying stories with incredible stop-motion animation to create something spectacular for the network. Unfortunately, while the series did get 2 seasons, they were short seasons, only accounting for a total of 12 total episodes.
What did you do to me? I didn't do anything. I don't think I did.
911, what's your emergency?
Did I do something to you? Oh, God! What did I do?
So what do you plan to do with all them fingers, anyway?
Please don't make me do this to me.
Then again, some people are born victims. When I ponder the infinite expanse of the universe, I realize just how insignificant we humans truly are.
Premiere Sunday, December 9th at midnight. Shivering is stranger than fiction. On Adult Swim.
Cancelled TV show Final Space would also get a second life on Adult Swim. It would also have the most forgettable and short-lived live-action shows to date, like The Call of War, mostly for millennials, and Tropical Cop Tales. But there was one live-action show that premiered this year that would make a big impact.
Let's go ahead and welcome to the show. He sounds intense, ladies and gentlemen. Zero Fucks Boyd. Let's welcome Zero Fucks Boyd. Oh, this guy looks like a wild man.
People call me Zero Fucks Boyd. And you know what? I don't give zero fucks.
Joe Pera was a stand-up comedian still trying to find his thing. In his very early career, he would appear on The Chris Gethard Show and a Comedy Central show called New Timers as a bit player. But he would get the chance to showcase himself on Adult Swim with a brand new show that focused on a sort of new character for Joe Pera, himself.
Hi, Gene.
Hey, Joe. Let me guess. Seems like you're in a biscuit and gravy mood.
I appreciate that, but gravy makes me sleepy, and I have to go to the bank this afternoon. Hi, guys.
Hi, Joe.
Joe Pera Talks With You stars Pera as a fictionalized version of himself, a choir teacher who lives a seemingly mundane life, each episode focusing on a different topic of some kind. What made the show great is that there's no rug pull like many other Adult Swim projects. There's no irony, no cynicism, no pullback to reveal that this is some horrifying scenario of some kind. This is just a wholesome story about a man trying to find the positive part in life. Something we needed then, and something we need now more than ever.
You don't have to be a music teacher to have your breath taken away. There's a lot of nice stuff that can do that. Like a really good lightning. Great water pressure. When you almost die, but then you survive. The flavor of a pineapple.
Adult Swim proper would also get on the April Fool's Day fun with a Rick and Morty parody short called Bush World Adventures. The short was created by Michael Cusack, a known internet cartoonist. The short would air on repeat through the night. It would be the start of a partnership between Cusack and the network.
I was asleep. I was having a little Morty sleep.
Morty, get in the damn car now! Get in here!
Oh, why?
Get in the fucking car, Morty! He's not coming with you! Leave him alone!
I'm calling the police. I'm calling the police.
He's sick of it! He's sick of the adventures! Get in the fucking car, Morty!
You leave my brother alone.
Get out of here! You leave him alone! Morty! Get in the car!
Okay, kids, you know what time it is.
In 2019, get ready to party with...
2019 would bring a good amount of variety in regards to new shows, starting with the supernatural comedy Victor and Valentino. A show about two half-brothers who discover strange supernatural goings-on while visiting their grandma, who also just so happens to be supernatural. The show took a lot of inspiration from Aztec, Olmec, and Mayan mythology, and the creator of the show, Diego Molano, who also voiced one of the leads, was excited to make the show as a way to put more of a spotlight on these cultures and stories. Next would be the unique adventure show Mau Mau Heroes of Pure Heart. When partner heroes Mau Mau and Bearclops get stuck in the cute and cuddly town of Pureheart Valley, they decide to make the most of it and set up shop to protect it from sky pirates and other threats. While there, they also meet a young bat named Adorabat, who joins up with the two as a sort of apprentice hero.
Like fun. I wish something fun would happen today! I'm molting! It button!
So cute!
Like many other shows at the time, the creator of the show, Parker Simmons, also voiced the main character, Mau Mau. While the show was supposedly renewed for a second season, even getting a video made to announce as such, nothing ever came of it, and the series was presumably cancelled. Cartoon Network would switch gears to a more story-focused show in the form of Infinity Train.
Did I just hallucinate a train station?
Created by Owen Dennis, who had previously worked as a writer on regular show, Infinity Train started as a story of Tulip, a girl struggling with the stress of her parents' divorce, who finds herself on the mysterious Infinity Train. Now trapped and branded with a number, she has to make her way through the different cars of the train, which all have some sort of gimmick or theme to them. Along the way, Tulip meets different traveling companions, like One-One, a split-personality robot, and Atticus, a talking corgi king played by Ernie Hudson, who joins Tulip on her journey through the trains. Soon, more and more mysteries open up about the purpose of the train and who's behind it, and Tulip must fight to escape her fate.
Infinity Train, a 5-night special event, starts Monday, August 5th at 7:30.
Afterwards, Infinity Train would receive 3 more seasons, or books as they would be called, that would follow new characters on the train, although the last 2 books were streamed exclusively on HBO Max. While there were clearly plans for more, having the story and mystery still unresolved, the show was not picked up after its 4th season, and the future of the story unknown. Finally, 2019 would be a big year for Steven Universe fans, starting with the release of Steven Universe, the movie.
In the Empire and saving all your planets? I can't wait to get home and spend some quality time with my friends. I want everything to stay exactly like this and never change.
Agreed.
Just this morning, everything was perfect. Why did everything have to change? I want my happily ever after back.
Set after the finale of the series, the movie sees Steven, who has grown a bit, working together with the Gems and the Diamonds to improve relations between themselves and the residents of Beach City, as well as the Earth in general. But the piece is interrupted with an unknown figure from Steven's past come back for revenge. While songs were not a new thing for the series, this movie would be a full-on musical with an ending that seemed to be the perfect wrap-up to the series. But it would turn out that there was one last story to tell later in the year.
It's the true kind of love. It's the true. It's the true. It's the true kind of love.
Steven Universe the movie, September 2nd.
Steven Universe Future would serve as a sequel/epilogue for the series as a whole. Taking place just after the events of the movie, Steven continues his work of maintaining peace, but soon has to contend with his own trauma and mental issues that have built up over the course of the show. Future was able to give a definitive ending to the story of Steven Universe, a rarity for shows at the time, while still leaving it open for more adventures to be told in the future. After a bit of a hiatus, WB would bring back shows to Cartoon Network's schedule, starting with the DC Superhero Girls. DC Superhero Girls started as an initiative from DC back in 2016 to make a DC franchise more focused on young girls. This started as a series of web shorts, toys, and direct-to-video films. Eventually, it would move to a full-blown series on Cartoon Network, which focused on Zatanna, Supergirl, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Bumblebee, and Batgirl, as they juggle their superhero lives and regular school life in Metropolis High School. We would also get a new Scooby-Doo series called Scooby-Doo and Guess Who.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo, and guess who? We know you're one in a million. We can count on you, Scooby-Doo, to catch and unmask that villain.
Inspired by the new Scooby-Doo movies, which would each have some sort of guest star appear in every episode, this series would continue the tradition of including a celeb guest star in every show. Stars like Alex Trebek, Sia, Weird Al, Sandy Duncan, Urkel, and much more.
Oh, feel these pipes. Ow! Ooh, ow!
We won't be intimidated by criminal threats.
Every Saturday night at 11, Adult Swim is building you a better cartoon show.
We call it Toonami.
The mightiest warriors are going to destroy you! Making a threat like that is a good way to end up dead. What the hell did he just do? You see, it's far more than a mere threat.
Everyone be on your guard. We've got a fight on our hands. You're mine.
Go to hell! Now and saw you glorified nightlight! Your friends are a lot more powerful than I expected.
I'll beat you into oblivion if that's what it takes. You're up. I'll cover. I got this.
We're gonna fight with everything we got! This battle is only beginning!
Toonami, every Saturday night from 11 to 4 a.m.
You're seriously gonna end up dead if you keep fighting!
Dying doesn't bother me. Not when I'm having this much fun.
On Adult Swim.
Toonami in 2019 was another big year full of new shows. This would include Sword Art Online, Alicization, The Promised Neverland, Lupin the Third Part 5, Food Wars, Mobile Suit Gundam Origin, Fire Force, Dr. Stone, the rising viral hit Demon Slayer, and the final season of JoJo to air on the block, Golden Wind.
His name was Dio Brando. I had to know whether Giorno Giovanna was Dio's son.
Hand over your wallet.
And if he was,
Don't say I didn't try to warn you.
how much he took after his father.
Despite his calm demeanor,
Take him down before he gets away.
he has a savage side, which makes him dangerous.
I strongly suggest you abandon following me.
Salvation awaits. Prepare, as before you lie two paths.
Do you think he's a true enemy?
Intercept him, Golden Wind!
Could he be an ally?
I still don't know why I've been granted these powers.
What?
But I think it would be a waste not to use them.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Golden Wind, premieres next Saturday at 2:30.
Now say goodbye to your senses.
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Toonami would also have another tie-in event this year, called The Forge. This time around, Tom and his crew would be abducted by a station called The Forge. It turned out, not only was their new ship a long-lost warship, but Tom was part of a long line of servant robots. Tom fights his way through the Forge to save his fellow Toms, but loses his life in the process.
Sarah, you've always meant everything.
Forge protocols have been compromised.
Luckily, Sarah is ready to transfer him to a brand new body, and so Tom 6 was born, who is the current iteration of Tom as of the time of this writing.
Tom, are you in that shell? Say something so I know it's you.
Something?
It worked! And you said backing yourself up was a waste of time.
With his new body, Tom rescues the Tom Juniors and sends them away on the ship, saving them from their former captors. But this means that he and Sarah are now stranded on the Forge, which they now use as their new home base for Toonami.
You know what to do, Sarah.
That I do, Tom. That I do.
Later.
'19 was a bit of a hit or miss year for Adult Swim. New show-wise, it would start out with an annual April Fool's prank, being the premiere and full series airing of anime parody Jimutsu Machu Picchu. We would also see the premiere of Laser Wolf and Mr. Pickle's sequel/spin-off Mama Named Me Sheriff, as well as the absurd medieval fantasy parody Tigtone.
The world is at stake! The world is at stake? Soon you will know his name!
You are in for some trouble, Tigtone. Good! Tigtone is my middle name.
For he is
Tigtone!
Help! The quest begins tonight at midnight on Adult Swim.
But the last Adult Swim show of the year would prove to be its biggest hit. With the smash success of Samurai Jack's revival, Adult Swim gave Genndy Tartakovsky more freedom to do what he wanted, and what came from that was Primal. Focusing on Spear and Fang, a caveman and a T-Rex brought together by the shared tragedy of losing their families in separate yet related incidents, the two traveled the unforgiving prehistoric world together, trying to survive this new world and partnership. The show had an incredible mix of animation and the ability to tell a story with little to no audible dialogue, and while the first 2 seasons focused on the story of Spear and Fang, it has been confirmed by Tartakovsky that Season 3 onward will work as an anthology series and focus on new characters each time.
Well, Apple, a brand new decade is on the horizon.
Onion, do you think they're going to do that Brilliant 2020 song?
I do enjoy that one. Let's hope so.
Oh, I think I hear it starting. Wicked!
A new decade was dawning as Cartoon Network ran in 2020. It was approaching 3 decades since its creation, and it was a very different network than how it started, and these changes were also brought about by sources outside the channel itself. 2020 would see the launch of HBO Max, which would later be renamed to just Max shortly after. The streaming service would advertise itself to Cartoon Network fans as a one-stop shop to stream classic Cartoon Network shows, including cartoons. And while the network did include many of these shows, they were mostly the ones that you would expect, and sometimes not even in their full form. Powerpuff Girls, Dexter's Lab, Ed, Edd n Eddy, minus the movie and the specials, and Billy and Mandy, again, minus the movie and the specials. While many lesser-known shows like Johnny Bravo, Cow and Chicken, and Sheep in the Big City were left off, leaving them still as hard-to-watch shows. The service would also be used to premiere some new shows from Cartoon Network Studios that would stream on Max exclusively for a time, like Close Enough, a sort of spiritual successor to regular show from J.G. Quintel himself. As mentioned previously, it would also be the new home for new seasons of Infinity Train before it was cancelled, as well as the Adventure Time follow-ups Distant Lands and Fiona and Cake, as well as 2 other shows that would premiere on Max, but eventually come to Cartoon Network later on. However, because of this prioritization for this new streaming service, this would mean no new Cartoon Network original shows would premiere in 2020. The only thing that would come out was the controversial Thundercats Roar from WB, a comedy spin-off of the original Thundercats series that took clear inspiration from Teen Titans Go. The show would be quickly cancelled and forgotten after a crossover special with Go itself.
Every Saturday night at midnight, Adult Swim is building you a better cartoon show. We call it Toonami.
We won't be intimidated by criminal threats.
My God, there's no safe place.
All of you get back and stay back. Incoming! Be on your guard!
Use those fast feet of yours to run away.
I don't feel like I can win. Or like I can't.
I'm gonna need you to kill this thing for the sake of mankind.
The truth is, I'm simply too strong for you.
You can't win, so give up.
Go for the kill! myself lose this fight? No way!
Now it's my time to push you.
All units attack! We have the advantage of numbers!
Toonami, every Saturday night from midnight to 3:30
A thrill like this, how can I not jump in?
on Adult Swim.
2020 was also a period of slowdown for Toonami, only having 3 new shows airing to start the decade. Sword Art Online, War of the Underworld, a sequel to the previous Sword Art Online series aired on the network, Paranoia Agent, an anime that previously aired on Adult Swim, now making its Toonami premiere, and lastly would be Assassination Classroom.
A world where he's allowed to live is a world waiting to be destroyed.
Flying super cephalopod bent on world destruction? Check. Impossible target? Check. But he might be the best damn teacher any of us has ever had.
Adult Swim would start a little slow as well, but with that same experimental flair, starting with the new series from J.J. Villard, J.J. Villard's Fairy Tales. Each episode would be a twisted tale of a known fairy tale, full of gross-out imagery and violence.
I hate my mother too. What do you say I join your little group? No offense.
J.J. Villard's Fairy Tales, next Sunday at 12:15.
We would also see the premiere of YOLO.
In the land down under, 2 women set out on a mystical quest. To get trashed.
Wanna go to a party tonight?
Oh my god, totally!
From creator Michael Cusack, an internet cartoonist who had already shown his work on the network with the Bushworld Rick and Morty parody, YOLO was a project Michael had been working on previously and pitched to Adult Swim. The story of 2 best friends, Sarah and Rachel, who spend their days partying and looking for more parties. In their quest for good times, they come across a lot of crazy situations and characters. Each season of the show would have a different subtitle and have a sort of contained storyline. At the time of this writing, it is soon to premiere its 3rd season.
You look so hot. On Adult Swim.
Thanks.
For live action, Adult Swim would see the premiere of Beef House and 3 Busy Debbies.
Get ready for the new episodes challenge on Cartoon Network.
Bring it on.
2021 would still be a bit shaky for Cartoon Network programming-wise. While we were still seeing some more variety in shows on the schedule, it was clear that more priority was being given to the still new HBO Max streaming service. And seeing Cartoon Network as a whole was just a way to promote that service and the wider WB brand. 2 shows that previously debuted on Max would make their network debut on the channel, that being Tig and Seek and The Fungies. 2 shows that, while did fairly respectable runs of 3 and 4 seasons, both shows have not only been cancelled, but have been pulled from Max in the recent purges, although they can still be purchased on digital platforms. 2021 would also be the year that Cartoon Network would attempt to get back into the preschool sector with a long-running brand.
Hello! It's time for Cartoonito.
Hello! Bonjour! Hello! Bonjour! Hello! Bonjour!
Cartoonito was a block that had been running in Britain since 2006 on Cartoon Network 2. It would be jumbled around for the next few years, getting its own 24/7 station, being aired as a block on a UK Boomerang, and so on. In 2021, it was finally launched as a rebranded block for US Cartoon Network. The block would be more focused on preschool shows and acquired shows like the reboot of the Thomas the Tank Engine franchise, Thomas and Friends, and would air longtime Cartoon Network mainstay, Baby Looney Tunes. When the block first premiered, it had a runtime of about 4 hours in total on weekdays. However, it would quickly be reduced to only 90 minutes due to it being destroyed in the ratings by Nick Jr. and Disney Jr. programming blocks, which were already well-established fixtures that Cartoonito could not compete with.
episodes only on Cartoon Network or only on HBO Max. Check for availability.
Toonami would continue 2021 on The Forge with a new slate of shows, including the continuation of original William Street co-produced anime. For acquired shows, we would see SSS Gridman, an anime reboot of the classic tokusatsu show Gridman the Hyper Agent.
So when an old computer tells him to fight,
Yuta, there is danger closing in on this world.
he fights.
This Kaiju has to be stopped!
From Studio Trigger, Toonami is proud to present SSSS Gridman, premiering January 16th at 2:30. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
We would also see the return of long-running Adult Swim mainstay Inuyasha in the form of sequel series Yasahime, Princess Half-Demon.
Reunited, the Half-Demon twins, along with Inuyasha's daughter Miroha, have all taken up the family business.
If it's just you, then it's fine. But if you're gonna screw up and get yourself killed, try not to drag us down with ya.
In regards to original anime, 2 series would premiere this year. The first from legendary production studio Production IG would be Fena, Pirate Princess.
And I revisited that one day. I've tried to forget.
Listen to me, Fena! This is important!
It was of the very last word my father said to me.
Go to Eden!
Eden. His journey's over. He'll never get to complete it. But I'm here. In his name. I swear. I will pick up where he left off.
Next would be Blade Runner Black Lotus, a series set in the same universe as its namesake. The series was made to capitalize on the new Blade Runner movie, Blade Runner 2049, which in fact would air in an edited capacity on Toonami this same year, as well as the original animated short named Blade Runner Blackout 2022.
I can't do that.
There are ways you have to do things if you want them to happen.
Need to borrow this.
Freeze!
While 2021 would not have any kind of tie-in events for Toonami, we would get an original non-canon event, Cosmos Samurai. 2D animated and presented with Japanese audio, Cosmos Samurai saw Tom being attacked by an unknown threat, being separated from Sarah and ultimately killed. Luckily, his head was recovered and rebuilt by a group of Cosmos Samurai. Tom would also get a new battle-ready body and join this new group to take revenge on the group that attacked him. Adult Swim in 2021 would be a little slower as well, but it could be seen as more of a build-up for the years ahead. While there were only 2 shows of this year, they were fairly different, and yet tried to capture the Adult Swim spirit. The first being Bird Girl, a sort of spin-off / soft reboot of the Harvey Birdman Attorney-at-Law franchise. Bird Girl, as the name suggests, would focus on Bird Girl / Judy Ken Seven, who had taken over her father's business, no longer a law firm, after Phil's sudden death. The show would take a departure from the original, no longer being about law and cases, and instead more focused on the superhero angle and the threat of a week some kind for each episode. And while it would still have references to the old show, it would also heavily cut out any references to any older Hanna-Barbera properties that the old show was known for. For example, replacing Mentok the Mind Taker was Meredith the Mind Taker, who makes no reference to if she's related to Mentok in any way.
You're at the circus, you're at the park, you're a sexy chicken, you're leaving $400 in my guitar case, you like the smell of library books, you say faux instead of pho,
While the show did technically get 2 seasons, each season was only about 6 episodes each, which could be argued was really only just one 12-episode season, which is usually the standard.
Sunday, April 4th at midnight. On Adult Swim. Not today, toilet. Not today.
We would also see the premiere of Teenage Euthanasia.
I'm not as crazy as I used to be. Some of my devils up and left me free to find a quiet space. I'm not as out of place. And I'm coming home again. It's been too long a time getting back what's mine. And I can't remember why I went away. But it's looking now like maybe I can stay. Is that any good?
Which saw a party girl named Trophy Fantasy abandon her newborn daughter to continue living her life, before killing herself and coming back through magical means to get a second chance at life, and being a mother to her daughter.
When do I get to hold the embalming fluid?
In your dreams. I'm in desperate need of a shirt and my mother's approval.
Best of luck with hand job.
I would like to present into evidence.
Joey, actually, I'm DTF, down to food court.
Teenage Euthanasia. Series premieres with back-to-back episodes. Sunday, September 19th at midnight.
Oh, you smell like gasoline and popcorn. It's the spray tan.
Only on Adult Swim.
Adult Swim would also acquire the rights to continue canceled Netflix show Chuka and Birdie. The show's cancellation by Netflix led to a bit of a backlash, with fans feeling as though it didn't get a proper chance before being canceled. This would lead to Adult Swim saving the show, although they would not be able to air the first season. It would last for another 2 seasons on the network before being canceled again.
Sophisticated adult toucan woman right here.
Chuka's my best friend. We hang out constantly.
Birdie's the sweetest.
Are you in love with her or something?
It's way deeper than that. She's my best friend.
You wanna watch me open jars with my thighs?
Yeah!
No peeking.
Feels so naughty. I'm into it. Like, really into it.
Adult Swim's April Fool's prank of the year would be a playoff of the recent Cartoonito launch, rebranding the block as Adult Swim Junior.
The world is a big place, so we made it just a little bit smaller. Introducing Adult Swim Junior, home to your favorite age-appropriate shows for growing minds and growing senses of humor. Well, you can count on Team Venture. That's why the geniuses at our network created a safe place just for kids. Because why waste those formative years not enjoying Adult Swim?
Well, I guess so, but...
Adult Swim Junior, from cradle to grave, from diaper to diaper.
Several episodes of well-known Adult Swim shows, like Aqua Teen and Rick and Morty, would be redubbed by kids, along with new bumpers showing other Adult Swim characters as babies.
Steve, I just got a weird email. Did you buy us airline tickets?
Oh, shoot, we're supposed to be a surprise. I want to thank you for letting me live here for all this time. So I'm treating the family to a vacation. Steve, you're so funny.
Thanks, Uncle Steve. Best Uncle ever.
Coming up next, it's the Looney Tunes Show.
2022 didn't have much for Cartoon Network, with the WB Discovery merger finalizing and shows and movies being written off and canceled left and right. Many aspects were just trying to keep their heads above water. We would see the premiere of the We Bare Bears spinoff, We Baby Bears.
We noticed you don't have any baby bears around. Perhaps we could do you a favor by letting us live here. Let's do some exploring, bros.
Iker found secret tunnel.
I bid you welcome to the old veggie village.
Oi, on Sweden here.
Nice one, Grizz. Took you 5 seconds to upset the locals.
But the only other new show that would come would be on Cartoonito, that being Mecha Builders, a show about Sesame Street characters driving mech builders, Bugs Bunny Builders, another show about building, this time with Looney Tunes characters, and Bat Wheels, a show focusing on sentient versions of the vehicles of the Bat family.
It's been more than a minute since we last saw Luffy and the crew.
The Straw Hats are back, and they're causing trouble again.
But just like fine rum, this show only gets better with age.
Whoa!
The greatest pirate anime of all time is coming home.
Hands in the air, pirate!
One Piece returns with 2 episodes back-to-back, Saturday night at 1:30 a.m.
It sounds like we're celebrities or something.
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Toonami, on the other hand, would keep things going quite well with a new mix of original and acquired anime. In addition to the viral hit Made in Abyss,
So that's to be expected. For next week, I'll have you set up at the same site 100 meters down to continue your work. Don't let your guard down.
Made in Abyss. Premieres Saturday at 1:30.
I'm really gonna go all out on my excavating today.
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
and Part 6 of Lupin III.
One thief and the world's most famous detective go head to head.
Holmes, please calm down. I'll hunt him down. There he is. Lupin III.
If Lupin can't clear his name, he'll never get his paws on the Raven's treasure.
We've got a bit of a problem on our hands.
We would see original William Street co-produced anime Shenmue the Animation, an anime adaptation of the popular Dreamcast game.
We've got training this evening.
Father!
Ryo, stay back.
For the last time, where is the mirror?
I will never say.
You bastard!
And Housing Complex C, a new horror anime that incorporated both a mystery plot and surprise Lovecraftian elements.
Until they showed up.
Oh my god.
Now, an ancient evil has awakened. And for Kimi and Yuri, the nightmare is just beginning.
This is much worse than I had imagined.
Please stay away!
This place, it gives me the creeps.
In addition, we would also see another part of the Cosmo Samurai story, with another mini-series event. However, Toonami would also have a real tie-in event that would give fans more of what they were looking for out of the block. On a normal enough day on the Forge station, Tom and Sarah suddenly find a familiar-looking ship suddenly docking. They board to discover that it's actually the Absolution. The first Toonami ship was destroyed years ago. It even comes with an old memory of the first Sarah. The two don't quite know how this happened, although it's implied that there's time travel shenanigans. But they decide to roll with it, and allow the ship to take them wherever it's going, continuing their work of broadcasting Toonami in this new yet familiar setting.
I still love this job.
This was served as the latest rebrand of the block that would celebrate its history, and as of the time of this writing, is the most recent version of Toonami. "2022 for Adult Swim may seem a little light on paper, but the latest to make its way to the block was sure to bring a smile to audiences' faces.
This is gonna be great, Charlie. I love helping kids. I love kids, Charlie. I love kids.
Pim, I would really not be screaming that at the top of your lungs.
Back in 2020, Adult Swim aired a few pilots in the form of an April Fool's event. Along with YOLO, we would also see the first look at another Michael Cusack co-created show, Smiling Friends, co-created by Zach Hadel, who many may know from the popular Let's Play channel Oni Plays. Smiling Friends would see Cusack and Hadel as Pim and Charlie, two friends who work for a company named Smiling Friends, who work as sort of contractors who try to make their clients smile by any means. The pilot was an incredible success and blew up the internet. It was no surprise that the shows would get a full series, the premiere of which was hyped for weeks, and on the day in question, Adult Swim would end up showing the entire first season of the show, one after the other, despite advertising it as a weekly release. This only served to heighten the show even more, and as of now, a second season is set to premiere sometime in 2024. The show was such a success that it was one of the few Adult Swim shows, or even Cartoon Network shows, to get a full home video release, an extremely rare occurrence. But there would be one last surprise from Adult Swim, one that would give fans a little hope, but also representing the unnerving feeling that many were feeling about the merger.
Learning with Pibby, learning is so fun. We like to spell and we love to hug. Learning with Pibby. What is that?
On October 30th, 2021, Adult Swim would post a proof-of-concept short on their YouTube channel called Come and Learn with Pibby. The short would start showing a cute preschool show about learning, but would quickly turn when an unknown corruption would start to take over the show. What followed would be an intriguing short showing the protagonist Pibby traveling to other cartoon universes to help in escaping and fighting this corruption, even including cameos from Cartoon Network stars like Fred Flintstone and Finn and Jake. While the short got a lot of play, and it was a bit of a meme for a bit, no word was ever heard about a full greenlight of a series. On April 1st, 2022, fans would tune in to see the latest Adult Swim prank. When they did, they would see the opening of the Pibby short before it would cut to an episode of Rick and Morty.
What's happening? It's a learning opportunity.
Steve, I just got a weird email. Did you buy us airline tickets?
Oh, shoot, it was supposed
What
to
would
be a
follow
surprise.
would be each show having some kind of glitch, takeover, or cameo from Pibby and Bun Bun. These glitches would even affect the episodes in weird and creepy ways.
You know, Rick, this isn't easy for us. You know, we all remember you as a...
Oh, really? Well, I remember you as a whiny little piece of shit, Morty.
This would also follow the slow corruption of Bun Bun and even affect live action shows and promos.
Maybe we should let the darkness consume us. Bun Bun? What are you saying?
Climate change. When is Hannibal Buress gonna start thinking about some underwear change? Am I right, ladies?
Despite the prank and the subsequent fan support, the show still has not been greenlit, and it seems, due to a statement from the show's creator, Dodge Greenlee, it more than likely never will. The year was 2023.
Coming up next, it's Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Cartoon Network, while making progress, is still slow on the new shows. Tiny Toon Looniversity would debut, a reboot of Tiny Toon Adventures that would attempt to update the franchise for a new audience, with middling results. Craig of the Creek would also spin off on Cartoonito in the form of Jessica's Big Little World, a preschool series focusing on Craig's little sister Jessica, living and learning on her own adventures.
Years ago, we fired Toonami back up as an April Fool's.
And what started off as a joke turned into a second chance.
It's all thanks to you.
Toonami has the most faithful and hardcore fans out there.
Who else could have resurrected this block we all know and love?
So this April Fool's, we salute you.
And that's no joke.
Here's to another 25 years.
After the return event, Toonami would slow down a bit, and the only new shows debuting this year would be 2 new seasons of Fooly Cooly, Grunge, and Showgaze. But the highlight of 2023 would be Adult Swim, starting with an expansion of the block in the form of a throwback.
Warning, this is Checkered Past. You may feel things you haven't experienced since you were a child, one of which is joy. Welcome to your relaxing journey back in time.
Adult Swim would be given more of the overall schedule, coming in the form of Checkered Past, a block of shows targeted to adults who remember the older days of Cartoon Network. The block would show classic cartoons such as Dexter's Lab, Ed, Edd n Eddy, Billy and Mandy, and Courage. Along with this, we would also be given new bumpers incorporating the characters from the shows in new settings. The block so far has been very popular, and has plans to introduce even more shows, like the lesser-played Cow and Chicken.
When life gets to be a little too much, it's best to just forget everything and watch cartoons. That's why we're here. And for the new year, we are bringing you some old friends.
Mr. Weasel!
Yes.
Aha! Gotcha!
Checkered Past, weekdays starting at 5, only on Adult Swim.
2023 would also be big for Adult Swim in the form of some great new shows making its way to the block, such as Royal Crackers, a story about a family trying to keep together a failing cracker empire.
They've got to keep it together before it all comes crumbling down.
Your father suffered a pretty bad spinal injury when you all thrashed him around like a rag doll.
Get his clothes off! You ever done karaoke with the freaking rock star before?
Yeah, this company is over!
Just give up, dude.
I'll give up after I punch you in the face, bird brain!
There's no easy way to say this, so I'll just get right to it. I wiped my ass with your will. Shut up, you posers!
Get off of me, you little freak show!
Sorry I'm late. I killed a guy last night.
Captain Cracker!
A new animated comedy from Adult Swim. Royal Crackers. Series premieres April 2nd at 11 on Adult Swim and the next day on HBO Max.
Steve, I gotta admit, that was one hell of a presentation.
We would also see a new action series from Genndy Tartakovsky, Unicorn Warriors Eternal. Taking Genndy almost 20 years to finally get made, Unicorn follows the group of heroes who are constantly reincarnated and reborn across eras to battle an eternal evil that threatens the world. This time, however, the reincarnation has gone wrong, and the warriors must work together to deal with the trouble while also making sure their eternal mission is not ended in tragedy.
I have brought him from the future. It will command your souls to return, but this reawakening may prove to be their last.
What did you do to me?
She has powers. She might be the evil we've been fighting against. From the mind of Genndy Tartakovsky comes a new animated series, a lifetime in the making. Unicorn Warriors Eternal, premiering May 4th at midnight on Adult Swim.
The biggest surprise of the year would be the new DC show, My Adventures with Superman. Originally intended to air on the normal Cartoon Network block, it would be moved to Adult Swim to save the show. Giving us a new take on Superman, this would focus a bit more on the romance between Superman and Lois Lane, while still keeping a good bit of action. This would also give us a new version of Lois Lane that the internet would take a liking to.
What was that?
Superman! I'd like to interview you for the Daily Planet.
Sorry, no comment.
Lois, these are the new interns. I want you to show them the ropes and get...
They can help me with the story.
If we break this, we'll become real reporters.
This is the story of the century!
Who is Superman?
Lois, I know what Superman is.
Huh?
You think he's a plane?
It kinda looks like a bird.
My Adventures with Superman. 2-episode series premiere. Thursday, July 6th at midnight on Adult Swim. Next day on Max.
Cartoon Network first premiered over 30 years ago, and at the moment, it shows no signs of stopping. It has had its ups and downs, and many would argue it's not what it used to be. But also cannot be denied that the network is iconic and has brought the world some of the most iconic figures in animation, even to this day. The future has a lot to offer the network in regards to new shows, seasons, and even movies. When I first started this series, I did it because I thought Cartoon Network was in a pretty sorry state, and I wanted to highlight what made it great and what led to its downfall. But as I've worked on it, I found that even in the dark times of endless reruns of certain shows, there's still something to love about the network. And while it's still not as diverse programming-wise, it is getting better. And they seem to be learning. I can't wait to see what the future holds for Cartoon Network, as well as Toonami, and of course Adult Swim. And maybe, just maybe, I'll be back to record that history someday. But that's for next time on the history of Cartoon Network.